British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701. Stalin is critically ill. We need to think carefully about this matter. I haven't figured out how to deal with it yet. Alan Wilson showed his cautious side. Although he is currently in charge of the reconstruction of London's East End and has the space to meet Audrey Hepburn, it is always right to make more preparations. Unlike before, he is now married. It is easy to talk to people like Hedy Lamarr, but it is too wishful to think that Hepburn doesn't care. Oh, you are shrinking? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe my eyes. Hedy Lamarr was surprised. It seems that you really like this little actor? There are some things that she can't understand yet. Alan Wilson stopped the topic and didn't want to say more. These ladies with the same status as wives, except Greta Garbo, have been married many times. Now everyone knows that there is no necessary relationship between marriage and love. Greta Garbo is still a stay-at-home girl who can stay at home for many years. Hepburn is still a young girl who has just entered the film industry. She must have a lot of ideas about marriage. Alan Wilson could certainly use the Malaya attack on the prisoner of war camp as an excuse to stabilize Hepburn first. But whether this excuse is reliable is still an unknown. As an overseas commissioner, it is very normal for Alan Wilson to carry a pistol. This is also the standard equipment of the United Kingdom and Commonwealth countries. The Webley revolver. The most famous thing about the Webley revolver is that the owner who wears it complains that this gun can't hit anyone at all. There is a saying in the British Army, if you can shoot a target at 50 yards with a damn Webley revolver, I guarantee that you can shoot a target at 800 yards with a Minefield rifle. This sentence is comparable to the evaluation of the MiG. No MiG fighter can fly to the center of the Dnieper River. Alan Wilson believed that this kind of portable weapon could only be used for suicide. He found Lord Sheffield and asked him to help find a friend to remove the firing pin. Alan, you can definitely change to a good gun when you work overseas. Maggins grinned when he saw the Webley revolver. Obviously, he also knew this British Empire standard equipment with many slots. God knows when we can replace this pistol. I came to you hoping that you could help remove the firing pin. Alan Wilson went straight to the point. Is this not difficult for you? Not at all. I know several very experienced workers. Maggins agreed immediately, but said with some surprise, it's just that I don't understand your request. If you don't like it, just don't use it. Not being robbed and having guns, but not using them are two different concepts. Otherwise Britain would not have developed nuclear weapons. Alan Wilson said, shaking his wine glass, the last time with Turing, it was thanks to your help. You're polite. Let's help each other. Maggins smiled and said, by the way, the second ship will be launched in 2 days. For the current London citizens, it is a good occasion to boost morale. HMS Prince of Wales. This is really good news. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. If there is no big problem, then when the coronation ceremony of Crown Princess Elizabeth is held, there will be 2 heavy aircraft carriers with all the element of modern aircraft carriers appearing in the Naval Review. Alan Wilson is a materialist, but since the death of King George VI, there have been London smog and storm surges, which makes it hard not to think of the saying that evil will be born when a country is about to perish. Even the Buddha of the King dynasty can encounter some good news. After a few drinks, the two parted ways. Alan Wilson met with Turing. Hedy Lamarr's frequency hopping patent was actually being studied by Turing, and he asked about the feasibility of the progress. The situation of working during the day and working at night continued after the 2 consecutive attacks of the London smog incident and the storm surge. On March 1st, the launching ceremony of the Malta-class aircraft carrier, now officially named the second ship of the Queen Elizabeth-class aircraft carrier, the Prince of Wales aircraft carrier, had a very important symbolic significance. In March 1953, the 2 heavy aircraft carriers that had been started during the war finally stepped off the slipway. At this time, it was considered to have avoided the fate of being stillborn in history. The first ship of the Midway-class aircraft carrier, the US Midway, was commissioned in 1945. It has been sailing on the ocean for 8 years. The British aircraft carrier of the same class has only arrived now. Good food is not afraid of being late. It's good to be here. Alan Wilson, who has nothing to do, also found a good position early, with a camera hanging around his neck, reflecting how much he values his hobby of photography. Now there are heavy aircraft carriers in hand. Even if we take a step back, we can't fool people with the Harrier vertical takeoff and landing fighter. Britain's breakthrough in the field of vertical takeoff and landing is commendable, but if it weren't for the heavy aircraft carriers in hand, there would be no need for such a fighter with many problems to maintain face. Britain is not without experience in manufacturing large fighters, and the engine problems that plague other countries do not exist for Britain. In this world, only the United States can be picky about aviation engines facing Britain. Even the Soviet Union is not qualified to say that British engines are not good. Then the biggest reason for the launch of the Harrier vertical takeoff and landing fighter is obvious. Britain did not follow up with heavy aircraft carriers after the war. The lack of a good platform led to the inability to equip large carrier-based aircraft, so it could only get the Harrier vertical takeoff and landing fighter to meet the demand. After the war, carrier-based aircraft became larger and larger, and the tonnage of the aircraft carriers in the hands of the United Kingdom was insufficient, which was the reason for the appearance of the Harrier vertical takeoff and landing fighter. Now that there are aircraft carriers that can accommodate large carrier-based aircraft, there is no need for the Harrier vertical takeoff and landing fighter to exist. With a camera full of photos, Alan Wilson returned with a full load and had a drink with his colleagues in Whitehall in the evening. Philby, does Washington have reservations about our intelligence cooperation with the United States? Alan Wilson, holding a wine glass, asked the rising star of Me6 in front of him. How do you say that, Alan? Philby hesitated and said with some embarrassment, we are all adults. That is to say, the Five Eyes alliance of this era is not as harmonious as it seems. The fundamental reason is still the same sentence. There are two gangs in a neighborhood, and a gang cannot have two people in charge. As long as the strength of Britain has not been weakened to a certain extent, you must wear a helmet when you go fishing. I don't know if the United States is interested in our aircraft carrier with catapults, Alan Wilson said indifferently. Now this class of aircraft carriers has so many changes, the Americans may be very interested. Due to the special relationship between Britain and the United States, we should not deceive the Americans, but if the Americans are interested, we can certainly provide some assistance. I heard that the Americans are very interested in steam catapults. Philby said meaningfully, of course, it is normal for this new technology to have some problems. The Americans also have enough financial resources to solve this problem. Philby, your evaluation of the financial strength of the United States is so admirable. I can't think of anything that the Americans can't solve now. Alan Wilson raised his glass with a smile on his face and added, except the Korean War. Even the Korean War. Philby looked at me with an understanding look and laughed out loud with Alan Wilson. To be honest, Alan Wilson felt that it was not too much to credit himself for the credit of seeing the heavy aircraft carrier come out. The only unexpected factor in this world is himself. All the good things that can be improved in Britain should be related to him. But Alan Wilson also knew that this was only the first step at long march. These two heavy aircraft carriers alone were not enough. The United States still had the Kitty Hawk class and the Nimitz class. Even if the Nimitz class was beyond the British's ability, they should still think of a way to keep up with the Kitty Hawk class. After the cocktail party, Alan Wilson left and decided to celebrate with Hedy Lamarr. The little brother was going to be tired again. This fulfilling life of busy day and night was the driving force for him to pursue progress every day. When he woke up, the Kontsevo Villa is located in the suburbs of Moscow, not far from the Kremlin. It is equipped with the most advanced security system at the time. It is guarded by two walls, one of which has surveillance holes. Experienced Soviet soldiers are responsible for the security of the villa. The Kontsevo Villa is also the most fascinated place for the Soviet high-level officials. As long as they are summoned by Stalin himself here, it means that one foot has already stood firm in the power center of the Soviet Union. After the war, Stalin was less and less willing to stay in the Kremlin and liked to live in this inconspicuous villa. Over time, he developed the habit of summoning other national leaders to the villa to discuss national affairs and analyze problems. The invitees usually had dinner in the villa and then discussed with Stalin until the early morning of the next day. But on this night, the Soviet bigwigs who hurried over from all over Moscow were not summoned by Stalin himself, but the guards of the Kontsevo villa reported that Stalin himself was in a coma. The doctors on standby at the Kontsevo villa had already begun to rescue Stalin, who was vomiting blood and unconscious. Soon, Malenkov, Beria, Khrushchev and Molotov were all there. The doctor in the villa was still rescuing Stalin, and the atmosphere here became awkward. Everyone looked at each other and wanted to say something, but found that everyone had almost nothing to say when Stalin was not there. Soon this mentality appeared in everyone's mind. If Stalin could not be saved, everyone's relationship would usher in a round of changes. As soon as this idea appeared, it immediately took root in the hearts of all the people present and could never be erased. Chapter 702 Stalin's Death. If this iron leader who has led the Soviet Union for 30 years is gone, who will be the future of the Soviet Union? Almost everyone thinks that person should be themselves. But almost everyone thinks of another person present, Beria, who looks gentle and refined with glasses. This Minister of Internal Affairs, who has been in charge of the Ministry of Internal Affairs for 14 years, is undoubtedly the most threatening person among all the people present. Everyone understands how terrible Beria's gentle appearance is, let alone the current commander of the Moscow military district, General Pavel Artemiev. It was Beria who was in charge. General Artemiev graduated from the Border Guard School, which was established by Dzerzhinsky, the founder of the Cheka, to train commanders of the Internal Guard forces. After the Civil War, General Artemiev engaged in political work in the Internal Guard and Border Guard forces. He then served as the chief of the Border Area Security, the head of the Internal Guard Force, and the principal of the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs Force School. During World War II, he served as the head of the Combat Force Command of the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs. In the same year, he was appointed as the commander of the Moscow military district, and he has been in office until today. But who is the boss of the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Of course, it is the only marshal in the Soviet Union who was born as a security cadre, Beria. He controls the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which makes people shudder. The commander of the Moscow military district is also a commander from the Ministry of Internal Affairs system. This kind of threat has to make everyone feel uneasy. The rescue in the villa is still going on. No one knows what the final result will be, but everyone knows. If this kind father of all nationalities suddenly leaves, then a battle will begin soon. For a whole day, no news came. For those who are here, everyone has a basic judgment in their hearts, and some preparation should also begin. The struggle for power after Stalin's death has begun from now on. Everyone is anxious. When the doctors of the medical team examined Stalin's body, they found that his condition was already quite bad. The most anxious are Stalin's colleagues. They just want to know whether Stalin can recover, because no one has the courage to act rashly when Stalin may suddenly wake up. Even Beria, who was in charge of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and assisted by the commander of the Moscow military district, had no intention of seizing power. Stalin led the Soviet Union for 30 years. Except for some political opponents in his early years, he was like a ballast stone for a long time. The bigwigs present had already bowed to this authority. On March 3rd, the medical team told these leaders that it was unlikely that Stalin would wake up. After this conclusion was reached, the people who had been patient for 2 days finally seemed to be freed from their confinement and were ready to fight. Beria also started his own actions. Beria went directly to Malenkov and expressed his willingness to support Malenkov. Malenkov was of course very happy. Everyone knew that Beria's real power was amazing. The exchange of opinions was that Beria supported Malenkov to become the chairman of the Council of Ministers, and Beria served as the vice chairman and Minister of Internal Affairs. That is, Malenkov got the government department, and Beria got the Ministry of Internal Affairs. At the same time, Malenkov had to recognize that Beria would remerge the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which had been split up, and restore it to a comprehensive department during the war. After discussion, the two had reached a consensus. In the Kremlin, there are now at least 4 people with different opinions coveting the leadership, namely Beria himself, Malenkov, Molotov and Khrushchev. After Beria and Malenkov communicated, they would have an overwhelming advantage over the other 2. The threat here mainly comes from Beria, not Malenkov, and the overall situation has been decided. Subsequently, an emergency meeting was held in the Kremlin, chaired by Malenkov, who told everyone that Stalin was critically ill. At the meeting, Beria supported Malenkov and proposed that Malenkov should take over Stalin's position and the future Soviet Union would be led collectively. Beria's proposal was accepted by everyone. A day later, news came from the Kuntsevo villa that Stalin had died of illness. After discussion, everyone decided to announce the news to the outside world early the next morning. On March 6th, this news that shocked the world was known to the world through the report of Pravda. The report of Pravda was very brief. Stalin, the leader of the international communist movement and the top leader of the Soviet Union, suddenly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and died in his villa in Kuntsevo, a suburb of Moscow, at the age of 74. The Soviet radio station and the main newspaper Pravda announced the news. After that, the Soviet side announced an 8-day national silence, stopped work, and scheduled to bury Stalin on March 9th. Stalin's body was first placed in the Kremlin, and then placed in the column hall of the Trade Union building for people to pay their respects. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union also decided to bury Stalin's body next to Lenin's mausoleum on Red Square after the pay of respect. Soviet leaders formed a funeral committee to mourn and bury Stalin. This news, at this time, almost had the effect of the Tsar's nuclear bomb explosion. It spread to London, Paris, and Washington. The evaluation of the Soviet Union after Stalin's death, and who would be the leader of the Soviet Union in the future, became the most concerned issue at the moment. Alan Wilson arrived at the Foreign Office building with a heavy heart. Logically, he should not be shocked by the death of any historical figure, but after hearing the news, he was still dumbfounded. Arriving at the Foreign Office, Sir Ismay first explained that the Labour cabinet was discussing whether to attend Stalin's funeral and send a delegation. As for Whitehall's current responsibility, it is to make a professional assessment of the Soviet Union in the post-Stalin era. Is the government going to visit the Soviet Union at this time? Alan Wilson should not have been surprised, but he was still surprised. He should not be surprised, because Stalin should have had such influence. The surprising thing is that the British Empire is still a world empire at present. Even if the Labour Party is not as hostile to the Soviet Union as the Conservative Party, can it go directly to the Soviet Union to attend Stalin's funeral? This is still worth discussing, but this is a government matter, and Alan Wilson can only give suggestions. We can only make suggestions on the government's behavior. Ultimately, it depends on the Prime Minister's decision. Now let's discuss the Soviet Union in the post-Stalin era. We have to give an explanation to the cabinet. Sir Ismay quickly issued the required documents and opened this meeting. Alan Wilson was not targeting anyone on this point. He just found himself. No matter how unreliable his suggestions are, they are more reliable than the Ministry of Foreign Affairs blind man's elephant here. His opinion is that no matter who the new leadership of the Soviet Union is, it will adopt a short-term easing strategy. The fundamental reason is that according to the existing intelligence, Stalin has not arranged a successor. There are still many candidates for the current Soviet high level. Because there are many candidates, the new leader must not have Stalin's authority. In the absence of authority, it can be judged that everything needs to be discussed, and the external performance will definitely not be as tough as Stalin. Beria, the Minister of Internal Affairs and Deputy Chairman of the Council of Ministers of the Soviet Union, is a former agent. If he leads the Soviet Union, will it be more difficult to deal with than during the Stalin period? Sir Ismay asked back. It's hard for me to imagine that someone could be more difficult to deal with than Stalin. Alan Wilson opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. If a leader like Stalin could come out so easily, the Soviet Union should be leading the world now. After this sentence was spoken, there were objections in the conference room. Even Sir Ismay frowned slightly. Alan, is your evaluation of Stalin too high? Now it is a Slavic country. From Kievan Rus to now, it has the highest status in the world. Peter the Great did not do it, and Catherine the Great did not do it. Stalin did it. Alan Wilson shrugged and said, "My evaluation is completely in accordance with my heart, without a trace of personal bias. But fortunately, what we are discussing now is what happened after his death. After I made a statement that I had a clear conscience, the evaluation meeting on how the new Soviet leader would handle international relations continued. Alan Wilson still insisted that the Soviet Union would definitely ease in the short term, and perhaps the Berlin crisis that had been going on for a long time would end. In fact, there is no need for it. The city of West Berlin is now like an empty city. It is no longer a window for the two major camps to show their superiority. Instead, it has simply become a military base for the British, American, and French armies. Even Eisenhower, who said before the election that he would take a tough stance against the Soviet Union, did not mention this matter after he really came to power. The first thing that several big figures in the Soviet Union do after taking office is to consolidate their positions. It is foreseeable that it will take some time to establish authority. As for Beria, who was doubted by his colleagues in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Alan Wilson said that he would not escape this law. In fact, Alan Wilson knew that Beria was purged for compromising too much with the free world. Regarding the issue of Germany, Beria's opinion was that the United States, Britain, France and the Soviet Union should withdraw from Germany and let Germany unify into a neutral country. This proposal was not to be disagreed with by other senior Soviet officials. Even if the Soviets agreed, Britain, France and the United States would not agree. After 2 hours of discussion, Alan Wilson insisted that the Soviet Union needed time to stabilize the political environment and would not take a tough stance against the free world. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs took out the evaluation report and handed it to the Cabinet Office to be sent to the Cabinet. At this time, the Cabinet, the Prime Minister and ministers were indeed discussing whether to take this opportunity to visit Moscow. At the same time, it was also to test the attitude of the new Soviet leadership. I have many typos, isn't it just to prove that I typed? Chapter 703 Stalin's Funeral. At the end of the discussion, a report on the new Soviet leadership that might lead to easing was brought out. The report stated that this might be a clause that could end the Berlin crisis, which was of great appeal to Britain at that time. Alan Wilson made the judgment that the situation might ease, based on his memory. Among the current Soviet leadership, only Molotov was in line with Stalin's thinking, and Alan Wilson had seen what Khrushchev would do later. As for Malenkov and Beria, their ideas were similar. Beria also specifically expressed his intention to promote the unification of Germany. No matter who it was, it would be easier to deal with than Stalin. In fact, the biggest reason was the Korean War. Stalin firmly supported the Korean War and wanted to seize this opportunity to bleed the United States. After Stalin's death, the Korean War ceased in less than 4 months. With this background, it is the reason for judging that the Soviet leadership after Stalin will not make trouble in the short term. What is certain is that with the current situation, any change can be considered a good change. Just like comparing what Britain is like in the 21st century, it is a good thing for Alan Wilson to toss Britain now. Now, what Britain needs to do is simple. It should exert its influence to bring about the end of the Berlin crisis and the Korean War. The Berlin crisis concerns the security of Europe, and during the Korean War Britain did not send ground troops to participate in the war. It is completely possible to close its eyes and say that it is a neutral country. These 2 points are also the core of this assessment and were sent to the hands of Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke. The Prime Minister is inclined to visit the Soviet Union in person, especially after seeing your 2 core clauses. The next day, Norman Brooke asked his private secretary to call Alan Wilson over and said, "This is actually a very courageous move for a politician. Courage. It may cause a decline in support." Alan Wilson frowned slightly. "Maybe my suggestion is a bit radical and has risks that should be avoided." After the storm surge, the cabinet's approval rating is very high. The Prime Minister may feel that if this visit can make some achievements in the diplomatic field, it will help increase his political reputation. After Norman Brooke finished speaking, Alan Wilson made an expression of sudden enlightenment. "So that's the case. Alan, actually you have had a lot of contact with the Soviets, and you participated in the Potsdam Conference. Norman Brook thought for a while and said, I added your name to the list of entourage, using your understanding of the international situation to assist the Prime Minister in completing this visit. After all, Stalin's funeral is not a formal diplomatic occasion, but it can be used for diplomatic work. Prime Minister Attlee chose to attend this funeral for a reasonable reason. Of course, I feel extremely honored to have such an opportunity to accompany. Now we can see what the world controlled by the Soviet Union looks like during this visit, which will also help future assessments of the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson was already eager to try. In fact, it is not difficult to know that half of the world is in grief now, and Alan Wilson does not think this is false. Time is urgent, and Alan Wilson, who has always been perfect, decided to talk to Hedy Lamarr about his parting feelings. In the past 2 days, he has been reading a new novel called 007 Casino Royale, which costs 10 shillings and 6 pence. Are you going deep behind enemy lines and imagining your destiny of changing the world? Hedy Lamarr laughed. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. Alan Wilson reluctantly put down the novel in his hand and diverted Hedy Lamarr's attention. I think this novel can be turned into a script. What do you think? A spy movie? A very novel category. Hedy Lamarr reluctantly withdrew her hand. It may be a very popular series, Alan Wilson said firmly. Looking at the current environment, it is actually very suitable for this category. In fact, the elements are very simple. The first is to fit the international situation, and the second is to have beautiful women, men, as the main force of the box office. Like this, men only care about these things. Key politics and beautiful women are an unbeatable existence for male audiences in movies. Alan Wilson, who is about to go abroad, spent his last night in London and embarked on a journey with the Prime Minister and his party. This visit is committed to achieving fruitful diplomatic results on such an occasion, and it is completely reasonable. The interview with the new Soviet leadership will help Britain's future diplomatic work with the Soviet Union. Although the time was not very sufficient, every member, including Prime Minister Attlee, was in high spirits. From the information we collected earlier, we have learned that the leaders of all Eastern European countries will attend. It is similar in Western Europe. France's Thorez, Italy's Palmiro Togliatti and others have also rushed to Moscow. I believe everyone can see how much influence the Soviet Union has today from this funeral. It is for this reason that the significance of this visit is still very important. There is a saying in the East that seeing is better than hearing. The Comet plane was approaching the Moscow airport, and Prime Minister Attlee was also talking about the significance of this visit. With such a Prime Minister, it is no wonder that Americans always feel that Britain is unreliable. However, before Attlee left, he had communicated with US President Eisenhower, hoping to find an opportunity to end this round of confrontation through such an occasion. Prime Minister Attlee just wanted to have fun. For the sake of the British Empire, Alan Wilson stated that the purpose of Britain's visit was mainly to test. As long as McCarthy stopped spitting on this matter, Britain's great diplomatic pressure could be resolved. Attending Stalin's funeral was just a pretext. The most important thing was to establish the international influence of the British Empire. At this time, half of the world became a huge place of mourning. People gathered in villages, factories, and squares, listening to the mourning on the radio with serious expressions. It felt like a genius had disappeared from then on, and no one could lead them forward. These people from cities, mountains, villages, mines, and factories gathered spontaneously to mourn Comrade Stalin. Wreaths filled the Red Square, and sad people poured in like waves of the sea. Whether generals, workers, artists or poor people, they all had tears on their cheeks, feeling like an old father leaving a group of children who didn't know the direction. Leaders of other countries also gathered together, with solemn faces, and were also sad for the death of the Soviet leader. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Stalin's funeral began solemnly. The entire Red Square was crowded, and red flags were everywhere. But with so many people gathered together, there was no noise at all. The Soviet leadership supported Stalin's coffin. Alan Wilson hid in the crowd of foreign guests, remembering that these people muttered in a barely audible voice. The first person wearing a top hat on the left is Beria. He does have the greatest influence in the current Soviet Union. The people who carried Stalin's coffin were all senior Soviet officials, including Khrushchev and Beria. After that, Beria quickly took control of the state power. He took over power without any obstacles and continued to consolidate his position in power by promulgating reforms. However, in the power struggle, Beria was eventually defeated by Khrushchev. He really understands it. A man and a woman were also watching this scene not far away, and they looked very strange next to them. It seemed that there was an invisible thing separating the two from the others. "Keep your voice down." The woman blamed the man with some anger and whispered, "Just look at it. I know. Others can't hear it." The man shut up immediately. It's not like he hasn't experienced it before. He was in Beria's position a long time ago, and he even experienced two similar occasions. The conversation between the man and woman was quite loud, but people who were close by could not hear a word, as if they did not exist. In fact, in the eyes of others, the man and woman who might be a couple did not exist. It is obvious that those imperialists do not want the Soviet people to live a happy life. The man said this to his wife after a long time, and the blue brim of his hat on his head shone brightly in the sunset. Alan Wilson was unaware and memorized the order of the Palberas, ready to increase his importance in front of the Prime Minister. After the funeral, the imperialist spy Alan Wilson followed the British delegation directly back to the hotel and reported to the Prime Minister whether the current Soviet leadership could be contacted. There is no doubt that among the foreign leaders visiting this time, Adli is undoubtedly the most important figure. From the order of carrying Stalin's coffin, Beria's position is very front, and it can be said that Beria is now in a high position. We can see that the people in the front are Beria, Malenkov, Molotov and Khrushchev. Alan Wilson immediately analyzed them one by one according to their positions, and said that the main purpose of the next meeting should be to end the Berlin crisis and the Korean War. If one of these two issues can be resolved, it will be a victory. If both issues can be resolved, then the British Empire will move from one victory to another. This discussion lasted for a long time, and Prime Minister Attlee also nodded in approval. This is a very reasonable suggestion. Stalin's funeral is the biggest news in the world today, but in Britain, as a country in the free world, Britain has an opposition party, and the opposition Conservative Party has been trying to regain power. This time, after Prime Minister Attlee's outstanding performance in dealing with the storm surge, the Conservative Party could only shut up. Now the Prime Minister is going to Stalin's funeral again, and the famous House of Commons troll Churchill will not let it go. Don't randomly connect the two books. My book was written after Stalin's death. It's true that Mr. Z should come out according to the time, but if he comes out, what's the fun? It's okay to make a cameo appearance. After all, it's two books, don't let him come out. Chapter 704, Winning Over Internal Enemies. Churchill, who did not have a chief of staff, finally seized an opportunity to fire. Just like in 1945, he criticized Attlee as a Soviet spy. In his eyes, this visit was already a hammer. Prime Minister Attlee, who had been hammered, was a mediocre person in the eyes of Congressman Churchill, so he naturally adopted a mediocre attitude and ignored Churchill's arrogance. Under the advice of Alan Wilson, it was decided to talk about the Berlin crisis as the main topic and the Korean War as a secondary topic, and talk to the current leaders of the Soviet Union. The former was for Britain, and the latter had nothing to do with the United States. It was entirely for the Commonwealth countries. In addition to the Soviet Union, there was also the United States in the world, who had malice towards Britain. On the issue of the Korean War in the United Nations, Britain and the United States had had several unpleasant experiences. In addition to Britain itself, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand all sent troops to participate in the Korean War. The Korean War has been slow to progress, and even the most determined Australia has become fed up. The emergence of this emotion in Australia is enough to explain the problem. You must know that Australia is a country that believes most that blood is thicker than water. In World War I, Australia, which legally belonged to the British Empire, immediately joined the war after the British government issued a declaration. The same thing happened in World War II. Britain joined the war, so Australia joined the war. In the Korean War, Australia handed over its naval and air assets to the United States on behalf of the United Nations Security Council. Alan Wilson also knew that in the future, Australia was also involved in the Vietnam War, supporting the NGO Dinh Diem regime and the United States due to the domino theory. During the Gulf War, Australian troops participated in the multinational force approved by the United Nations. In the issue of Afghanistan, Australia expressed support for the US military response before the United States made a request. Australia also pushed for support for the US-led non-UN approved operation in Iraq, whose purpose was to destroy weapons of mass destruction and achieve a change of Saddam's regime. The Australian opposition party opposed it at the time because no such weapons were found in Iraq. Now even Australia is on the British side and wants to end the Korean War as soon as possible, which shows how tired the entire free world is of the Korean War. If one of the two issues can be progressed, it will be a victory. From the British perspective, there is no doubt that the Berlin crisis is more important, because Berlin is indeed too close to Britain. Moscow is the core of the pro-Soviet forces in the world, especially at this time. The British delegation led by Attlee, in this situation, almost felt like fighting alone. Even if there are thousands of people, I will go. This is almost the response of London's public opinion that tends to the Labour Party to Churchill's firing. Of course, the matter is not so serious. The British delegation is very polite and restrained in Moscow. If it is really like the London media talking nonsense, Prime Minister Attlee will worry about his own safety. In fact, if Prime Minister Attlee wants to achieve results, he must make a friendly statement. He even expressed his desire to visit the achievements of Moscow's post-war reconstruction. The whole atmosphere is friendly and harmonious. As for the Soviet cadres who received the British delegation, it was Ms. Vertseva, the second secretary of the Moscow Municipal Party Committee. This is also an old acquaintance of Alan Wilson. Vertseva has been regarded as a high-ranking official for several years. She has initially had the aura of Catherine III. Vertseva, who is dressed fashionably and is among a group of men, generously and appropriately leads foreign visitors to visit the achievements of Moscow. The person who entertained Prime Minister Attlee next to him is said to be the secretary of the Central Committee of the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson would never mistake this person. With such obvious thick eyebrows, who else could it be but Brezhnev? After taking a sneak peek, Alan Wilson could not help but sigh at his luck and unconsciously looked at the radiant Vertseva. He had worked so hard for many years, but now he was just an overseas commissioner. Vertseva was already the second secretary of the Moscow Municipal Party Committee and had almost stepped into the top leadership of the Soviet Union. If he had not been able to adjust to the difference in circumstances, he would have sighed. Originally, Molotov was in charge of the reception, but for some reason, Brezhnev was temporarily replaced. Alan Wilson, who looked at the injustice of the world, lost interest in the visit, and all this fell into Vertseva's eyes. Of course, she did not show any inappropriateness, and still introduced the series of great achievements of the Soviet Union with high spirits. Anyway, Prime Minister Attlee was not bored, and he, as a member of the entourage, had no right to be bored. After the visit, Vertseva sent the British delegation to the hotel, and then Alan Wilson sent her down on behalf of the UK. In just a few stares, Alan Wilson hesitated to say something and finally said, "The cadre just now was very powerful. From the perspective of a professional bureaucrat, I suggest you get along well with him." Bureaucrat is not a good word. Vertseva said calmly, "The Soviet Union and Britain are different. The principle is the same. The whole world is the same in this regard." Alan Wilson insisted on his own opinion. He always wanted to use his instinct to help others, especially to help women. When I saw him, it was as if I saw His Majesty the King. Do you understand what I mean? Do you know the name of the person you are talking about? Vertseva chuckled and muttered, "It's like doing good for me. I'm obliged to help women who deserve help." Alan Wilson slowed down his pace and said, "No matter who he is, I won't lie to anyone, especially women." In other words, he was born in the UK and had no choice, otherwise he would have gone up to hug his thighs. So why would he say anything to Vertseva? How could he not know Brezhnev? Brezhnev had been a worker, student, and officer, and had a very rich resume in all aspects, so he became a key promotion target. He was often promoted to a higher leadership position after working in the position for a few months. By 1940, Brezhnev, 34 years old, had become a senior state official in charge of the defense industry. At that time, Khrushchev was the first secretary of Ukraine. In other words, Brezhnev was a direct subordinate of Khrushchev. Khrushchev was different from others, in that he was very interested in promoting young cadres, and was eventually driven out of office by many young cadres he promoted. Brezhnev was one of the first people to benefit from the promotion of young cadres. Immediately walking downstairs, Furtseva's face was stern, and she stopped talking. She just nodded to Alan Wilson in a serious manner. The latter also turned back and analyzed the Soviet Union's neglect today. In fact, Attlee had already expressed through words that he wanted to talk to the new Soviet leadership about the Berlin crisis and the Korean War. The reason why the Soviet bigwigs did not show up today's visit, but were received by Brezhnev, was also to discuss this issue. There is one thing that Alan Wilson did not estimate wrong, that is, the two most senior people in the Soviet Union, Malenkov and Beria, are indeed more inclined to ease relations with the free world. The current confrontation is a little too hard for the Soviet Union. Although the Korean War has delayed the United States, it has only delayed part of the United States. The other part of the United States, together with Britain, France, and Germany, still has an overwhelming advantage over the Soviet Union, at least for now. However, Molotov, who has been in charge of diplomatic work, happens to be consistent with Stalin's diplomatic philosophy. This led to his unwillingness to talk to Prime Minister Attlee today. While Alan Wilson was working hard for the empire, Furtseva had gone home to see her children. This is what people say about different fates. In the evening, news came from the Kremlin that the Soviet Union was unable to negotiate with Prime Minister Attlee because it had too many affairs to receive fraternal parties. The Kremlin has decided to communicate with Britain at an appropriate time on the issues of the Berlin crisis and the Korean War. This tone dispelled the frustration on the British side, since the Soviet Union was still willing to communicate on two issues. If there is to be a very good result, it will establish Britain's international influence in this diplomacy. I think the headlines on the front page of London should be that the Prime Minister, surrounded by dozens of pro-Soviet parties, has contributed to the end of the Berlin crisis. Alan Wilson expressed his optimistic interest to his colleagues and laughed in the hotel room where he stayed. Although this is a joke, if it really works, wouldn't it be the effect of Zaozilang's 7 ins and outs in KO's army? Britain is not without cards to play. The French Communist Party and the Italian Communist Party in Western Europe are different from the leaders of Eastern Europe who are deeply influenced by the Soviet Union. If Prime Minister Attlee's goal is to end the Berlin crisis and ease the confrontation between the East and the West, such a bright and upright goal, even the leaders of the French Communist Party and the Italian Communist Party would find it difficult not to support it. Therefore, before negotiating with the Soviet leadership on the two issues, Britain must find a way to make the French Communist Party and the Italian Communist Party, these Western European parties, recognize that Britain has no ill intentions this time and is here to save peace. Palmiro Togliatti, the leader of the Italian Communist Party, and Thorez, the leader of the French Communist Party, are two people that Prime Minister Attlee hopes to play a positive role. There is no doubt that the continuation of the Berlin crisis will not benefit either side. The position of the Italian and French Communist parties will become even more awkward. Prime Minister Attlee tried to win over the two internal enemies of the free world. The three of them talked for a long time and even had lunch together. Finally, after the two left, the entourage asked if things went well. Attlee nodded tiredly and said, "Fortunately, as long as we can win the understanding of some pro-Soviet parties, it will help the results of our talks with the Soviet Union." Chapter 705 Berlin Crisis Negotiations. If the Italian and French communists are willing to understand the British work this time, it will be a great success. After hearing this, Alan Wilson immediately flattered Prime Minister Attlee's work. Of course, the long-term goal of the free world is to allow the Italian and French communists to shift to parliamentary struggles. Once this long-term goal is achieved, Europe will be safe. Alan Wilson is by no means a disguise, and he is not involved in the Korean War. As powerful political parties in old imperialist countries, the Italian and French communists are second only to the Soviet Communist Party in international influence. In particular, the weight of the Italian Communist Party can negotiate face to face with the Soviet Communist Party in the ideological field. In fact, looking at the national emblem of the Italian Republic, you can know the influence of the Italian Communist Party on Italy in this era. There is a 5-pointed star in the middle of the Italian national emblem. Behind the 5-pointed star is a large gear, symbolizing workers. The gear is surrounded by olive branches symbolizing peace and oak branches symbolizing strength and dignity. The red ribbon at the bottom is written in Italian Republic. The element on the national emblem are all characteristics of socialist countries. Article 1 of the Italian Constitution states that Italy is a democratic republic based on labor. Sovereignty belongs to the people. The people exercise their sovereignty in the form and scope prescribed by the Constitution. Now that the Italian Republic and the French Communist Party have an understanding, the negotiations between Britain and the Soviet Union will be much easier. Dear Prime Minister, from the order of the coffins at the funeral, we know that the most authoritative Soviet leaders today are Malenkov, Beria and Molotov. After discussing with colleagues, everyone has decided to focus on Beria. This is the most appropriate. Adley nodded in approval. It must be said that the Overseas Commissioner's idea coincides with his own. Alan Wilson certainly has his own reasons for making such a suggestion. One of the charges for Beria's purges, that he expressed a concession attitude on the German issue. Although the idea of letting Britain, France, the United States and the Soviet Union withdraw from Germany, even if the Soviet Union agrees, the United States, Britain and France will not agree. But this does not prevent it from becoming one of Beria's charges. After meeting with the leaders of the Italian Communist Party and the French Communist Party, the British side began to prepare intensively for the Berlin crisis and the Korean War. As for whether Beria will have more charges in the future, as a loyal British citizen, Alan Wilson naturally does not care. Maybe it will be filmed in a few years, and the movie will hint at how Britain, showing the diplomatic skills of a century-old empire, led to Beria's death. The so-called soft power, isn't it a competition of who dares to brag? The secret talks between the British Prime Minister and the leaders of the Italian and French communists were not a secret at all in Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union. This made the current three giants of the Soviet Union, Malenkov, Beria and Molotov, very embarrassed. They must not treat the brother parties of Western European countries the same as Eastern European countries, especially when facing the Italian and French communists. They must focus on winning them over. If the British have convinced the French and Italians, there is no doubt that we must show our sincerity in solving the problem. Malenkov, as the current #1 leader of the Soviet Union, was the first to express his views. Will it be considered as a sign of weakness to imperialism? Molotov immediately expressed his objection. At this critical moment, we will not be considered weak and vulnerable in front of the fraternal parties, right? The views of the fraternal parties, how do they look at it? If the Soviet Union does not respond to the British overtures this time, how will Comrade Togliatti and Comrade Thores, as well as the Italian and French communist parties behind the two comrades, look at it? It may be more fatal than the already stable fraternal parties in Eastern Europe. Beria still stood on the side of Malenkov, and his statement had already shown the result of the discussion. Two of the three giants of the current Soviet Union have reached a consensus, and the other can only obey the majority. In the days after Stalin's death, Khrushchev had a place in the collective leadership of the Soviet Union in principle. But from a realistic perspective, Khrushchev's opinion was insignificant, and the matter was settled. On March 12th, the Soviet side held a grand welcome ceremony in the Kremlin to show its importance to the British visit. Prime Minister Attlee naturally gave a warm response. At the same time, Britain and the Soviet Union simultaneously released news that the two countries would exchange views on important issues of the Berlin crisis and the Korean War. European countries that were confused about Prime Minister Attlee's visit to the Soviet Union suddenly stopped being sleepy after hearing this news. Both issues are very important. Many European countries sent troops to participate in the Korean War. If they could get the attitude of the Soviet Union, it would be great for these countries. As for the Berlin crisis, it is even more important. If the war in the Far East is not a top priority, then the Berlin crisis, which has lasted for so long, will make the surrounding countries sleepless if it is not resolved. Don't hide the news from the country. Let all Europe know about Britain's efforts to ease the situation. Alan Wilson, at the British Embassy in the Soviet Union in Moscow, contacted Whitehall in London through the embassy and reported the current progress. Things must be known to everyone through open channels, otherwise secret communication will not be good for Britain, which is now relatively weak. Moreover, things like secret operations must be accompanied by betrayal, and Britain now has no chips to sell. There are also differences. The relative strength of the United States is still much stronger than that of the current Britain. There are more similarities. The United States and later generations in the United Kingdom now are both in a stage where there are indeed big problems, but they pretend that there are no problems at all. If Attlee wants to achieve a relatively favorable result, he must take the initiative when the Soviet leadership has just gained a foothold. In this way, Britain, in the mentality that European countries are very much looking forward to it, and the United States is quite critical, publicly builds momentum, and negotiates with the Soviet leadership in Moscow, the political center of the Soviet Union, and with dozens of Soviet fraternal parties. We need to emphasize that there are dozens of Soviet fraternal parties in Moscow now. Alan Wilson did not forget to find a way to clear Prime Minister Attlee of responsibility if there is really no result. Don't let Congressman Churchill, who is crazy about returning to Downing Street, catch the handle. Even if there is no difficulty, you have to create difficulty, not to mention that it is very difficult. If there are dozens of pro-Soviet parties in Moscow, it can be said that Prime Minister Attlee is defeated with honor if there is no result. After doing everything, Alan Wilson left the British Embassy in the Soviet Union and fulfilled his duties as an accompanying staff. Although they did not expect the British public opinion to hijack them, Malenkov and others still attended the negotiations in the Kremlin as planned. Why do I feel like I was scanned a few times just now? Alan Wilson muttered to himself, not knowing where this feeling came from. At the same time, the eyes under the lens of Beria, who was sitting opposite, seemed to have never moved. The Korean War issue was far less important than the Berlin crisis. Britain only expressed its concern about the Korean War. Then it focused on solving the Berlin crisis. We all know that the cause of the Berlin crisis lies in the establishment of NATO, a military alliance that threatens the Soviet Union. Beria pushed his glasses and spoke calmly. The responsibility does not lie with the Soviet Union. I wonder what explanation Britain has for this? It is meaningless to attribute responsibility now. The Prime Minister was still relatively thin-skinned. Alan Wilson put down the pen in his hand and said, we can't go back to the past. Besides, even if the responsibility does not lie with the Soviet Union, it is not with Britain. I believe you all know that the person directly responsible is still fighting in the Far East. Alan Wilson used a set of well-trained shirking of responsibility rhetoric to completely shirk Britain's responsibility. Since the United States, Britain and France have responsibilities, they must shoulder them together. The troops stationed in West Berlin should be withdrawn. Molotov said righteously, this is the way to solve the problem. Dear Mr. Molotov, if it was so easy, the matter would have been resolved long ago. It's the Americans who don't want to withdraw. Alan Wilson once again pointed out that the United States was the opponent of the Soviet Union in the Berlin crisis, and at the same time softened his attitude. To this day, the Berlin crisis has lasted for such a long time. The Soviet Union's goal has been achieved. The Berlin Wall has surrounded West Berlin, and it is meaningless to bang ground roots. West Berlin is almost an empty city, and all the people have fled. Air transport capacity cannot achieve the effect of consumption. Why can't all countries step down on the same step? Seeing that the Soviet leader opposite was still thinking, Alan Wilson said, this is an era of reconciliation. Let us look to the future and seek common ground while reserving differences. Fierce confrontation is meaningless. Now, the whole world is watching whether the new Soviet leadership attaches importance to the concerns of the whole world. For this reason, our Prime Minister has come to Moscow in person, which has shown the greatest sincerity. Long sentences like chanting kept coming out of his mouth, and Alan Wilson looked like he was standing in the light with a clear conscience. This is the truth. Apart from the United States, which is complaining, at least European countries are watching this negotiation. Needless to say, they all hope for a good result. The whole world hopes that the new Soviet leadership will respond to the world's call for peace. Prime Minister Adli said with a compassionate look and anxiety, Britain and the Soviet Union both have responsibilities for world peace. Chapter 706. End of the Berlin Crisis. Oh. Beria sighed non-committally. He was not impressed by such words. On the contrary, he thought the British's statement was ridiculous, especially the young diplomat. This little guy may not know that his side has been infiltrated like a sieve. It is ridiculous to talk about the era of reconciliation and seeking common ground while reserving differences. However, given the current situation, Beria is more concerned about the stability of his position. Just as the British said, the Berlin crisis has continued to this day, and it is time to end it. The purpose of using the crisis to consume the free world has not been achieved. On the contrary, relentlessness may intensify the contradictions, especially at this time, when the new leadership has just taken office. If the policy of confrontation continues, it will involve a lot of energy. At present, the relationship between Beria and Malenkov is still harmonious. Both of them believe that they should focus on domestic issues and adopt a moderate attitude towards the outside world. What's more, the whole world is paying attention to the negotiations between the two countries. Peace needs to be maintained by both sides. How can this peace be maintained when there is a threat to the Soviet Union? Adli could understand that the Soviets were still trying to get the United States, Britain and France to withdraw their troops. He shook his head sincerely and firmly, saying, I personally understand the Soviet Union's concerns, but this is impossible. I believe that the Americans' attitude is consistent with that of the British, and they will only become tougher, not weaker. West Berlin certainly has no strategic significance. Normal people would not think that, if a war really breaks out, such a small enclave would have any practical impact on the development of the war. But during the Berlin crisis, keeping West Berlin was a clear expression of an attitude. The free world would protect its allies at all costs, and would never throw its allies to the Soviets. At the same time, it was also showing off its muscles and demonstrating the superiority of capitalism. Now even the citizens of West Berlin are almost gone, so the purpose of demonstrating the superiority of capitalism is naturally out of the question. No one can show superiority by lighting candles. This shows that West Berlin's strategic position, which was not large to begin with, is now even smaller. But even if there were only 3 countries garrisons left in West Berlin, Britain, the United States and France would not withdraw. Once evacuated, it would be a sign of weakness. If West Berlin was abandoned at this time, it would likely make the people of Western Europe lose confidence in the confrontation. As we all know, if people's hearts are scattered, the team cannot be led. Therefore, no matter what, the free world will not choose to give up West Berlin. It is not important whether there are citizens in West Berlin, and it is not important whether West Berlin has a strategic position. But the free world must show its determination not to compromise. Prime Minister Adli cannot make any promises on this. Any concessions involving West Berlin will be regarded as weakness. Our British attitude is very simple. The current situation will not change if the confrontation continues. Alan Wilson concluded, this is a question of position, involving the unity of NATO. The current situation can be sustained by relying on air transport troops, unless the Soviet Union launches an attack. But once the Soviet Union launches an attack, it will trigger NATO's collective defense mechanism. Since the Soviet Union cannot go to war, there is no point in persisting, and the garrisons of the 3 countries will not retreat if they continue to blockade. In fact, in the Berlin crisis in history, the Soviet Union started with a relatively advantageous situation, and then let the United States use its powerful air transport force to turn back the disadvantage. In the end, it was the United States that had the upper hand. Through the Berlin crisis, the United States relied on air transport to support West Berlin. When the Soviet Union lifted the blockade, West Berlin had more supplies than before the blockade. This completely reversed a disadvantageous start. In this time and space, there is an additional line to block electricity, together with the early release of the Berlin Wall. The Berlin crisis has completely changed. The United States has no problem airlifting consumables, but the United States cannot transport the infrastructure of large cities. There is a power outage inside and a wall outside. The people of West Berlin have all fled. It can be said that the Soviet Union has embarrassed the free world. The evolution of the Berlin crisis in this time and space is that the Soviet Union won, but did not win completely. And the free world lost, but did not lose completely. Britain did not hide it, and directly pointed out the bottom line. No matter how the three countries talk about it, the garrisons in West Berlin will not withdraw. Only the garrisons are left, and the pressure on air transport is still small. As long as the Soviet Union does not use force to expel them, there is no way. Compared to when the negotiations just started, the negotiations between Britain and the Soviet Union on the Berlin crisis are moving towards a tense direction, but there is nothing to be done about it. Sometimes both sides want to have a good talk, but such a development will occur. We have exchanged opinions. As for what the final result will be, we should be patient. Molotov raised his wrist to check the time. Next, we will communicate with the brother parties. Very good. Prime Minister Attlee nodded with a smile. He was not prepared to get the desired result in the first round of talks. The group returned to the hotel, where they were staying to discuss today's negotiations and judge the attitude of the Soviets by comparing the minutes of the meeting. I wish I could smell every fart repeatedly to see what it smells like. In general, we have no problem with diplomatic etiquette at least, and the same is true for the Soviet Union. Prime Minister Attlee was not pessimistic about the result and encouraged the entourage. Alan, tell me honestly, what is the best result this time? Lifting the ground blockade is the best result. Alan Wilson opened his mouth and said against his will. If you ask him what he really thinks, of course it is best to withdraw from Berlin, which is very beneficial to Britain. That is, the difficulty of German unification will increase. Once West Berlin, which is deep behind enemy lines, is lost, there will be no comparison of the two different systems within the city of Berlin. Many problems can be easily solved. The citizens of the Democratic Republic of Germany cannot see the Federal Republic of Germany, and the citizens of the Federal Republic of Germany cannot see the situation of the Democratic Republic of Germany. It is much easier to slowly enter a state of no contact. With the bond between the two Germanies cut off, it will not be so easy for Germany to unify. It is of course a good thing for Britain that Germany cannot be unified, especially in this time and space. Britain has become the leading country in the European community, but the current result is also acceptable. West Berlin has become a simple military stronghold, and its role in living standards has been greatly reduced. The status of a comparative window for the two systems does not exist, which also contributes to the long-term division of Germany. Without the significance of people's livelihood, West Berlin has become important as a military base, especially in the context of the Cold War. If NATO takes the initiative to launch an offensive, West Berlin is a good frontier stronghold. If the Soviet Union takes the initiative to launch an offensive, West Berlin will also be the first to get the slightest movement. If the Soviet Union has already determined its absolute advantage over NATO, it will be too late to give up at that time. What was sacrificed were only the lives of some garrisons. In general, the disappearance of West Berlin's role in people's livelihood was beneficial to Britain in preventing the reunification of Germany. The retention of military role would help monitor the Soviet Union's every move. The withdrawal of troops was absolutely impossible, so in the next 2 days, when Molotov mentioned the withdrawal again, the British side's attitude was unmoved. In the end, it was made clear that no matter what changes occurred, the garrison in West Berlin must be retained. After the end of this meeting, the two sides did not communicate for 3 consecutive days. Of course, there was good news during this period. It was nothing more than the Soviet Union's recognition of Britain's efforts in ending the Korean War. Regarding the Berlin crisis, it was just that the two sides had a very frank communication and the talks were beneficial. As for the public opinion in the UK, it has turned to the stage of Prime Minister Attlee's verbal battle with the crowd, such as facing dozens of political parties supporting the Soviet Union without fear. The atmosphere of "I will go, even if there are thousands of people" has been set off. In this kind of public opinion environment, Prime Minister Attlee will not be blamed, even if he does not get any results this time. What's more, the turning point has appeared. The talks were slow to make progress, which put a lot of pressure on Maurice Thorez and Palmiro Togliatti, the leaders of the French and Italian communist parties. Both of them believed that the current special situation would allow them to participate in an event that ended a major crisis, which would help increase the support of the two and the political parties behind them. Under the mediation of Maurice Thorez and Palmiro Togliatti, the new Soviet leadership was also under great pressure, as the leaders of the two largest fraternal parties in Western Europe were the ones speaking. Even the matchmaking between the two had appeared in newspapers in Italy and France. If they were strongly rejected, the two Western European fraternal parties might complain about the Soviet Union, which no one wanted to see at the moment. Even if it is to end the ground blockade of Berlin. We can also say that it was the advice of Maurice Thorez and Palmiro Togliatti that led us to make a decision out of class sentiment. Beria said this and looked at Khrushchev and said, "Comrade Khrushchev, is that right?" Before Khrushchev spoke, Molotov sighed, "But the British will definitely think that this is at Lee's credit. Then we have no choice." Obviously, the Berlin crisis that has lasted for such a long time is no longer worth operating, and the attitudes of the Italian and French communists are what we must pay attention to. Khrushchev was interrupted and expressed his point of view. It can only be said that the British found a good opportunity. On March 16, British Prime Minister Attlee had arrived in Moscow for a week, and Moscow had also attracted the attention of the world for a week. After this round of talks, Britain and the Soviet Union reached a consensus, and the two countries announced at the same time that the ground blockade of Berlin would be lifted. Soon, the news spread all over the world, and major newspapers reported the statements of the leaders of the two countries in Moscow with the headline "Berlin Crisis Lifted." The person at the center of widespread praises, of course, the current British Prime Minister Attlee. Chapter 707, Old Acquaintance Eiffel. If the credit doesn't belong to the Prime Minister, who else can it be? Could it be the Soviets? Alan Wilson looked as if nothing had happened. He was very satisfied with the reports that the British Empire was widely praised by the world's public opinion and embodied the obligations of a responsible great power. Although there were some risks in this trip to Moscow, it was ultimately safe. Coupled with the incident of resisting the storm surge, I believe that there is no need to worry about the support rate of the Labour cabinet in the short term. Compared with the Labour Party, which only distributes welfare at most, the Conservative Party, which always holds back big moves, seems to be more patriotic, but it is always worrying. In any case, Britain has responded very well from beginning to end during the Berlin crisis. At the beginning of the Berlin crisis, it expressed its position before the United States, and now it has contributed to the end of the Berlin crisis. The obligations to European countries have been demonstrated. Today, Prime Minister Attlee should naturally be praised by the public opinion of all countries. Of course, before leaving Moscow, Prime Minister Attlee still expressed his gratitude to the leaders of the Italian Communist Party and the French Communist Party, Palmiro Togliatti and Maurice Thorez, who spoke out for justice in the process of reaching a consensus. As for the two largest Soviet brother parties in Western Europe, Britain certainly hopes to lead the two parties to the route of parliamentary struggle, and this work has not been completed yet. The Italian Communist Party has never declared that it will give up armed struggle. Although the French Communist Party has stated that it does not seek to turn France into the Soviet Union, it has not changed its party constitution to peaceful parliamentary struggle. These two largest pro-Soviet parties in Western Europe will always make people feel uneasy if they do not formally announce the abandonment of armed struggle and make changes at the party constitution level. If these two Western European parties are resolved, the hidden dangers of the free world will be reduced a lot, and the superior strength can be brought into play. On the last day of mid-March, Attlee and his party, who ventured to visit the Soviet Union, also boarded the flight back home. At this time, newspapers in Britain and European countries all praised Prime Minister Attlee's trip to Moscow. The Berlin crisis, which had lasted for a year, finally saw the dawn of an end at this time. Of course, it is not so easy to end it, but the overall trend is good, so the result is good. At the same time, the leaders of the Italian Communist Party and the French Communist Party, Palmiro Togliatti and Maurice Thorez, set off to return home. The public opinion forces that do not belong to the free world, that is, the dictatorial forces headed by the Soviet Pravda, are also praising the merits of the two, and want to take some of the credit for ending the Berlin crisis from the great Prime Minister Attlee. This shady move is of course impossible to succeed. The BBC is the first to disagree. The public opinion of the free world has the obligation to let the people of the free world know the truth of the matter. At the same time, it cannot belittle the role of Palmiro Togliatti and Maurice Thorez too much, because the free world also hopes to introduce the parties of the two into the parliamentary struggle, to retain the important role of Prime Minister Attlee in easing the Berlin crisis, and at the same time to a certain extent, recognize the role of the leaders of the Italian Communist Party and the French Communist Party. This is a very challenging standard, and only the BBC has the ability to take both into account. After returning from Moscow and landing at the London airport, reporters from major newspapers were already waiting there, ready to grab the first-hand reports. "I brought back a generation of peace," Alan Wilson muttered in his heart. If there were more people, it would be like the scene when Prime Minister Chamberlain returned from the Munich conference. But at this moment, in a sense, it is also like that time and that moment, and the enthusiastic scene is similar. When Prime Minister Attlee got off the plane, he also accepted several questions, and said in a humble tone that Britain would never give up its efforts to save peace. "My Great Britain is invincible." Alan Wilson could feel the joy of the current Prime Minister of the British Empire, although this mood was well concealed. In this Berlin crisis, Britain's performance can be said to be perfect. From the positive response at the beginning to the final opportunity to ease the situation, it was impeccable. Prime Minister Attlee deserved such a welcome. After returning to London, the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs suddenly became busy again. On the one hand, it was communicating with the United States and France. Britain absolutely did not make any form of concessions to the Soviet Union. At the same time, it also elaborated on the concerns of European countries about the long-term continuation of the Berlin crisis. Alan Wilson also took the time to supervise the reconstruction plan of the East District, which was still proceeding in an orderly manner. Alan Wilson, who was multitasking, also expressed Britain's idea of disintegrating the enemy from within and leading the Italian and French communists into the parliamentary struggle when communicating with McCarthy. He hoped to get the understanding of the United States, especially McCarthy himself. "My friend Joseph, whether or not we can eliminate the hidden dangers will be extremely important to the future of the free world. After all, we cannot deal with these two pro-Soviet parties openly. We still have to put the two parties on the right track. If it weren't for the high degree of consistency in the interests of Britain and the United States on this issue, I shouldn't have discussed this issue in our private letters. Of course, Britain has reaped the benefits twice in the Berlin crisis, and Alan Wilson did not deny it. But isn't the United States busy with the Korean War? Considering the special relationship between Britain and the United States, it is understandable that Britain helps." After sending the telegram, Alan Wilson went to number 70, Whitehall, the office of the Cabinet Secretary, where Norman Brooke was waiting for him. Norman Brooke mainly wanted to ask about the entire negotiation process. Alan Wilson certainly knew everything, and also said that it was true that he was trying to win over the Italian Communist Party and the French Communist Party. Including the two parties in the scope of parliamentary struggle should be the biggest diplomatic task at this stage. Anyway, Alan Wilson told the truth, that the so-called free world composed of Europe and the United States should be divided into two parts. The situation in the United States is a pure capitalist country. But it is hard to say that the situation in Europe is far from that in Eastern Europe. Whether it is Britain, France, or Italy, they have long had a strong nationalized economy in their economic model. Even at certain times, the proportion of state-owned economy in France was almost no worse than that of Eastern European countries. If this distinction is made, France can be included in the list of socialist countries. The situation in Italy is even more extreme, and even the constitution has strong socialist element. This is when the role of propaganda is explained. When the economic model is not much different from that of the Soviet Union. Public opinion in the free world calls countries with the Soviet political model communist countries, and uses the word socialism for countries in Western Europe and Northern Europe, where the Second International Social Party exists. In fact, the Soviet Union never called itself a communist country. This name was forced on the Soviet Union by the United States, turning the socialist countries in Eastern Europe into a bunch of communist countries. Continuing the Cold War confrontation is what the United States has been doing during the Cold War. As long as you are sincere enough when lying and keep persisting, it will always be effective, judging from the experience of later generations. Western European countries have also accepted this statement. In fact, the United States is not satisfied with the Prime Minister's visit this time. Norman Brooks said, after listening to the report, "As for the reason, everyone understands it. I understand. It's nothing more than a sense of loss." Alan Wilson said with a malicious smile, "The Americans think that the current world situation is already decided by the United States. But it was not us in the UK who persuaded the United States to fight the Korean War. On the contrary, we tried our best to stop it. You go to Paris and arrange the work of the occupation authorities in Berlin." After the conversation, Norman Brooks gave Alan Wilson a new task. Now that even the citizens of Berlin have fled, Eiffel and his work is meaningless. Joining NATO's working representative quota is their way out. "I know, sir." Alan Wilson agreed immediately and took out the recent import list of raw materials for Malaya. He had just returned to London and contacted the local people in Kuala Lumpur. He was also the Commissioner of British Malaya. He could not forget his job. Remote control is also command. Eiffel was a local civilian official of the British occupation forces in Berlin. Alan Wilson remembered that Eiffel seemed to have been working in Berlin and had never moved. But with the beginning of the Berlin crisis, and then the escape from the Berlin crisis, there are no Berlin citizens in Berlin now, so his representative in Berlin is naturally meaningless. The future West Berlin is a simple military base, and its role in people's livelihood no longer exists. It can be foreseen that in the future West Berlin, a group of garrison commanders will have the final say. Norman Brooks asked these people stationed in Berlin to continue working in the NATO command system. This is not difficult. Lord Ismay is the current Secretary General of NATO, and he is British. In principle, the Secretary General of NATO cannot be an American, which was also fought for by Britain and France when NATO was established. Therefore, the current NATO framework is that Americans serve as Commanders-in-Chief and British serve as Deputy Commanders-in-Chief and Secretary General. And British officials stationed in West Berlin will go directly to the French capital Paris when they evacuate from Berlin. Of course, this needs to be evaluated by MI5 to see if they are confused by Soviet ideas. Alan Wilson was just a receptionist. Before Effort and the others returned, he squatted in the Woodpecker headquarters building, holding the first 007 novel in his hand and shouting, "I got it back. I have contacted the author Ian Fleming through the Jamaican commissioner. Of course, you may have to negotiate the price yourself. I'm not suitable to come forward. Thank you for your trouble." Hedy Lamarr took off the man's coat and hung it up with a tender look on her face. "It's nothing to bother with. I just like to help beautiful ladies." Alan Wilson raised his wrist to check the time. There is a flight from British Jamaica. At the fastest, he should arrive in Paris in 4 days. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708, New French Commander. In fact, Paris has been very lively recently because the leader of the French Communist Party, Maurice Thorez, has returned to Paris. His return was warmly welcomed by the citizens of Paris, and the traditional constituencies supporting the French Communist Party have become a sea of red. On the one hand, it is because the Soviet Union claimed that the final understanding of the Berlin crisis was played by the French Communist Party and the Italian Communist Party. On the other hand, it is because Maurice Thorez has been away from France for 3 years. After the outbreak of the Korean War, Maurice Thorez went to Moscow in the name of medical treatment and has not returned to France until now. If Alan Wilson were to judge, it must be that Maurice Thorez felt a threat to his life that year, so he lived in Moscow in the name of medical treatment. Otherwise, what disease would take so long to treat? And he was able to come back just after Stalin died? Could it be that the departure of his loving father also took away the pain of Maurice Thorez? Maurice Thorez must be not sick. Now that he is back, Moscow must have believed that there is little danger for Maurice Thorez to return to France, so he was sent back. But this has nothing to do with Alan Wilson. His current job is to receive colleagues who have evacuated from Berlin. Effort, who has not moved for many years, and Effort and him once crossed the sea to work in Europe together. Effort should not be unfamiliar with Paris. Many years ago, on the streets of Paris, they rescued French women together. This time, Effort has matured a lot, and his eyes have a sense of vicissitudes. Obviously, the outbreak of the Berlin crisis has made him, an official on the front line of the Cold War, worry a lot. As an old acquaintance, Alan Wilson must express his feelings. He dragged his tired body out of woodpecker pictures and accompanied Effort around Paris. "Alan, you seem very tired. Because you always work overtime," Alan Wilson said weakly, forcing himself to be energetic. "There is no way. It's all for the service of the empire. There is nothing to say. Given the current situation, it is difficult for people to have a chance to breathe." Effort also nodded in agreement with Alan Wilson's words, but he was thinking about the situation in Berlin. But Alan Wilson didn't think so. He thought that beauty was like a wolf and a tiger, which could destroy people's will. Not to mention touching. Even thinking about it was unacceptable. Soon, Effort regained his optimistic attitude. He had been working in Berlin for many years. At the beginning, he worked with a progressive mindset, but he couldn't move to the same place for a long time, which inevitably dampened his enthusiasm. But now it's different. The Berlin crisis caused citizens to flee, and he was transferred from West Berlin. If he could work in NATO and change the environment, he might be able to regain his enthusiasm for work. The only thing that might not be convenient is that it might be more difficult to show concern for all the beautiful ladies in Paris, unlike in Berlin before. Hearing his colleagues say this, Alan Wilson said that he could rest assured. After all, Paris is a world-famous romantic capital. As long as Effort showed the temperament of pounds falling out of his pocket involuntarily, everything would be fine. Moreover, the gap between France's economy and Britain's is still quite large. After all, France is still bearing the military expenses of the Vietnam military operation, although the bulk of it is military aid from the United States. This part of the military aid was partly circulated in British Malaya through military orders. The reason why British Malaya has been able to develop well is of course that France, which has been fighting in Vietnam, has contributed a lot. No one can deny this. Even this year, whether Malaya can achieve revenue of more than £100 million for the first time, based on the development of the previous years, depends on whether France can make up its mind to make a big move in Vietnam. He didn't know yet that it was not just the French Communist Party that was celebrating in Paris at this time. The current French government was preparing for a big move, just as he thought, to crush the Vietnamese resistance with an offensive. The historical wheel of the Dien Bien Phu battle has rumbled. The French, who chose military means as their first choice after the war, will not listen to the advice of any country, not even the United States, let alone the United Kingdom. When the Mi-5 sent by London to inquire about F4 and others, an extra person shocked Alan Wilson. "Philby? Why are you here?" Did Alan Wilson remember that this Soviet spy was not from Mi-6? "I may be transferred to work in the 5th Department soon." Philby replied calmly, "Mi-5 is responsible for counter-espionage, so I have to accumulate experience to prevent mistakes in future work." Oh. Alan Wilson nodded blankly. The British Empire really knows how to choose people. Find a Soviet spy to join Mi-5 for counter-espionage. Wouldn't it be infiltrated like a SOV in the future? For a moment, Alan Wilson felt a sense of worry about the country and the people. He has done so much for this country, but it seems that there is not much progress. This time, F4 returned with the help of Burgess, the ambassador to Germany, who is also a Soviet spy. Now there is another Soviet spy to inquire. He now doubts whether F4, who has worked in Berlin for many years, has already betrayed. At this critical moment, as a patriotic official of the United Kingdom, Alan Wilson should have reported these traitors lurking in the body of the empire, but he has no evidence. This sentence is very embarrassing. He can only suppress the mood of reporting and return to the Woodpecker headquarters building to sigh alone. But before parting, Alan Wilson remembered something. "Philby, do you know Ian Fleming?" "Him, of course I know him. Maclean has worked with him, but his abilities are of no use in the Foreign Office." Philby suddenly remembered this person. Ian Fleming is the son of a congressman. When we were in Me6, we were in different departments. But because of his background, he was still very valued, but he lacked ambition. Ian Fleming used to serve in Me6, and served as a spy in the Security Adjustment Office during World War II. Fleming was not a frontline intelligence agent, he was mainly engaged in planning and preparation in the rear. Fleming was highly appreciated by the director of the Bureau, Admiral John Godfrey. As Godfrey's personal assistant, he had enormous power beyond his position, and knew more secrets than many senior officers in the 3 departments of the Bureau. Philby knew Ian Fleming by heart, and then asked, "Alan, he seems to have retired a long time ago. Why are you asking about this man? Can you do me a favor?" Alan Wilson's heart moved. With the popularity of his novels, Ian Fleming might cause trouble for woodpecker films over copyright issues. He didn't want ladies of the same status as himself and his wife to be troubled, and Philby happened to be here. Philby put his hands together, thought for a moment, and smiled. "No problem. It's not a problem for me. If he arrives in Paris, I will find a chance to meet him and hint that there is a risk of leaking the plot in the novel. Let him feel that there is little chance of appearing in the market for film and television issues. When he lacks confidence, your friend can talk. I feel relieved with your help." Alan Wilson sighed with a smile. "Philby, I really don't know how to thank you." "Don't say that, Alan. I'm our person." He has left the civil service group. Even if we have had contact before, we are not the same kind of people now. Philby replied with a smile. "We are a united group, and it is right to help each other." Alan Wilson immediately became like a child who got candy, and he must show off in front of the woman to ask for God's treatment. With Vivian away, he has become more and more excessive. Yesterday he asked me. The next day, when a certain imperial servant was still asleep, the 2 women were whispering. "Are you really?" Ingrid Bergman covered her mouth with her hand, looking at the embarrassed Hedy Lamarr in shock, as if she couldn't imagine such a scene. Paris is the headquarters of NATO and the capital of France. Many years have passed since the tragic World War. The memory of the World War has become a little vague for the citizens of Paris, and there is no trace of war in the city of Paris. However, the past of being cut by Germany in an instant during the war has not disappeared from the minds of governments from all walks of life after the war. For this reason, the French army could not wait to return to Asia even before the situation in France stabilized. Now 8 years have passed, and the war in Southeast Asia has not stopped, but has intensified. This trend has worn out the last patience of the French. In the French National Assembly, members of various parties are discussing the situation in Vietnam fiercely, and members of different factions express their opinions. It is already very clear that we must launch a large-scale offensive to completely crush the local armed forces. The current delay will not only not help local stability, but also consume France's national strength. As soon as the voice fell, there were continuous voices of approval throughout the French National Assembly. That's right. Vietnam has nearly 200,000 troops, and the expenditure is a huge expense. We must not continue to delay. Quiet, since the opinions of the members are very consistent. I certainly support it. René Mir, chairman of the French Council of Ministers, stood up and said, "Now take a vote on the military action in Vietnam." The members of the entire National Assembly raised their hands one after another. After a few minutes, the overwhelming vote to increase military investment in Vietnam was passed. After the vote, the entire National Assembly cheered. General Nava was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the French army in Vietnam by the government, urging him to make favorable improvements to the current war situation in Vietnam. The 200,000 French troops in Vietnam will be under the full command of General Nava, and the appointment will be issued immediately. Soon General Nava received a transfer order. Looking at the transfer order in his hand, he sighed and accepted the appointment. Chapter 709. Everyone has a price. The first thing that Effort did, after he passed the necessary inquiries and entered NATO, was to find him. This surprised Alan Wilson very much. After some consideration, he agreed to meet with him. Hedy Lamarr helped arrange the meeting place, and Effort accompanied him to meet the newly appointed French Commander-in-Chief of Vietnam. "Hello, Commissioner Wilson." After General Nava appeared, he looked at the furnishings of the building and nodded. "I didn't expect the meeting place to be so unique. Because of Patricia and her husband, I have some connections in the film and television industry." Alan Wilson explained calmly, "I think the place where we meet is too formal, and it seems a bit nervous. This is the prop storage warehouse of Woodpecker Pictures. Many of the props here are genuine. Some of them are the result of Alan Wilson's hard work in the British occupied area." If he remembered correctly, General Nava was the French commander-in-chief of the Dien Bien Phu campaign, so the purpose of finding himself, the British Malaya Commissioner, was obvious. France's own currency has been devalued twice, and a large part of the military expenditure supporting the Vietnam War was US military aid. The French-controlled area in South Vietnam did not develop much. British Malaya, on the other hand, formed an industrial advantage over South Vietnam through the planning that Britain took the lead in after the war. The industrial advantage is nothing more than these points. At the same price, my quality is better than yours, and at the same price, my output is larger. It is easier said than done. Now, whether the prospect of British Malaya against Japan is clear or not, it is not a problem to deal with the French army base in South Vietnam. Of course, the profits obtained from the Franco-Vietnamese War were not reflected in the part handed over to the British mainland. First of all, the military supplies sold by British Malaya adopt the route of small profits but quick turnover. From a colonial perspective, France is Britain's ally after all. The core purpose is to enable the French army in Vietnam to have more combat support and provide exports for the industries of British Malaya. Another point is that development is not achieved overnight. Even if it is the demand brought by the war, it cannot be carried away. The original planned industrial upgrading will not change due to the demand of the war, and it is still necessary to walk more steadily. As the new commander-in-chief of the French army, General Nava, after learning about this situation, conducted necessary investigations and found out that the commissioner of British Malaya was actually in Paris at the time, so it was understandable that he paid a visit. Generals of General Nava's age automatically ignored Alan Wilson's age. Anyway, to be a colonial commissioner at this age, one must have a very strong background or very high ability, neither of which is a bad thing. General Nava naturally would not tell a British man how the French army was going to fight, but he also hinted that the French army was preparing to achieve a relatively favorable situation through a series of offensives. At that time, whether to continue the attack or stop the loss in time and leave decently was the business of the French government. I understand this very well. We officials working overseas are just trying to help the country as much as possible. I have also encountered many of the problems encountered by the French in the past few years. After listening, Alan Wilson expressed his understanding of General Nava's position and thanked General Nava for his honesty. He asked, "Of course, I have one thing to remind the general. Vietnam's northern neighbors may have unexpected effects on the war situation. We still need to be cautious in specific actions. Of course, I'm not a soldier. The commander of the British Army in Malaya is General Bilton, and what I say may not be right." Alan Wilson could not say much about whether General Nava listened to it, because the specific process of the Dien Bien Phu campaign is impossible for someone who does not know the inside story to know, and he has no way to remind him about it. Netizens of a certain major country said that the military advisory group played a decisive role, but the Vietnamese certainly do not think so. But one thing is certain, the combat troops are Vietnamese. This is just like it was Britain that constantly organized the anti-French alliance, but it was the war with the Russian Empire that really caused Napoleon to avalanche. Who has the greater credit? This is a question of opinion. Alan Wilson didn't know the real inside story of the other side's top leaders. Who was right about the two netizens? What if the reminder was wrong? Just reminding Vietnam's northern neighbor, and then Vom Nguyen Giap won again, wouldn't that cause trouble for himself? If the French attributed the defeats to Britain, it would be a big joke. Thank you very much for the reminder from Commissioner Wilson. I hope British Malaya can become a reliable supplier for some logistical help. General Nava continued, the unity between Britain and France is the cornerstone of European stability. Dear General, I really agree with you. Alan Wilson said with approval, "If I were a soldier, I would even find a way to mobilize the British troops in Malaya to form a coalition to help. Unfortunately, I'm not a soldier, but I can guarantee that I will provide the best military supplies to our French friends." He was definitely not lying. He had the ability to do so. Not to mention sending troops to help, he would not hesitate to drop nuclear bombs. The problem was that he didn't have the power. However, although there were no nuclear bombs, napalm bombs were not a technical problem for Britain. Out of consideration for maintaining the unity between Britain and France, Alan Wilson took the initiative to propose that he was willing to produce napalm bombs in British Malaya and provide them to the French Air Force stationed in Vietnam. There was a major problem with early liquid fuels. This substance was easy to splash and difficult to adhere to, making it difficult to achieve the purpose of concentrated killing. The United States found that switching to gel gasoline could increase the range and effectiveness of flamethrowers, but gel gasoline used natural rubber, which was in high demand and expensive, and was difficult to manufacture. However, after the invention of the much cheaper napalm viscosity, the problem of fuel that originally required rubber was solved. For traditional liquid fuels, it was nothing more than a cost issue, but British Malaya happened to be an important rubber producing area, so this problem was easily solved. For the latter, the Mountbatten Group had a group of German chemical talents, all of whom were released by Alan Wilson in the British occupied area by deceiving the superiors and the subordinates, and similar technical difficulties were not great. So after learning about the difficulties of the French allies, Alan Wilson took the initiative to offer help and help as much as possible. General Nava was overjoyed. Even he himself did not expect that his British friend would be so sincere. "This is what surprised me. Commissioner Wilson's attitude is gratifying. You're too polite, General. After all, everyone should have a price." Alan Wilson showed his white teeth. "I just hope that this batch of weapons, which carries the friendship between our two countries, must play the role they should be. It would be very disappointing if a shell can't even exchange for a tent. It's nothing more than a few more deaths. Those who died were traitors, and those who were suppressed were the French. It has nothing to do with him as a British. No matter when, he can have a clear conscience." At the time of parting, General Nava, who had received assurances from Alan Wilson, shook hands with Alan Wilson excitedly. "I wonder when Commissioner Wilson will return to Malaya, so that we can fight side by side. It may take some time. Our queen will be crowned in June." Alan Wilson emphasized, "But respected General, the officials in Malaya are all trustworthy people. Even if I'm in Europe, I can still urge my colleagues to prepare the support the French army needs. I have always been honest in doing business." General Nava nodded, and then left the prop warehouse of Woodpecker Pictures. Effort waited until the other party left before saying, "Perhaps napalm bombs were used to suppress the colonies?" Effort: "Britain has more colonies than France. We should respect our French allies who use military means." Alan Wilson interrupted Effort indifferently. "Everyone has a price. I just wanted to suggest that France should follow the example of the Dutch in carrying out systematic destruction of Java Island if the war situation is unfavorable. It's just that we haven't fought yet, so I restrained myself from saying it. But isn't it? It doesn't matter. When he returns to Kuala Lumpur, he will have a chance to remind the French. There is no rush now." While Alan Wilson was communicating with France, Philby also found Ian Fleming, who arrived in Paris. From the perspective of leaking secrets, he gave some advice on the fact that Ian Fleming wrote a novel about his experience working in the intelligence agency. This was not good news for Ian Fleming, whose air tickets were reimbursed. At this time, the manager of Woodpecker Pictures came to the door and said that he wanted to discuss the issue of film and television copyright. The timing was just right. "Is it too coincidental?" Philby, who was sitting opposite Alan Wilson, shook his wine glass with one hand and said, "Although Ian Fleming has no outstanding ability in the field of intelligence, it should not be difficult to deceive him. I remember you told me that the work of Me6 is not legendary at all." Alan Wilson was holding a Nature magazine and reading the latest issue. Then he took out a small notebook to write it down, preparing to talk to his wife Pamela Mountbatten about the content of this issue. This issue of Nature magazine is about the discovery of the structure of the DNA molecule. Watson and Crick saw a very beautiful X-ray diffraction photo of DNA crystals taken by Franklin last November through Wilkins, which inspired them. They not only confirmed that DNA must be a helical structure, but also analyzed and obtained the helical parameters. Alan Wilson certainly knew the significance of this paper, and immediately informed his wife by telegram that he should take this team into his pocket and invest heavily in biological sciences. This is good for the Mountbatten Group. At least this issue is better than the news that Philby claimed to be the deputy director of Mi-5. Chapter 710. The Gun of Kindness. Although he knew nothing about the so-called DNA and only knew that it could be used for paternity testing, this was not a problem. Some questions do not require much understanding, and even if you do not understand, you can pretend that no one knows better than you. Anyway, his children will not be able to escape this problem, and this test must be done. After putting away the small notebook, Alan Wilson continued to chat with Philby and talked about the Queen's coronation. The Canadian and Australian aircraft carrier formations have already set off, and the Malayan battleship formation is on the way. I believe it will be a very lively scene at that time. It's not all good news. King Farouk I of Egypt has announced that he will come to attend the Queen's coronation. But Philby hesitated and shook his head slightly, seeming to be a little embarrassed to speak. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong? Is it because of Farouk I's quirk?" "Just be careful. It's not about that thief. We received news that Farouk I has hinted that he will use this visit to talk to us about the ownership of the Suez Canal. You are in Paris now. Don't you know that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is going crazy now? We can't stop him from coming. He is a king." Philby held his forehead helplessly and said, "This king always regards himself as the reincarnation of Ali Pasha. Is that so? Let's talk about it later. After all, we have professional diplomats to handle it." If it was another person on the other side, Alan Wilson would have been unable to brag. However, the other party was working for the Great Soviet Union, so he could only show his side of silence. As early as when suppressing the Free Officers Organization, Alan Wilson had already talked with Farouk I about how to keep the Suez Canal in his hands. It was nothing more than a matter of delaying the situation as much as possible. Now Farouk I has spent more than half a year to eliminate the Free Officers Organization supported by Israel in Egypt. At the same time, in order to enhance his authority, it is impossible not to get some benefits from Britain. But as long as it is not the Suez Canal, even if it is to build the Aswan Dam, Alan Wilson can help build it at cost price. Of course, during the construction period, the ownership of the Suez Canal should not be discussed. I'm afraid that Farouk I will hold on to the ownership of the canal. Philby was still a little worried, and not as optimistic as Alan Wilson. We can use the Panama Canal as a reference on this issue. Tell Farouk I that Britain and France have special interests in the Suez Canal, which is similar to the issue of the US garrison in the Panama Canal. I believe that the United States will not hold on to this issue. Alan Wilson's expression was not complacent, but he had thought of this set of rhetoric a long time ago. This is also to prevent the United States from having the illusion that the crow fell on the pig. Philby is an intelligence officer, and what he said is based on the intelligence field. He also talked about the armistice negotiations of the Korean War. It happened that Alan Wilson was an Oriental expert, and he came here to exchange views on this issue. Of course, war is cruel, but it seems that neither side has the intention to continue fighting. Alan Wilson said with regret, "Although it may be contrary to the purpose of loving peace, I hope the war will continue. It is better for the United States to find something to do than to be idle. I believe that Americans and Chinese will not be so happy to hear your words." Philby commented with a chuckle, "I'm British, thank you. I want to protect the interests of my motherland as much as possible. Unless this motherland has reached the point where any method is useless." Alan Wilson yawned and stood up leisurely. "If the Korean War ceases, the French will be busy. Woodpecker Pictures is used to it. Ingrid Bergman, Hedy Lamarr and others are nothing more than reading the script." Alan Wilson sometimes joins in the fun and makes some comments. "Are the scales of movie scripts now so large? The script in Hedy Lamarr's hand is called The Three Musketeers. Woodpecker Pictures has decided to invest and start filming. The story is about Queen Anne, the wife of King Louis XIV of France, having an affair with British Prime Minister Buckingham. The script was adapted from Alexander Dumas' novel. It is said that France is worthy of being the center of modern literature. There are indeed things worth admiring. It was French and Italian directors who came to seek investment, and they didn't think it was bad. You are a British, and you are not satisfied. Ingrid Bergman pouted and said, "You treated Hedy like that? I see, you want me to treat you equally." Alan Wilson immediately said, "No problem." At this time, every day that passed, Alan Wilson had a deeper understanding of why people like Epstein existed. Although he was not in London, Alan Wilson was still quite surprised that Vivien Leigh would return to the UK to participate in the Queen's coronation. But when he thought about Vivien Leigh's popularity in the UK, he was relieved. Sometimes Alan Wilson would take out the pistol with the firing pin removed and pull the trigger, thinking about how to prevent the new actress Hepburn from seeing that he was acting, but at present it was limited to rehearsal. Before he was sure enough, he still couldn't put it into action. In the end, he couldn't help it, and Alan Wilson decided to rush to the filming location of Roman Holiday to make a final effort for his personal feelings. "Are you going to cheat the little girl?" Greta Garbo glanced at Alan Wilson and whispered, "Why don't you ask Hedy and Ingrid? Why do you come here to ask for my advice? I always feel that you are more credible." Alan Wilson said truthfully, "You can always see through my thoughts and expose them mercilessly. I haven't seen her. It's impossible to comment on someone I haven't seen." Greta Garbo held her forehead and said, "But I suggest that you always show a little sincerity. Focus on the side of being forced." "I think so too." Alan Wilson nodded after hearing this. This was exactly what he thought in his heart. So he set off with the gun of kindness. If he couldn't solve this problem in Europe, he would have no choice elsewhere. Under the guidance of the insider, Alan Wilson appeared at the filming site of Roman Holiday. His appearance did not attract anyone's attention. Only Hepburn showed emotional fluctuations. This is a movie co-produced by Woodpecker Pictures. For Alan Wilson, it is indeed easy to find an insider to pass on the message. Hepburn, who had been in a bad mood the whole day, finally agreed to meet this man. During the candlelight dinner, they looked at each other in silence. Alan Wilson wanted to show his affectionate side, but still respected his heart and said, "How was it in North America? It's a pleasure to see you so glamorous on the set today. You were born to stand in the center of thousands of people." Hepburn hesitated and said, "I heard that you got married." Alan Wilson was hit hard and said in a daze, "Yes, I once thought about putting on a wedding dress for you myself. I can even say that it is a dream of my life." Alan Wilson's emotions were so deep that a tear fell from the corner of his eye, and then he lay on the table and wiped his face. But he immediately raised his head and said in a narrative tone, "Do you know that the Japanese kept holding on to the incident of attacking the prisoner of war camp at that time? At the most dangerous time, there were 100,000 people sitting in the administrative office in Kuala Lumpur, and millions of people in the whole of Malaya. If it is not handled properly, it will be a tragedy. I can't sleep every night." As Alan Wilson's exaggerated lies with facts as a basis slowly unfolded in front of Audrey Hepburn. The whole thrilling process attracted the full attention of the new young actress. The diplomatic pressure, the protesting crowd in the administrative office, and the explosive situation all reflected the danger at that time. When Hepburn heard it, she couldn't help but worry about Alan Wilson, who was at the dense barricade. "I had no choice. I finally chose to bow my head. Pamela loves me very much." Alan Wilson whispered with a helpless expression, "What qualifications do I have to come here now? But I just want to come." The picture of being forced to sacrifice himself by power has been fixed in Hepburn's mind. Just when her mind was in a mess, Alan Wilson on the opposite side had already taken out the gun of kindness, which frightened Hepburn. "What are you doing? I'm in a very difficult situation, and I decided to leave this problem to God." Alan Wilson loaded 3 bullets in front of Hepburn, just occupying half of the magazine of the pistol in his left hand, and then patted it. The cylinder started to turn, and then Alan Wilson swung the revolver back to its place. At this point, Hepburn didn't know what Alan Wilson was going to do, and stopped him anxiously. "Don't do stupid things. I have no way to solve this problem. Let God decide. If I'm lucky enough not to die, it means that God has given me a chance to compensate you." How could Alan Wilson stop there? And he pointed the gun of kindness directly at his head. Hepburn stood up and rushed over. When the trigger sounded, the picture froze on Hepburn lying in the man's arms, and the man pulled the trigger at his head with a face full of fearlessness. There was no gunshot. Alan Wilson removed the magazine, and 3 bullets fell to the ground, and the two hugged each other tightly. I almost forgot about the gun and only remembered it temporarily. Chapter 711. Half a step ahead. The plan worked. Alan Wilson, who was hugging Hepburn, felt a huge stone put down in his heart. He couldn't help but rub his ears against hers. He felt a little guilty, but it was still within his tolerance. Sometimes, if you don't push yourself, how can you know where your potential is? At that time, I was thinking that I would do my best to get back the dignity I lost. Ability is just a tool in front of power. Director Key increased Alan Wilson's capital for on-the-spot performance at the critical moment. Even Hepburn felt the weight of these words, and could only hug this man tightly, hoping to smooth out the resentment in the man's heart. The two talked a lot that night, and they tacitly agreed not to mention sensitive topics. Hepburn was afraid that this man would raise the gun and commit suicide again, so she was obedient and didn't want to go to see God with this promising official. Finally, the two who talked a lot fell asleep in each other's arms. Everything was back on track. When the morning light came, Hepburn was putting on makeup in front of the mirror. Alan Wilson stood up and hugged the goddess from behind and kissed her on the cheek. There is still a month before the Queen's coronation ceremony. If it is useful for the role you created, I can find a way to keep a good position for you. I won't go. Hepburn leaned back on the man and shook her head firmly. My heart is still very confused, but I can understand the script of this movie. In the movie Roman Holiday, the princess played by Hepburn is a role that cannot be loved. Now after the operation of the Lord's Untang last night, she has completely understood the entanglement and choice between career and identity and love. Can I make a request? Can you refuse the kissing scene? Alan Wilson bent down and whispered in the goddess' ear, showing the man's jealousy directly. It should be no problem. It's the company's side. Hepburn did not reject the man's jealousy, but only mentioned the company's requirements. After all, she was just a young actor who had just started her career and had no say. I'll see if I can help. Alan Wilson agreed immediately. The environment in Hollywood is not as simple as it seems, but with me here, no one can bully you on this broken ball. Hepburn, who had just spent a wonderful night, was very moved. She could feel that Alan Wilson was not lying, and sighed. Maybe I'm too greedy, but I still want to marry you. Audrey, actually I wanted to. Alan Wilson, who was shocked to realize that he had played too much in acting, hugged Hepburn tightly in his arms. For Europe, America and even the Soviet Union, Rome is a place of extraordinary significance. If ancient Greece corresponds to the various schools of thought in the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, the Roman Empire undoubtedly corresponds to the Qin and Han dynasties, which belongs to the spiritual belief of Western civilization. Rome is said to be an eternal city among the people. During the Roman Empire, Britain was just a frontier province, but it also had a strong Roman plot. Alan Wilson remembered that the United States was known as the New Roman Empire, and the Soviet Union called itself the Third Rome. Hepburn, who was filming in Rome, asked Alan Wilson what the aristocracy looked like in her spare time. Alan Wilson naturally said everything he saw, but he did not forget to add, I'm not interested in aristocratic life, but I can still provide some of what I have seen on the topic you asked. While saying this, what actually flashed through the mind of this imperial servant? I'm not interested in money. Hepburn saw the strange facial expression and immediately thought that this man might have a hidden secret in his marriage. When they met again, Alan Wilson hinted in a roundabout way that it would be difficult to keep the rice bowl of the rich. In the following days, Alan Wilson asked Philby to make up a temporary mission certificate for himself, and the capital of the pauper imperialism stopped openly. Italy actually developed very strongly during the Cold War and was known as the Three Giants of the European community. However, after the establishment of the European Union, Italy's industry was also a victim of Germany's industrial expansion. In Alan Wilson's previous life, Italy and France both had a place in the luxury goods level, and the discourse power of Germany in the European Union increased visibly. At the end of the Cold War, Italy surpassed Britain for the first time in recorded history, and Britain happened to be in power during the period when Mrs. Thatcher was in power. But in fact, Italy was still in the last push of a long-term stagnation at that time. Italy in the 1980s was actually far less dynamic than before. So what neoliberalism is, in Alan Wilson's eyes, is just for fun. In the era of Reagan and Mrs. Thatcher, if the last push of Britain and the United States fails to overthrow the Soviet Union, who knows what will happen. With the mission of Mi-6, Alan Wilson can use the British Embassy in Rome to contact his base camp and inquire about the current situation in British Malaya. Almost after the Queen's coronation, he must return to Malaya to see if he can help the French. To be honest, he certainly doesn't want the French to leave, but when he thinks that the Americans may come to take over, this reluctance is a little bit less. The Americans are actually more generous than the French. The only doubt is that the Americans may deliberately leave some benefits to Japan and South Korea, which are under their control. If this is the case, it is not good news for British Malaya. To prevent this from happening in the future, it is necessary to make the United States realize the significance of British Malaya to the Vietnam War in terms of competitiveness. Even if they don't take all the benefits of the Vietnam War, they must give them a share. Why do I feel like this day is the same as Mr. Chang's? After opening the telegram from Pamela Mountbatten in Perth, Alan Wilson was startled and suddenly had a sense of deja vu, as if he had moved the machine gun forward 5 meters. Shaking off the confused thoughts in his mind, his wife's meaning in the telegram was very simple. She and Princess Margaret would definitely attend the Queen's coronation ceremony, and also said that Australia also attached great importance to this matter, and the aircraft carrier formation had already set off. He knew that this matter was supported by Britain's tiger skin after the war, and it seemed to be on an equal footing with the United States and the Soviet Union. Not only will the navies of Canada, Australia, and South Africa attend the fleet review, France and the Netherlands will also send warships to participate. If there is any regret, it is that Italy is not on the list of aircraft carriers sold by Britain after the war. This is all because the Americans are not clear about their attitude towards the rapid arming of Germany and Italy, otherwise Britain would have rushed to sell aircraft carriers to them. But when I think of the strong influence of the Italian Communist Party in Italy, I'm afraid that the aircraft carriers sold by Britain will not be a secret to the Soviet Union, so the idea of exchanging aircraft carriers for foreign exchange is abandoned. Alan Wilson, who worked wherever he went, temporarily stayed in Rome and experienced the treatment of Chang'an. He micromanaged the colonies under his jurisdiction and kept in touch with his wife. When he left Rome, he also took with him an evaluation report of the Italian Communist Party, which concluded that the influence of the Italian Communist Party was preventable and controllable. There was also a proposal to strengthen the Italian Navy to fight against the pro-Soviet countries in the Balkans, which was given to effort. In terms of current potential, the national strength of Germany and Italy in Europe has not been tapped, and it is definitely not enough to rely solely on Britain and France. Britain and France still have huge colonies to maintain, and their military strength cannot be fully placed in Europe. Liberating the national strength of Germany and Italy one day earlier can also share the pressure of Britain and France. The problem of Italy is easy to say. To rearm Germany, the approval of the French must be obtained. However, Alan Wilson had no authority, so he told this idea to Effort, who had already joined NATO. As for how to communicate with France, he is not the one who liberated women on the streets of Paris. As long as he is willing to help, there will definitely be a way. After reluctantly bidding farewell to the set of Roman holiday, Alan Wilson returned to Paris and gave Effort a proposal on rearming Italy. The two had a long conversation. Effort actually had mixed feelings. Both of them were civil servants who emerged after the war. Now he was obviously not as well developed as Alan Wilson. This comparison made him feel frustrated. The United States is far away. We must find a way to rearm Germany and Italy so that we can exert the power of Europe. I think if we can convince the French, this should be a glorious resume. Alan Wilson had no special ideas. He considered the future development of his previous colleagues from Effort's perspective. As before, he has always been a person who likes to share and enjoys it, but the field of sharing does not include female friends. The French are indeed a problem. Effort also agreed with the French's vigilance against Germany, knowing that this matter was not easy to communicate, but the leadership of NATO is shared by Britain and the United States, isn't it? Yes and no. Effort. Of course we especially hope that the Americans will do things that offend people, such as the matter of rearming Germany. Let me think about it. I heard that General Ridgway is an arrogant egomaniac in the eyes of generals from European countries. If he is really that kind of person, I hope this egomaniac can play a positive role. The establishment of the Japanese Self-Defense Force was led by Ridgway. With this premise, our job is to make Ridgway recognize the importance of arming Germany and Italy. Alan Wilson squinted his eyes. Even a roll of toilet paper would be useful, but to communicate with a general of Ridgway's level, his status is definitely not enough, whether it is connections or qualifications. But fortunately, his most respected father-in-law will definitely return to the country to participate in the Queen's coronation. Let's see if he can trouble his father-in-law to talk to the other party. The British military now needs a person with extensive connections to deal with the NATO commander-in-chief with typical American arrogance. There is no other choice for this person. Only General Mountbatten is suitable. At this point, his temporary mission has been completed and even exceeded. He has to return to London to wait for the Queen's coronation ceremony and then return to Asia to help the French. This is a good thing. Why not do it? Recommended new book, Zudeo and the Heavens in Hai 1. Manman's Yushin, Tao Changsheng. There are already finished fine old books, The Road to Mediterranean Hegemony and the Holy Roman Empire. Please feel free to enter the pit. Chapter 712, Queen's Coronation. The calculation of the entire East District has been completed. I have to say that this is a huge workload. If it weren't for the arrival of shiploads of steel and cement, it would be hard to imagine how huge a burden this is. Lord Sheffield Maggins was chatting with Alan Wilson in the resident office of the East District Reconstruction Plan. You wouldn't be in this situation when you worked in Malaya, would you? Almost true. Alan Wilson smiled and said to Maggins, in fact, as long as the framework is set, management matters are not difficult. We must believe in the abilities of other colleagues. There will be no problems. Once the reconstruction of the East District is completed, future Londoners will definitely thank us. This kind of work is very meaningful. Sooner or later, Londoners will realize how lucky they are to live here. All roads lead to Rome, and some people were born in Rome. Even if only considering the appreciation of real estate, London is a good choice. It cannot be said that British house prices will never fall, but London's house prices will definitely fall last. As long as British citizens flock to London's living conditions, London's house prices will have the motivation to rise. This is a very simple truth. Just like China's house prices, there are cheap house prices similar to Hegan. In fact, there are still many. But will people who have subconsciously raised their standards to those in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen go there to live? Since they won't, the housing prices in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen will naturally rise faster than their income. But the data from Whitehall shows that the number of London citizens is slowly declining, although it is not obvious. Mackins asked with some surprise, will housing prices rise if the population declines? Whitehall only counts London, not the entire population of the British Empire. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and emphasized, especially the upper class of the colonies. Although I know that the citizens will definitely not accept it, sooner or later, there will definitely be a group of upper class people in the colonies who will buy properties in London. The people who bought properties in London in later generations were Arab, Indian, and Russian tycoons after the disintegration of the Soviet Union. These are the main forces pushing up London's housing prices. Even the Mayor of London is of Indian descent. However, the Indian Mayor of London is not the Mayor of Greater London. Simply put, he is the Mayor of the Central District of London, which is less than 3 square kilometers near Whitehall. The area under his management is less than 1/50th of Greater London. Of course, the Mayor of London also has privileges. He can organize activities for British industrial unions. It's even more despairing than the law that allows anyone to register a political party, complained Mackins with an unhappy look on his face. If one day I could see immigrants from different colonies in London, I think I would go crazy. Oh, poor Lord, Alan Wilson said with a very sympathetic expression. Everyone can register a political party. Shouldn't this restriction on you be easier to accept than your inability to enter the House of Commons? You misunderstood. Although I'm of noble birth, I'm not a member of the House of Lords. Of course I can go to the House of Commons. Mackins held his head high and said, so what's even more annoying is the provision that anyone can register a political party. There's no way. We are a democratic country. Alan Wilson whistled. After all, the mainland is not a colony. I can't just issue a commissioner's warrant and implement it. Maybe when we reach a higher position, we can talk to the ministers and come up with a more powerful solution. There is still time. There is no need to rush to curb immigration. According to history, the 1960s was the time period for the colonial avalanche, and the Queen hasn't even been crowned yet. The major project of London's reconstruction is scheduled to start after the Queen's coronation. This officially refers to some places that are easy to notice. In fact, the areas in the East End that are not in sight have already started. The areas along the Thames cannot be started for the time being, which must be considered for the Fleet Review. On a hot summer day, Alan Wilson was waiting at the London airport, and his temperament of a son-in-law could not help but emanate. As the passenger plane slowly landed, Admiral Mountbatten, commander of the Mediterranean Fleet of the British Empire Royal Navy, walked down with a step that did not recognize any relatives. The old, rich and handsome man saw his son-in-law, who wanted to make progress so much, at a glance, and walked over with a smile. Alan, you are so busy, and you still have to worry about the reconstruction of the East District. In fact, you don't need to come. It's just one of many jobs. It doesn't take up much time. Alan Wilson spoke in a tone that didn't care about the extra burden. Pamela won't be back for a few days. I heard that some Australian soldiers' families are arguing about compensation issues with Japan. The Australian Parliament will vote in the next few days. Japanese? General Mountbatten's face turned from sunny to cloudy. Although he didn't say much, his true thoughts were fully expressed. As for Mountbatten's views on the Japanese, this can be discussed later. After leaving the airport, Alan Wilson accompanied his father-in-law back to the home of the Mountbattens and their wives, thinking about how to discuss arming Germany and Italy. General, do you know Ridgway? Alan Wilson always addressed Mountbatten by his military rank, and Mountbatten accepted it happily. When he got home, he asked directly, don't use that classic Whitehall tone at home. Just say what you want to say. General Mountbatten sat down on the sofa and urged his son-in-law to get straight to the point. It's like this. Ridgway is the current NATO commander. After comparing now, we can easily find one thing. Our confrontation with the Soviet Union in Europe is very difficult. The root cause is the population and territory of Britain and France. We are at a disadvantage to the Soviet Union, not to mention that we have to maintain order in the colonies and cannot put all our military forces in Europe. Mountbatten nodded as he listened and said with a turn of his eyes, so what do you want? Since the population is not enough to fight against the Soviet Union and its allies, the other populous countries in Western Europe are Germany and Italy. So do you think that rearming Germany and Italy will be enough to restore the balance of power in Europe? That's right, General. The problem lies in the French's thinking. Of course, the right to speak in NATO is in the hands of us, the British and Americans. In principle, we can tell the French after we make a decision. It's just that Britain and France still have common interests on the issue of colonies. If we come forward, the French may be very unhappy. At this point, Alan Wilson motioned for a moment, took out the reputation of General Ridgway within NATO that Eiffel had given him, and said, General, my idea is this. You can use your personal connections to invite Ridgway to attend the Queen's coronation ceremony and take the opportunity to discuss the rearming of Germany and Italy. According to our investigation, although Ridgway is a talented general, he has poor interpersonal relationships and has typical American arrogance, which is not as obvious as MacArthur's. MacArthur? In fact, Nimitz and Marshall are much easier to approach than him, and Eisenhower is okay. Mountbatten pondered for a moment and said, it's just that I haven't had any contact with Ridgway. If I want to make an invitation, I may have to contact some generals in Washington in a private capacity. Many of these generals are members of the Contact Staff Conference. Has the time for the coronation ceremony been set? On the 2nd of next month. Alan Wilson quickly replied, when he heard that there was a chance. The Canadian aircraft carrier fleet has arrived. The Australian and South African navies have arrived in French waters, and the Royal Pacific Fleet has also passed Gibraltar. There is definitely enough time. I'll see if I can get in touch with Ike. General Mountbatten hesitated for a moment, but still agreed with difficulty. The difficulty of this matter is actually very great, but Mountbatten is unwilling to talk about the difficulty, and he is also unwilling to refuse his son-in-law. The key is that he is unwilling to say that this matter is too difficult, and I can't do it. Mountbatten readily accepted his son-in-law's suggestion and immediately began to devote himself to this round of busyness. Because it has been decided that a fleet review will be held for the Queen's coronation, he first has to look forward to the naval representatives of various countries and the captains of the major fleets who have rushed back from overseas to prepare for the fleet review. This kind of reception work really can't be done by others. Mountbatten has a father-like status to Prince Philip. He is an important member of the royal family and an important general in the military. It is most appropriate for him to do these things. In the midst of his busy schedule, Mountbatten also contacted Washington and expressed his hope to invite Admiral Ridgway, the current Commander-in-Chief of NATO, to come to London at such an important moment, to attend the Queen's coronation ceremony. Eisenhower personally called back, and was willing to highlight the special relationship between Britain and the United States on this special occasion. As Eisenhower's subordinate, Ridgway called back later to express his desire to visit London. While his father-in-law was busy, Alan Wilson was not idle either. He first welcomed Vivian Leigh, who returned to London. Then his wife and sister-in-law came together, all returning to London, to attend the Queen's coronation ceremony. This made Alan Wilson very busy, and the key was that his sister-in-law was watching closely, which was very embarrassing. Time passed little by little, and the whole of London was waiting for the arrival of an important moment. Britain was about to welcome a new queen. At this time, the Indian Empire was no longer a colony of Britain, and it felt at a loss about its global status. At such a moment, Elizabeth's coronation could allow the country to see its future through the young queen. But it's hard to strike the right balance. There needs to be enough of the past, so that the British can regain confidence in the continuity of history. But there needs to be enough of the present and future, so that they don't feel like they are lying in the graves of their ancestors. 6 grey horses pulled the golden coach made for George III's coronation in 1761 from Buckingham Palace to Westminster Abbey, ready for the Queen to ride, and for the subjects of London to see her at the coronation ceremony. I will resume updating after the European Cup is over to make up for the losses. The title of this chapter is a bit wrong. I became a headline party in a hurry. Chapter 713, The Elizabethan Era arrives. When the sun rises tomorrow, Britain will usher in the era of Elizabeth. Alan Wilson, who came home for dinner after get off work, smiled and enjoyed the cooking of his wife Pamela Mountbatten, and said, except for the Londoners who are expected to take to the streets, 60% of the citizens will watch the Queen's coronation through live TV, and the rest will listen to the process through the radio. The Comet airliner is ready, and a documentary of the entire process will be sent to Commonwealth countries and major colonies. The company has been notified by Whitehall. Pamela Mountbatten poured a glass for her husband, who was in high spirits, and talked about the situation on her side. The naval review will be held later, after the live broadcast of Westminster Abbey. There will be a total of 11 aircraft carriers including the Commonwealth fleet. Ridgway has accepted his father's invitation to watch. I hope the general can succeed in his goal. Alan Wilson took the wine poured by his wife, and clinked glasses with it. He asked with a smile, my dear, I wish our country all the best. Tomorrow, the family will celebrate the Queen's coronation ceremony in different places. Mountbatten will attend the fleet review, while Alan Wilson and the others will rush to Westminster Abbey. Of course, no matter from which aspect, after the sun rises, the whole of Britain will become a sea of jubilation. At the same time, the Mountbatten couple is similar to their son-in-law, and they are full of expectations for the coronation ceremony in the daytime. He also wants to take the opportunity of the fleet review to meet with Ridgway, lower his posture, and meet with Eisenhower's subordinates during the war. Discuss the matter of rearming Germany and Italy. Through his son-in-law's words, Mountbatten knew that the existence of the Royal Navy in the cabinet was now quite embarrassing. This was not because of the Baltimore heavy cruiser, that visited the fleet review, although this heavy cruiser had a displacement of 17,000 tons. But in the short term, the Royal Navy may not have any new warships to build, except for the nuclear submarine program that is being planned. This is all to transfer military expenses to the needs of the Royal Air Force and ballistic missiles. Of course, there is also the army. Even though Britain is an island country with a naval tradition, at this critical moment, the army's investment cannot be reduced. The choice between face and life is still clear to the cabinet at the critical moment. Now the scale of the 800,000 standing army can be maintained, which is a victory. The Navy will not purchase new weapons for the time being. This makes Mountbatten very helpless. He is finally only one step away from the First Sea Minister, but the Navy is in a secondary position. He feels that the Imperial Army is not in vain. With their own feelings, countless Londoners fell asleep and waited for the dawn. These people also included Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip, and Princess Margaret, who was a nuisance in the eyes of a certain civil servant. Of course, London broke free from the dark curtain, and this significant day was officially arrived. On the morning of June 2nd, today was not a bright sunny day. The sky was dark, like a precursor to a heavy rain. But this could not stop the enthusiasm of British citizens. Everyone knew the significance of this day. The 16th Duke of Norfolk was already waiting at Westminster Abbey, taking on the responsibility, since 1386, to arrange the coronation ceremony for the new king. Give me a monocle, a top hat and a cane, and I can go back to 40 years ago. Alan Wilson, like a puppet, kept turning around as his wife Pamela Mountbatten manipulated him, joking and talking about the classic image of Britain in the eyes of other countries. This kind of occasion should always be more formal, isn't it? Pamela Mountbatten looked at it for a moment and commented with great satisfaction. But I was among the group of people outside the church, standing and cheering with the overseas commissioners, not a nobleman entering the church. Alan Wilson was not complaining about anything. He didn't care about such things. I wonder why you are standing outside? Pamela Mountbatten asked in confusion when she heard about this. Of course, it's for progress, but Alan Wilson didn't say it directly, but talked about Mountbatten's naval review. Different division of labor, for the sake of the empire, there is no excuse. In the morning, maids, cooks and gardeners gathered in the great hall of Buckingham Palace to watch the Queen go to Westminster Abbey. The whole of London seemed to have temporarily escaped from the intense work. All walks of life were looking forward to the Queen's coronation ceremony. Off the Thames, a huge fleet that reminded people of the Royal Navy's fleet review in 1914 had been assembled, including 2 heavy aircraft carriers in service after the war, 11 aircraft carriers, and the battleship formation of the Vanguard battleship lined up, waiting for the fleet review to begin. Aerial photography planes kept circling over the fleet review, recording this scene. King Farouk of Egypt was also beside General Mountbatten. He was in a good mood and asked the royal photographer to take a bunch of photos with the fleet as the background. It was used to show that this visit to the UK was not afraid of power. At this moment, the streets of London were crowded with more than 2 million people. London had never seen so many people. Near Westminster Abbey in London, tens of thousands of people set up tents for the night just to participate in the ritual of the coronation ceremony in person. Reporters from major British newspapers were waiting outside the church, ready to broadcast the coronation ceremony in real time, so that people all over the world would know that the Elizabethan era had arrived. The weather was not good, and London was drizzling. Outside Westminster Abbey, many officials from Whitehall whispered under umbrellas, but the sudden rain did not disturb the coronation ceremony for even a second, whether for reporters or the citizens who were swarming. British citizens living outside London watched the entire coronation ceremony through television broadcasts. The Archbishop of Canterbury crowned Queen Elizabeth II at Westminster Abbey. The ceremony dates back centuries and shows all the grand and magnificent scenes of the most important royal celebrations. All royal utensils such as the royal orb, scepter, holy oil and the great crown of St. Edward were displayed in front of the audience. The new queen had been fully rehearsed in advance and looked dignified and generous in the ceremony. Queen Elizabeth's coronation dress was made of gold and colored silk threads, decorated with diamonds, crystals, pearls, amethysts and rose-colored gems, and it took 6 embroiderers 3,000 hours to complete. The dress also has characteristic patterns from all over the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth. Canadian maple leaves, Pakistani wheat ears, South African lotus, British roses, Welsh leeks, Scottish thistles and Irish shamrocks. The Queen's husband, Prince Philip, expressed his loyalty to his wife, who became the Queen in front of everyone. Inside Westminster Abbey, countless nobles in gorgeous clothes followed Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, to pledge their loyalty to the crowned Queen. The Duke of Edinburgh stood beside the Queen, and he was the first member of the royal family to pledge his loyalty to the Queen. Outside the church, under a field of umbrellas, there was another scene, and officials in Whitehall held an open-air office. The overseas commissioners holding umbrellas around Alan Wilson were also talking about their work. The momentum of Faroukai's coming to London this time has made the whole of Egypt very concerned. He is going to talk to the cabinet about the Suez Canal issue. The situation on the Gold Coast is generally stable. We have reached an understanding with the new leaders of the independence movement. But it cost a lot to bribe them. Soldiers, especially officers who have participated in the World War, have always been the focus of bribery in the colonies. For example, the local officer class in Nigeria has at least reached an understanding with the colonial government now. We all hinted that the country should be handed over to trustworthy and reliable people at the right time. Bertrand was opposite these overseas commissioners. Looking at Alan Wilson, who was surrounded by them, he felt a strange feeling in his heart, but then he laughed dumbly and sighed that he thought too much. When the Archbishop of Canterbury raised the crown of St. Edward high in the air, then put it down and put it on the head of Her Majesty the Queen, the whole of London and even the whole of Britain burst into a uniform cheer. In this crowded and economically strained island nation, people are always complaining about politicians, weather, prices, and foreigners. What they need is something or someone to make them proud to be British. When Elizabeth sat on the throne that Edward I once sat on, holding the crystal ball and scepter, and answered the Archbishop's question about whether she was willing to take on heavy responsibilities and make sacrifices with "I do," the words echoed in Westminster Abbey, spread to the streets and alleys, and across the oceans, and everyone believed it. It united the British. Everyone stared at the delicate and elegant black-haired woman in the center of the picture. Queen Elizabeth, wearing a heavy dress, slowly walked out of the church at this time. The crowd outside the church immediately fell silent. The Whitehall officials outside the church put away their umbrellas, and the tips of their umbrellas touched the ground, like knights with long swords, to express their loyalty to the Queen. Queen Elizabeth nodded slightly and got on the golden carriage. The carriage drove towards the cheering crowd. Thousands of soldiers in neat uniforms rode horses, or walked for several hours. A quarter of Londoners braved the rain, just to witness this scene and enjoy every moment. Seeing the enthusiastic people who came to watch in the rain on both sides of the road, Queen Elizabeth II still smiled and waved to the people along the way. Off the Thames, the huge fleet review was launched under the auspices of General Mountbatten. There were also formations of planes flying low in the sky. The Royal Navy fleet celebrated the arrival of the Elizabethan era in its own way. Chapter 714 Mountbatten and Ridgeway. After the coronation ceremony, Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip waved to the cheering people. As the night fell, the Queen appeared in public with her mother, husband and 2 children. Later in the evening, Elizabeth turned on the switch, and the lights lit up the ancient city, and the fountains in Trafalgar Square glowed with a strange brilliance. People once again strongly felt the feeling of being one family. The rest of the time belongs to individuals. While British citizens talked about the coronation ceremony during the day, Buckingham Palace invited celebrities and elites from all walks of life to come here to attend the royal family's meeting. This is a rare occasion. Of course, the Queen and her husband only showed up once, but it was enough to show the royal family's attention to all walks of life. Alan Wilson looked at his sister-in-law vigilantly. Fortunately, the other party did not dare to mess around in Buckingham Palace. Here he was doing 2 things at the same time, because Vivien Leigh also came as a representative of the entertainment industry, which was actually not a big problem. The problem was that the invitation list also included her ex-husband Laurence Olivier and Greer Garson, the representative of British actresses before Vivien Leigh. Greer Garson's mentor in the entertainment industry was Laurence Olivier. Although he was not worried about what would happen in public, Alan Wilson couldn't help but stare at the situation over there. Finally, he squeezed over with his wife and introduced Pamela Mountbatten. Ms. Vivian Leigh helped the governor's office a lot during the British Raj. She used her kindness and love to resolve the great hatred of the Hindus towards the governor's office. I have heard of it. Pamela Mountbatten looked admiring and said to Vivian Leigh obediently, Congressman Churchill said that you are a national treasure of the British Empire. This appearance is really enviable. Not everyone envies it. Vivian Leigh's eyes were shining, and she kept glancing at Pamela Mountbatten and Alan Wilson's faces. She knew why this man came here, because her ex-husband was here. It's right to describe it as jealousy and possessiveness. Vivian Leigh didn't reject this feeling. She greeted them with a smile, and the 3-person group turned into a 5-person group, chatting happily. It's hard to imagine that Greta Garson is still so young. After the Buckingham Palace session ended, Pamela Mountbatten drove home and shouted to her husband in the co-pilot. Indeed, it's amazing. There is a kind of person in this world who can still look stunning when he was young, even when he is old. Alan Wilson nodded in agreement with his wife's opinion. Of course, he has seen similar people before. Greta Garbo is the same type as Greta Garbo. In the silent film era, people in their early 20s could play roles in their 30s or 40s. Now that they have really reached the age of an average woman, there is not much change. The difference is that at this age, the face of this kind of woman will become more fierce and less soft than when she was young. Alan Wilson thinks that this may be the difference between natural and no surgery. If Greta Garson wasn't 20 years older than you, I really doubt that my husband would be unable to control himself. Pamela Mountbatten joked. No, Alan Wilson said firmly. He was too embarrassed to say that. As long as she was pretty enough, age was not a problem at all. Didn't he let Greta Garbo go? It's just that he is not like when he was in British India. He couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman. This time when he saw the first British treasure, he just admired that she was almost 50 years old and could still be in such a state. At this time, the Comet airliners on various routes had already transported the daytime coronation ceremony and fleet review videos to various countries for broadcast to promote Britain's entry into the Elizabethan era. Elizabeth II, Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and other territories and dependencies, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the Anglican Church, by the grace of God, will become the head of the British Empire at this time. If he hadn't been busy, Alan Wilson would definitely have a deep communication with Vivian Leigh the next day. But the Ministry of Foreign Affairs did have something to do. The problem was with one of the visiting heads of state, King Farouk I of Egypt. Before leaving Cairo, Farouk I said that, if there was no practical solution, he would live in London. Regardless of whether this was false or not, it did move the Egyptian people very much, and they were eagerly waiting for good news. The harsh words had been spoken, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was now facing a formidable enemy due to the important position of the Suez Canal to Britain. Prime Minister Attlee's lifelong enemy in the party, the current Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary Herbert Morrison, was at a loss as to how to deal with this aggressive king. As early as before World War II, British India and Egypt ranked first among the top 2 colonial protectorates in the hands of Britain. Today in 1953, British India has become independent. The independence of British India has now been proven to be not without alternatives. British Malaya has now taken on some of its functions. But Egypt is not easy to replace. The Suez Canal alone cannot be replaced. If the Suez Canal is lost, not only will Britain itself have problems, but Britain's influence on Europe will also be greatly reduced. European countries need the Suez Canal, and this canal is not exclusively for Britain itself. In the eyes of other countries, especially the United States and the Soviet Union, Farouk I, who came to London with a purpose, will be the first important test after Queen Elizabeth's coronation. Alan Wilson can think of it. It is estimated that these 2 countries have mentality of watching the joke and see how Britain will deal with this matter. Alan Wilson, who arrived in Whitehall, met Sir Ismay, the permanent Undersecretary of the Foreign Office. Then the two went to see Foreign Secretary Herbert Morrison. Alan Wilson took the initiative to say, "Let me receive His Majesty Farouk. I have met him several times. When I visited the African colonies, I stayed in Cairo for a few days. I have a certain personal relationship with him." "Are you sure?" Herbert Morrison and Sir Ismay looked at Alan Wilson eagerly. This kind of look made Alan Wilson feel as if the rise and fall of the empire was in this battle. After a while, he replied, "It's too early to say this now. Ridgway is now negotiating with General Mountbatten. I think General Ridgway will return to Paris. We are communicating with Faralki about the canal issue. If he can't communicate with Faralki, no one in the whole of Britain can do this. After all, he also contributed to the eradication of Nasser's Free Officers Organization. General Mountbatten is talking to Ridgway about rearming Germany and Italy. He wants to leave time for his father-in-law. The NATO commander-in-chief in London always makes people feel uncomfortable. The first thing is to arrange a cocktail party, tour, opera, and visit. By the time this set is done, Ridgway should have left. At that time, formal negotiations will begin to come up with a solution that both parties can accept. With the consent of the two giants of the Foreign Office, Herbert Morrison and Sir Ismay, he took the itinerary to the hotel where Faralki was staying. Since the King of Egypt was a respectable man, he had to give him a decent one. It was definitely out of respect for the itinerary arranged by the monarch of a country. At the same time, this meeting was also to review the script, inquire about the real situation in Egypt, and unilaterally clarify Egypt's bottom line. Your Majesty, welcome to London with the hopes of all Egyptians. The whole of Britain is happy about your arrival. You have seen the fleet review with your own eyes. Alan Wilson greeted Faralki, who had just come out, with great respect and handed over the other party's itinerary. Faralki took the list and read it very carefully, which made Alan Wilson complain in his heart. Is he dissatisfied? Is it missing the Golden Falls? Commissioner Wilson, we are old acquaintances. Please sit down. Faralki accepted the itinerary and motioned Alan Wilson to sit down. The two faced each other to discuss their visit to the UK. Almost at the same time, General Mountbatten, the commander of the Mediterranean Fleet of the British Empire, who was steadily moving towards the position of First Sea Lord, also communicated with the current NATO commander-in-chief Ridgway on a major issue. It is true that Ridgway is the NATO commander-in-chief, but the connections that Mountbatten had accumulated during the war played a role. It is true that he is the commander-in-chief, but Eisenhower is the president. Mountbatten's relationship with Washington has never been a problem, because many military leaders there are his old comrades and old friends during the war. NATO also has such American generals. Curtis LeMay, who burned Tokyo, has a good relationship with General Mountbatten. Even the head of the US nuclear submarine, Admiral Hyman Rickover, is also a good friend of Mountbatten. In fact, it is very difficult for Britain to maintain the current scale of its military force. The most embarrassing thing is that, even if it maintains the current military force, it is still at a disadvantage facing the Soviet Union. General Mountbatten called Ridgway by his nickname. In fact, Ike and I have the same idea, that is, Germany and Italy should be properly armed, just like you did in Japan, to help Japan build basic self-defense forces, and not rely on the United States for everything, right? Mountbatten learned from his son-in-law that the emergence of the Japanese self-defense forces was due to Ridgway's efforts, as well as the training of the Korean army. From this perspective, he explained the importance of Germany and Italy in Europe. The current problem is actually very simple. After all, the United States is separated by the Atlantic Ocean. Britain and France together can only stabilize their own security. As for the containment of the Soviet Union, they are definitely willing but unable. If Germany and Italy are added, NATO will have an advantage over the Soviet group in terms of manpower. If Britain is really so sincere, I'm willing to communicate on this. Ridgway was overjoyed. In fact, this is also the idea of the United States, but he didn't know that high-end hunters often appear as prey, and Mountbatten is such a military general. Italy or Spain? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715, Faralki's approval. If he was facing the current US President Eisenhower, who was supposed to be the first commander-in-chief of NATO, Mountbatten's little thoughts would be instantly seen through. Both of them were political soldiers. Even if Mountbatten wanted to conceal some purposes, Eisenhower would easily see through them. As far as arming Germany and Italy alone is concerned, Britain has undoubtedly once again reached a position that France is unwilling to accept. Of course, this is not new. After World War I, due to the Continental Balance policy, Britain made various difficulties and restrained France at the Versailles Conference. For example, when France wanted to establish the Rhine Republic and dismember Germany to dominate Europe, Britain strongly opposed it. At that time, in order to curb France's hegemony after the war, Britain had disgusted France. This time, it seemed nothing to make the French unhappy again. But there are also differences. At that time, Britain's hegemony was unstable, but the hegemony was still in Britain's hands. Britain not only disgusted France, but also disgusted the United States. Now the United States is in the position of Britain at that time, and Britain certainly cannot offend the French on its own. It is reasonable for the United States to speak up about arming Germany and Italy, and Britain has no reason to offend the French. The rise and fall of national power forced Britain to stop considering itself as the arbitrator, even though France's international status is not as good as it was after World War I, and is easier to manipulate. Mountbatten, from more perspectives, explained that Britain has recognized the United States as the world's hegemon. At present, Britain is more focused on pursuing domestic happiness as much as possible, which simply means admitting that the era of the sun never sets is over. Britain has only 50 million people, France has a smaller population than Britain, and Belgium and the Netherlands are counted together. They can't mobilize many troops to confront the Soviet Union. London is very clear about the important role of the United States in European security. It's just that the Korean War has involved the United States energy. This is why London has always firmly opposed the United States involvement in the Korean War and hopes that the war will end soon. In fact, according to Mountbatten's own style, he will solve the problem more from the perspective of personal connections. But he has a son-in-law, and his son-in-law likes to say that data will not lie. Of course, data will lie, but when data lie, it is easier to be shaped into objective reality. So once it is used with ulterior motives, the destructive power will be greater. Ridgway was no stranger to rearmament. Before he came to Europe in this time and space, he had taken care of the generals who established the Japanese self-defense forces. It can be said that he had done something similar once. Now it is obvious that the situation in Europe is more serious. After all, the Soviet heavy troops in Europe are not comparable to the second-line troops in the Far East. Washington has long had the idea of rearming Germany and Italy. After all, the previous losers are not as threatening as the current Soviet Union. Now that Britain has at least a tacit attitude, it is the best. Ridgway, who has received the goodwill of Britain, is satisfied with this trip to London, and is very willing to make this trip. The statement of NATO Commander-in-Chief Ridgway almost made Mountbatten evaluate him as reliable. The reliable evaluation was not spoken out, but he also praised the United States' efforts to maintain world peace with a very grateful attitude. Mountbatten, who persuaded Ridgway, mainly argued that the era of the sun never set was over, and Britain accepted it. But on another occasion, it was completely the opposite. When Alan Wilson faced Farrakhan, he emphasized that the era of the sun never set was not over, although it was not so obvious. Alan Wilson's purpose in communicating with the King of Egypt was to communicate with one country to another without interference from foreign forces. This was nothing new. Strong and weak countries like to communicate in this way, and it was often easier to communicate in this way. In order to prevent the United States from using the same method against Britain, Britain had to firmly grasp the interests of the European community. After completing their respective tasks, Alan Wilson asked his wife to invite the Mountbattens to dinner at home. After the meal, the woman cleaned up the dishes, and the father-in-law and son-in-law discussed their respective work today. In fact, rearming Germany and Italy is good for Britain. In the foreseeable future, the garrison in Germany will not leave at all, and Germany is destined to be a country that cannot escape control. Even if it rearms, it will not have the ability to go to war again. Alan Wilson said this, and then changed the subject. If the task of resisting the Soviet Union depends solely on Britain and France, the country's military expenditure will definitely remain high. Even if a huge military expenditure is taken out, it can only maintain the existing weapons and equipment. Normal renewal and replacement will still be affected. The Royal Navy is already the least affected branch of the military. The characteristics of the Navy determine that, whether it is catching up or changing step by step, it is a long process. The sooner Germany and Italy rearm, we can invest military spending in more needed areas. Germany's population exceeds that of Britain, and Italy's population is also larger than that of France. By increasing the armies of these two countries, the pressure on Europe will be greatly reduced, so there will be room for optimization of our military spending. Alan Wilson was not lying. Italy's population is 3 million more than that of France. Similarly, the population of federal Germany is slightly larger than that of Italy. This is based on the fact that the Soviet-occupied area has blocked the trend of population flight to a certain extent. Just like the naval treaty signed by Prime Minister Chamberlain and Hitler after World War I, partially recognized Germany's rearmament to fight against the Soviet Union. General Mountbatten asked with his head tilted, "Is that what you mean?" Yes and no. This example is debatable. The Allied forces in Germany will not let Hitler repeat himself. Mountbatten had no scruples and almost made his good son-in-law unable to accept it. The steps and goals are of course similar, but the environment has changed a lot. Chamberlain's inability to control Hitler does not mean that Britain, the United States and France cannot control half of Germany now. However, Mountbatten also agreed that the rearmament of Germany and Italy would have more room for maneuver in military spending. As long as the possibility of naval replacement can be retained, he doesn't care whether the two countries rearm or not. Ridgway is indeed willing to replicate what he did in Japan in Europe. After returning to the NATO headquarters in Paris, he quickly contacted Washington and was full of enthusiasm for rearmament of Germany and Italy. In the face of Washington's doubts, Ridgway said that the difficulty lies in France, but as long as Britain does not speak out, it is still easy to get France to acquiesce to reality. When Leakey was communicating with Washington with great joy, he didn't know that at this moment in London, where he had just left, there was a promising Whitehall official who was actually more willing to accept the reality of France's future withdrawal from NATO. London in June was considered to be a relatively good time. In a clean and tidy room, there were faint sounds of love-making, and clothes were scattered all over the floor. After a long time, the entangled man and woman ended and hugged each other tightly. That day at Buckingham Palace, I felt very uncomfortable, for I was afraid that you and my ex-husband had something going on. Holding the small body of the British treasure tightly, Alan Wilson looked jealous, and did not forget to kiss the sweaty national treasure on the forehead. What ex-husband? Vivian Leigh heard the inappropriate word, rolled her eyes at the man inside. I thought you had the young Audrey, and had forgotten Vivian. How is that possible? Rubbing one hand back and forth on the smooth back, Alan Wilson expressed his loyalty to the great British treasure. I'm willing to take care of you for the rest of my life. It is any man's dream to have you. That depends on how many dreams you have. Vivian Leigh took the initiative to ask for a kiss, and after a long verbal argument, she said, "Anyway, we have a child. You can't stop loving me in the future." No, absolutely not. Alan Wilson hugged Vivian Leigh tightly, as if he wanted to embed the national treasure in his body. "I'll accompany you after I finish attending the Oscars this time." Vivian Leigh rubbed her head against the man's arms and whispered, "The competition is very fierce now, and I can't compete with those young actresses. Now there is a young American actress named Marilyn Monroe who is doing very well. She's not as good as you." Alan Wilson's tone was firm enough. He was not trying to comfort Vivian Leigh, but that was what he thought in his heart. Alan Wilson didn't say that the actress Marilyn Monroe was packaged, but compared with the ladies who are currently his wives, she is still a little worse. There is some sympathy, because before she became an actress, Marilyn Monroe was a textile worker, so her values are actually very positive, and she has her own views on the so-called free world curbing the evil Soviet camp. But that's all. He has no reason to help this lady, unless the help can benefit Britain. Ridgway had already left London, and Alan Wilson finally officially started negotiations with King Farouk of Egypt on the Suez Canal issue. Of course he could do that, because he was the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Control Committee. "Dear King, if you want to create an impression of not fearing power, it's best to stay in London for a while. This will help to prevent some unstable factors from emerging when you are not in Egypt. And from the perspective of the overall situation, this can create a personal image of His Majesty the King going into a tiger's den alone to fight for the rights and interests of the Suez Canal. Alan Wilson talked to Farouk. This will easily inspire the support and sympathy of Egyptian citizens for His Majesty. What do you think? Oh, Commissioner Wilson, your analysis of me makes me want to give you the title of Pasha. Farouk turned his somewhat fat body and said, if the British were like you, I believe that the relationship between Britain and the entire Arab world would definitely be much better. Is it my Great Britain that is invincible today, or a Danish fairy tale? I tend to favor the former. Chapter 716. The Disappearance of Belia. Your Majesty, you are too polite. From the perspective of national attributes, if Egypt does not maintain friendly relations with Britain, who else can it trust? Alan Wilson smiled and nodded, not hiding his reactionary stance at all. It goes without saying that monarchies should maintain friendly relations with monarchies. He believes that Farouk can understand this. As for Farouk's visit to the UK, the longer the better, and a series of propaganda campaigns will be required. In the end, a king who is like Ali Pasha in the world will be created, who has used all possible means, except war to gain the greatest benefits for Egypt. As for the reply to Whitehall, Alan Wilson of course said that he had clearly informed King Farouk of Egypt about the ownership of the Suez Canal, and there was nothing to talk about this matter. Although this is a truth, you still have to be careful about how you speak, and try to be more tactful. Norman Brooke pondered for a moment and said, it's not that we didn't notice your voice, the Egyptian people, but you understand the importance of the Suez Canal to Britain, even if I don't say it. As an overseas commissioner isolated in Asia by the Suez Canal, I think I understand. Alan Wilson understood. The cement shipped from British Malaya to the UK was actually not profitable. A careful calculation showed that it was a loss. It was just blending steel to make a profit. This was also based on Australia's excellent iron ore and the British Malaya steel industry that had already taken shape. British Malaya, which was in its early stages of development, of course, could not avoid the stage of any country wanting to promote exports in the early stages, and must adopt a model of small profits but quick turnover. Then the Suez Canal is very important. If it goes through the Suez Canal, British Malaya's exports to Europe will be like Japan's exports to the United States. Although it is a bit harder, it will definitely be profitable. But what if the Suez Canal is not there, and it goes around Africa? Britain certainly didn't care during the World War. The cost surge during peacetime was simply not worth the cost. Alan Wilson, who had already reached a verbal agreement with Farouk, also said that this might be a protracted war. That's no problem. Comparing Britain and Egypt, Britain has a clear advantage in terms of international status, economic strength and military. Norman Brooke said nonchalantly, since the advantage is mine, there's nothing to say. Well, that's true. Alan Wilson opened his mouth. On the surface, it was indeed 800,000 to 600,000, but this was a typical case of data deceiving people. He said what he thought. If it was just Britain and Egypt, this would be true, so we should try to get rid of foreign interference. Norman Brooke also agreed. He certainly knew who Alan Wilson was referring to as foreign interference, and this was indeed something worth noting. Deceiving the superiors and the subordinates is what Alan Wilson is doing now. He said the same thing to Farouk and Norman Brooke, that is, to try to extend the negotiation period and dampen the other party's spirit. Especially when he was in front of Farouk, he was simply a two-faced person lurking inside Britain. Alan Wilson, who demonstrated the reliability of the Egyptian kingdom's extra-official ministers with practical actions, discussed with Farouk on how to achieve a win-win result. After a while, His Majesty the King should release the news that the negotiations in London are not going well in Egypt. If necessary, adopt a mixed method of truth and falsehood, and spread some gossips that Britain threatens to detain you in London. As Alan Wilson spoke, Farouk nodded frequently and said, this is a good idea. The king is threatened by Britain for the benefit of Egypt. Even the most radical nationalists can't find fault with it. That's it, Your Majesty. Alan Wilson sighed with a knowing smile. Let the Egyptians have a preconceived feeling, and then we will need to give a turning point, so that the Egyptians will accept that they cannot get back the Suez Canal. As for the record, I have already talked to your majesty when I was in Egypt last time. I'll just take it as a vacation in London. There is nothing in Egypt except the desert. Pharaoh Kai let out a sigh and shook his head. You have a very fertile land in Britain, which is really enviable. Fertile land in Britain? Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows, but when he thought of Egypt's land conditions, the British land was really fertile. Once the Aswan Dam is started, Egypt's situation will be changed. He said this, which was definitely a decision that went against his ancestors. Egypt could no longer be saved by a dam. Let's not talk about what will happen to Egypt in the future. Anyway, there will be no big problem in the next 20 years. If it doesn't work, the United States can take over in the future. Anyway, the United States will take over in the 21st century, but before handing it over to the United States, Egypt's independent image must be established to increase obstacles for the United States to station troops in the future. From now on, his task is to accompany Pharaoh Kai and Vivienne Leigh, who is about to return to the United States to attend the Oscars. This is the so-called balance between public and private. But he forgot that this is the British mainland, and the consequence is that sometimes he has to take some time to deal with his sister-in-law. Hey. Alan Wilson sighed. Margaret, this won't work. We are all adults and should control ourselves. You are forcing a promising Whitehall official to make a mistake. I've been so obedient. Princess Margaret was cautious. This princess, who had always been known for her nature, had changed so much from her original willfulness. Wasn't she satisfactory now? The answer is no. At least Alan Wilson felt that it was not enough now, and Her Royal Highness the Princess still had a huge room for improvement. And the current state is still highly risky. Of course, this will take a long time to slowly adjust. You have to get married eventually. Isn't there anyone to introduce you to a good match? Alan Wilson turned his face away with guilt, looking like a sanctimonious hypocrite. There are a few candidates, but I don't like them. Princess Margaret was a little worried, afraid to hear something she didn't like. Even in this situation, this man still didn't like her. The problem has never been about likes or not. As a princess, your pattern is small. There is only one problem. I'm your brother-in-law, and you are still a princess. This is the biggest problem. Alan Wilson sighed quietly, thinking that today's tutorial was almost over, and he had to get out safely. Princess Margaret, already 23 years old, had reached the best years of her life. Alan Wilson had become increasingly unable to control his inner impulses, and today he couldn't help but give the princess a long kiss. What was he going to do in the future? When the princess left, Alan Wilson, who was holding a cigarette, suddenly blurted out, "How come so many beautiful women love me at the same time?" During this period of time when both public and private interests were taken care of, some unconfirmed gossips also appeared in Egypt. The common point of these news was that they revolved around Pharaoh Kai's diplomatic struggle for Egypt and Britain. Pharaoh Kai came to Britain this time to take the opportunity to negotiate with the British government on the ownership of the Suez Canal. This was what Pharaoh Kai said before he left. Of course, all Egyptians warmly supported the actions of His Majesty the King, but as a few weeks passed in a flash, the King was still stranded in London, and some news about the British house arrest of Pharaoh Kai began to spread in Egypt. At the critical moment, when Pharaoh Kai was fighting for the ownership of the canal, the news of house arrest began to spread, which of course led to the sympathy of the Egyptian people for His Majesty the King. The king may not be as popular as Ali Pasha, but on this issue, he still has the support of all Egyptians. Egyptian public opinion has been fed back to Whitehall through the British Embassy in Cairo. Sir Ismay, the permanent Undersecretary of the Foreign Office, had to find Alan Wilson to ask, what is going on with Pharaoh Kai? Maybe he did it on purpose, trying to create a kind of public opinion to put pressure on us. Alan Wilson certainly couldn't say it had anything to do with him, and instead praised Pharaoh Kai for his wisdom and bravery. That thief has such a plan? Sir Ismay had a somewhat unbelieving expression. He didn't dare to say that he had seen countless people, but he didn't see that Pharaoh Kai seemed to have such talent. Alan Wilson's expression was no different from Sir Ismay's. He thought and said, in fact, I can see it, but respected sir, after all, we have no experience of being kings. There may be some problems that can only be born in a similar position. Maybe. Sir Ismay was convinced. He didn't see Alan Wilson's relieved look. He took out a report from Moscow and smiled bitterly. Sometimes I doubt what our diplomats are doing. Beria hasn't made a public appearance for several days. What can this mean? Huh? Alan Wilson's mind turned quickly. He calculated the time. It was almost the time when Beria was purged. For the Soviet Union, it may really mean a lot. Chapter 717. The Dragoons are free. Sir Ismay was full of surprise. After a long time, he slowly nodded and said to himself, that might really be a big thing. The two of them were silent, and the office was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. They thought about the series of impacts brought about by this incident, but they immediately changed the subject at the same time. This was useless. What could Britain do to the Soviet Union? Nothing could be done. Alan Wilson actually thought very simply. It was nothing more than a question of whether Beria was dead or not. According to official news released later, Beria was interrogated for several months and was eventually sentenced to death. But many news showed that Beria was attacked by surprise. Even if he did not die on the spot, he was killed soon. Because no one knew what happened to Beria after he was arrested, even his personal files were deliberately destroyed by the Soviet Union. Isn't this a typical case of a ship capsizing in the gutter? After walking out of the Foreign Ministry building, Alan Wilson was still thinking about this major event that originated from another country and had nothing to do with him. In fact, judging from the momentum of the past few months, Beria has the greatest power among the three giants. He remerged the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the commander of the Moscow military district was also a general promoted by him. He is also the second most powerful person in the government after Malenkov. It can be said that as long as Beria is determined, he can make others stand aside through a coup that will not affect a wide range of people. With the support of the Moscow military district and the complete Ministry of Internal Affairs, it is not a problem that can be done. There is a considerable success rate. At least the chance of winning is greater than a group of people studying to deal with him. The leadership of the Soviet Union cannot guarantee its own safety. As the chief political commissar who has been in charge of the Ministry of Internal Affairs for a long time, Beria actually thinks that he can eliminate competitors in a gentle way. He must be too arrogant and think that no one dares to deal with him. Beria should have experienced many times in his life that leaders in high positions in power cannot guarantee their own safety and are bullied by others. But he did not expect that he would face such a scene in the end. At this point, it is meaningless to pay attention to this matter. Just wait for the official announcement of the Soviet Union. Instead of this, he might as well think about the question about the Great British Treasure and Her Royal Highness. Thinking that Vivienne Leigh was about to leave for the United States, in terms of urgency, the former still needed him more. The time she spent back in London was a rare fulfilling time for Vivienne Leigh, and the smile on her face never faded. Who has a better chance this time? Alan Wilson kept his eyes on Vivienne Leigh, who was trying on new underwear, trying to find a topic with a tone of I know a lot about movies. As for whether he really knew, that was not important. Shirley Booth is very popular this time. Vivienne Leigh was very satisfied with herself in the mirror. Never heard of it? I've never heard you mention it. Alan Wilson thought with a puzzled look on his face. He knew all the female friends that Vivienne Leigh had a good relationship with, so he was sure that there was no such person. How could you possibly know her? Strictly speaking, she is an actress of the same generation as Jish. She is almost 60 years old. Vivienne Leigh turned around and walked slowly to the edge of the bed and sat down. This time it depends on whether Hedy can pass the test. The voice of the beautiful legend of Sicily is also very high. I hope she can win the award. Looking at it this way, it's a good opportunity. After hearing this, Alan Wilson finally became a little interested in the awards and the entertainment industry. Hedy Lamarr has never been recognized by major awards. If she can realize her dream this time, it would be great. Do you really hope that Hedy will win the award? Vivienne Leigh asked, looking straight at the man in front of her. From the perspective of a friend, I will certainly be happy for her to win the award. Alan Wilson began to explain ramblingly, trying to make it less related to him. Friends are so good that they can have children? Vivienne Leigh sighed faintly. It would be better if you were not so promiscuous. Don't explain. I accept the reality. I have begun to age. If Vivian Leigh had not been married and was not older than Alan Wilson, she would definitely ask for an explanation. This is not something that can be smoothed out by help in life and career, but when I think about my age, no, since you started exercising regularly, you are in much better shape than before. Alan Wilson stretched out his hand and pulled the national treasure into his arms and whispered, "Is it because you quit smoking and exercise regularly that you are much better both physically and mentally? Just believe me." In recent years, Vivian Leigh has become a major trend in the American entertainment industry. In addition to being promoted to the boss of United Artists, her circle of friends with female stars of the same period has also helped a lot. Alan Wilson suddenly became curious about movies these days, of course because of Be Real. He wanted United Artists Pictures and Woodpecker Pictures to help him make a flattering movie centered on Be Real's death and make a bloody meal for Prime Minister Attlee, who made the British Prime Minister election every 5 years. If it starts shooting now, it will be released next year and the UK will soon have another election. For Alan Wilson, leaning towards the Labour Party is simply a matter of no choice. The 17 years from the post-war period to 1962 are extremely important to Britain. Historically, the Labour Party has only been in power for 5 years, and the Conservative Party has been in power for the rest of the time. The British Empire has been in free fall all over the world, and it is very confusing to attribute this responsibility to the Labour Party, which has only been in power for 5 years. The iconic Suez Canal and Nassau Agreement both occurred during the Conservative Party's rule, and the result was that the Labour Party misled the country. Now, even from the perspective of policy continuity, he hopes that the Labour Party can accumulate enough time in power. Otherwise, changing every 5 years is still not a good choice for an empire in decline. Intellectually, Alan Wilson knows that the more a declining empire struggles, the faster it will decline. Strong medicine for severe illnesses often sends the patient to the West. If decline is inevitable, then a Labour Party that is not so troublesome is a better choice than the Conservative Party, which is said to maintain the interests of the empire, but always does things that make Britain avalanche. He hopes that the Labour Party can be in power for a long time, and he also knows one thing in his heart, that is, each trick can only be used once, and must not be repeated. The last time it made Britain continue to be great, this time it will change to another field to help. For this political film, he could provide some inside information, but he still needed a big company to help. Didn't the Soviet Union say that Beria's attitude towards Germany was the crime of its imperialist agent? Then they filmed the Berlin Crisis and added Prime Minister Attlee's visit to Moscow as one of the segments, hinting that after careful consideration, the greatest interests of the free world were sought, and the final result led to Beria's death. This kind of film is easier to make in the United Artists Studios in the United States and the Woodpecker Studios in France than in the British film and television companies, and will not be subject to relevant restrictions. In a sense, AI Zhang can only choose a roundabout way to save the country. Alan Wilson, who was worried about the British Empire, could only do it himself and serve Vivian Leigh with blood and sweat. Vivian Leigh, who was very fulfilled, was simply overjoyed. Before leaving, she said that she would definitely come back immediately and would not let Alan Wilson's overseas work feel lonely. On July 10, 1953, Moscow newspapers published an explosive news. A few days ago, the Soviet Communist Party held a central and plenary meeting and decided to remove Beria from the Soviet Communist Party Central Committee and expel him from the party. On the same day, Beria was also relieved of his duties as first deputy chairman of the Council of Ministers and Minister of Internal Affairs of the Soviet Union. This earth-shattering news was announced by the Soviet Union itself, confirming the previous speculation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs about Beria's sudden disappearance. From the perspective of Whitehall, this is of course a great opportunity to demonstrate the professionalism of civil servants. Alan Wilson, who was accompanying the King of Egypt under house arrest, was called directly to number 70 in Whitehall. Norman Brooke asked about the discussion with ICE May that day. With a draft in mind, he went to Prime Minister Attlee to report. The news of Beria's purge is definitely the most discussed event in the free world at present, but in the Hermann family estate in Bonn, the capital of the Federal Republic of Germany, the intensity of the discussion is no less than that of politicians from various countries. The general political commissar was arrested. Anna was horrified when she heard the news and spoke Russian, which she had not spoken for many years. As highly valued spies, the two had a single-line contact with Lubyanka at the beginning of each month. Lubyanka contacted the two sisters first, and the two sisters then tried to send the information back. There was no contact this month. Bokina and Anna were still very confused. The contact between the two sides had always been very punctual. This was the first accident in the past few years. Now that the news of Beria's arrest came, the two sisters knew where the problem was. Yes, it's really unexpected. Bokina couldn't come to her senses for a long time. Someone could actually capture Beria without anyone knowing. This simply challenged the common sense of the two. No wonder the contact was interrupted this time. Maybe Lubyanka is also in a mess now. There is no way to take care of the two sisters. Should we contact the country now? Bokina was at a loss for a while. Contact? Anna's face changed when she heard it, and she switched the language to German and said, "Why should we contact? We are respected people in Germany, have a superior life, and have our own children. I opposed it last time. You reported the intelligence of the Berlin crisis. You are betraying our man, the father of our children. Do you really think he doesn't know? Why didn't he come to Bonn? What do you want to say?" Bokina looked at her sister with a strange look. She was also very conflicted and did not dare to respond to Anna's accusation. "I don't want to be a spy anymore. If we can't get in touch due to the chaos in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, no one can prove that we are spies." Anna had a feeling in her heart and said it bluntly. "I have a strong feeling that our spy career is over and we will be free. You think too simply." Bokina shook her head slightly. "Although this is a bright future." Chapter 718 Negotiations on the ownership of the canal. "I don't care. I believe in my instinct. Cutting off contact directly is the best outcome for us." Anna shook her head. "We are worthy of the Soviet Union, no matter from which aspect. What else do we want after giving away half of Berlin? Even if it is a high-end spy, it is impossible for us to have such a great contribution, right? Now we should think about our future, instead of putting our whole life into it. It has been 8 years, is it not enough?" This is Anna's real thought at this moment. She doesn't want to continue like this, always sleeping in the same bed with the person she loves with a purpose. This has become a torment. What has Alan done to us? Without him, we can't even imagine what is happening today. I didn't say anything. Bokina's momentum weakened, which is a rare thing when sisters get along with each other. "You have no reason to say anything." Anna sneered. "You can even betray the father of your own child and put him in an embarrassing situation. What else do you want to say? Of course you are worthy of the Soviet Union, but then again, am I sorry to my motherland? I just think that I want to live for myself now." Live for myself? Bokina was touched. This was her idea. Although she was the one who led the two sisters in many aspects, she didn't dare to go beyond the line in this matter. "Stop talking." Bokina covered her chest and said weakly, "Just this time, I listened to you." Reason told Bokina that it was unlikely that they would be completely cut off from each other, but the future Anna talked about was the future she hoped for. She also regretted it and wanted to walk under the sun and be a free woman. Now the two sisters have accumulated huge wealth, which will increase with the passage of time. Both of them have their own sons, who have grown up and are very smart children. They will definitely be influential figures in the industry in the future. But they were born as spies. Facing such a beautiful vision, they were always in a haze in their hearts. Now they finally have a chance to see the light. Just as Anna said, they must not take the initiative to contact Moscow. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, they must seize it. If the dream comes true, the two women who are in the best years of their lives will not have to be in such a contradiction in the future. But what should we do if he feels that we are unreliable? Bokina raised another question. Alan Wilson has not been to Germany since the Berlin crisis. If, as Anna said, he has discovered that the two sisters are unreliable and has been avoiding meeting again, how can we repair their relationship? I have Hans. He can't possibly not want his own son. Anna said with ease, I will take the initiative to find him. The mistakes we made were big, but from a man's perspective, they are not serious. It's not cheating. Alan Wilson, who was far across the strait, sneezed a few times for no reason, which made the Egyptian king, who was under house arrest, look at him sideways. He joked, "Mr. Wilson, this is not the season for colds. There is never a reason for this kind of thing." Alan Wilson laughed, not knowing that his character had been eaten by the little dragoons. He still felt good about himself and said, regarding the rumors, that the UK has placed His Majesty the King under house arrest, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has officially refuted it yesterday. Of course, from our Egyptian embassy in Cairo, His Majesty's subjects generally do not believe it. If I hadn't come to London, I wouldn't have known that I had so many loyal subjects. Faralkai laughed dumbly, saying that the British Empire is worthy of being an old-fashioned imperialism. Although its military strength is no longer at its peak, it is still very trustworthy in other areas. Whitehall is ready to negotiate with His Majesty the King on this kind of public pressure. Alan Wilson poured a glass of champagne for Faralkai. They both drank it and then said, "My mission is almost complete. If the construction of the dam can get the support of Commissioner Wilson and the Mountbatten family, I believe the Egyptians will accept it." Faralkai pondered for a moment and continued, "As you said, as monarchies, the two countries should have good relations. We don't want Britain to be too weak, but we should try to get along as equally as possible in the future. This is what I pursue." Alan Wilson's words were decisive. "We in Britain respect all monarchies, and are far more reliable than the Soviet Union and the United States in this matter. I hope that in the future, the two countries can support each other on some things. This is good for all monarchies. The ownership of the Suez Canal is a big thunder for Britain. If this thunder can be successfully removed, even if it is just delayed, Alan Wilson will be worthy of his life in Britain. He has regarded this meeting as the most important thing before he returns to Kuala Lumpur, and he will not feel at ease if it is not done. With the help of the famous double dealer in the British Empire, this meeting was equivalent to having the final answer to copy. Faralkai was not at all guilty about the upcoming negotiations with the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister. He was completely like a king, and he was simply experienced in many battles. The next day, Faralkai, who had been in London for more than a month, finally met with the current British Prime Minister Attlee and Foreign Secretary Morrison on the issue of the Suez Canal. At this moment, the whole of Egypt was also paying attention to the king's negotiations with the British this time. They had never paid attention to Faralkai's every move like today, but Nasser, who had already arrived in Algeria, was definitely not among them. "Hello, Your Majesty." When Prime Minister Attlee saw the Egyptian king with special hobbies, he took the initiative to extend his hand and greeted him in a friendly manner. "Our government is very happy that you came to the UK. It's just that, because your time in the UK was a bit delayed, some unfriendly remarks towards Britain have appeared in Egypt. I hope to get some clarification on this. Hello, Prime Minister Attlee." Faralkai also put on a friendly smile. "You are very different from Churchill. You are a real gentleman." Oh. Prime Minister Attlee was very happy when he heard this and blurted out, "Is that what Your Majesty thinks? So I believe that you and Congressman Churchill must have different views on the issue of colonialism." Faralkai changed the subject and said, "I can honestly say that as the King of Egypt, my purpose of coming to the UK this time is very direct, which is to discuss with the UK the ownership of the Suez Canal." As soon as this sentence came out, Prime Minister Attlee's smile froze, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. He originally wanted to delay time for Faralkai to leave by himself, but the Egyptian king stayed in London and refused to leave. So much so that the whole of Egypt is now spreading the news that the king has been placed under house arrest by the British, and the Cairo embassy has been besieged by protesters. Only then did they have to give up pretending that nothing was wrong and come forward to negotiate with Faralkai, but he couldn't agree so easily to the Suez Canal. After World War I, the hegemony of the British Empire was not supported by those white dominions. The two cornerstones were British India and the Egyptian Protectorate. The former mainly provided financial and human support, while the latter also provided some financial support. Although the British India was lost, the Suez Canal was still very important to Britain. This would be a difficult negotiation. From Attlee's perspective, everything could be discussed except the ownership of the Suez Canal, while Faralkai only wanted to discuss the ownership of the Suez Canal. Alan Wilson was not present, but he was inquiring about every move of the talks, and his enthusiasm was no less than that of the parties involved. In fact, such talks were really disadvantageous to the Labour government, although the decision to withdraw troops from the Suez Canal was made by the Conservative government in history, and now the Labour Party is in power. But Prime Minister Attlee was obviously not as open-minded as the Conservative Party in some aspects. He recognized the independence of British India, but hit other colonies hard, which had already shown his true thoughts. Britain could shrink, but it could not shrink without a bottom line. As the leader of the Labour Party, which obviously represented a progressive party, Attlee could not speak out his true thoughts. This was where he was entangled. From this point of view, the opposition had more choices. It was really difficult for these Labour Party leaders who started out as workers' movements to openly endorse the existence of colonialism. Of course, there was no result in the negotiations that day. It can only be said that each side expounded the positions of the two countries, nothing more. Alan, aren't you receiving fair outcry? What do you think about this? At the meeting held in Whitehall, Norman Brooke took the initiative to ask Alan Wilson, does he have any weaknesses? The weakness is greed and lust, but these weaknesses are useless. Alan Wilson shrugged helplessly and said, even if Farouk kills people in the streets of London, it can't stop the whole of Egypt from supporting their king. Should we let Farouk talk about some other demands in exchange, and at the same time temporarily shut up the Egyptians? Sir Ismay was silent for a long time and said, as long as we don't talk about the ownership of the canal, everything else can be discussed. Alan Wilson was no longer sleepy. He had no conscience, and had never colluded with Sir Ismay in private. This was entirely the idea of the permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office, but it did coincide with his thoughts. But we can't be too straightforward. We should use hints. Alan Wilson subtly agreed with his boss's opinion. He directly cleared himself of suspicion when his boss agreed with his opinion. Don't we have a candidate? Aren't you responsible for receiving Farouk? Ask him if he has any other requirements besides the ownership of the Suez Canal. Norman Brooke made the decision and asked Alan Wilson to ask what he could do to get him to give in. Chapter 719. Good things are all about America. What else is there to ask? They have been communicating for such a long time, but after all, the cabinet secretary is the person he respects the most, so Alan Wilson decisively agreed. He went back in a day and informed Norman Brooke of the already prepared record. Farouk gave us a simple alternative plan. He hopes to quickly obtain a cheap international loan to build a new hydroelectric power station at present to complete Egypt's electrification construction and bring Egypt into modern society. Simple, quick, present and cheap. Norman Brooke extracted a few keywords at once and even doubted whether Farouk had studied in Whitehall. This kind of words used to submit proposals to ministers. If it was not said by Farouk himself, then the answer would be obvious. Norman Brooke gave Alan Wilson a look, and the latter understood and sat down honestly. To put it simply, Farouk wants to build a hydroelectric power station to electrify Egypt. Do you think this alternative is okay? My dear sir, compared with the ownership of the Suez Canal, this is a completely reasonable alternative. Alan Wilson admitted to a certain extent that he thought this alternative was good. Of course, this is not an easy thing to do. It is difficult to get rid of Farouk by just giving him a little benefit. But this is a controversial record, and we are not prepared. After careful consideration, Norman Brooke used controversial to describe Egypt's support for building the dam, instead of talking about the ownership of the Suez Canal. After careful and repeated discussions, this is a careful opinion after the discussion. Regarding the promotion of electrification projects, after the Free Officers Organization was eradicated, it is the most concerned thing for Farouk. Alan Wilson mentioned that he tried his best to fight for Britain and actually sold Britain again, but he had to pay more. It means that ordinary petty profits can no longer impress the Egyptian king. It's not easy, but I still have to report this to the Prime Minister as good news. Norman Brooke sighed, thinking about how to make the Prime Minister think this is a good thing. Alan Wilson didn't have to worry about the funeral. Norman Brooke soon had a plan. He had a plan about how helping Egypt electrify would be a good thing for the British Empire. This is Farouk's request. What does he think of Britain? A bank? Prime Minister Attlee's face was full of I don't have money. Is this the best backup we can strive for? Norman Brooke coughed lightly and said proudly, "Dear Prime Minister, if you really want me to explain it clearly, I can only say that, based on the current situation, looking at the overall situation, looking at the past and present, considering the average level of each department, analyzing and summarizing, it may be considered so. In summary, you may find that the current situation, although it may not be pleasant to hear, in any case, the prospects for choice are probably delicate. This is the only expectation at this stage. But I think this hasty decision may be very puzzling." Prime Minister Attlee was stunned for a long time, and he almost said something very stupid. "This is the assessment report written by Alan." Norman Brooke took out a report and said, "It has a detailed forecast of the future. To be fair, there are benefits, but it is unlikely to be obtained in the short term. Did the British Empire and other colonial empires in Europe plunder the world, or make the world richer? In fact, it depends on how you look at it. Relatively speaking, it has intensified the gap between the rich and the poor in any agricultural civilization, but from an absolute perspective, there is no doubt that the places colonized by Britain must have much more wealth than in the pure agricultural era. In other words, for a very mature agricultural civilization, even if Britain did not plunder much wealth, it played a role in intensifying the contradictions in the country. But for a place that was originally a tribal era, without European colonists, who knows how long they would have remained where they were. Take British India as an example. British India under British rule was definitely much richer than the original period when there were many small countries. But the beneficiaries were limited to the upper class of the subcontinent. For the vast lower population, Britain was much more efficient in exploitation than the original princes of the princely states. Most of the lower classes in India may not have lived better than before. What Norman Brooke meant was that once the Egyptian dam was built and Egypt entered the era of electrification, the country of Egypt would definitely be much better than it is now in absolute terms. Egypt now can't afford anything except flatbread. After electrification, Egypt's purchasing power will be improved. It took Attlee a while to extract the useful paragraphs from the heavy rhetoric, and then he fell into thinking. This was a complete blackmail, but on second thought, compared to taking back the ownership of the Suez Canal, a dam was not unacceptable. Attlee knew clearly which one was more important. If a loan for a dam could be exchanged for 5 to 10 years of stable control of the canal, it would not be unacceptable to the whole of Britain. After all, Attlee was not Churchill, who was still dreaming of the British Empire. He knew clearly that Britain could no longer support the British Empire's imperial dream, and some of the remaining vested interests must be realized. "I need to think about it carefully." Attlee reached out and touched his forehead, which was brighter than the chandelier above his head, indicating that he would consider it carefully and let Norman Brooke wait for news and stabilize Pharaoh. Alan Wilson did not expect that he would have the opportunity to meet the Prime Minister so soon, but before meeting Attlee, he concluded in his heart that it might not be a good thing. As expected, Attlee asked British Malaya whether it could share the burden with the British mainland. "Dear Prime Minister, if you give me a few more years, I can make Malaya play the role of British India, or even better, but there is one thing that British Malaya cannot do. That is, the manpower is very different from that of British India." Alan Wilson was not shirking his responsibility, but telling the truth. "I can no longer take out manpower to organize engineering teams to help the Egyptians with construction and reduce costs. First of all, there is no profit in doing so. This big project can solve Egypt's big employment problem. Britain can't save costs by using colonial manpower to help. In addition, the last rich human resources in Malaya have been invested in the construction of the airport. British Malaya has a population of just over 10 million, only 1/40th of India's current population. After continuous planning and industrial transfer with local support, there is not much extra manpower. Alan Wilson can be proud that he, as a colonial commissioner, has eliminated the unemployment problem, at least in theory, because in his eyes, farmers are also occupations, and are not among the unemployed. If we include the agricultural population in employment, the employment prospects of British Malaya are very good now. Although Malaya is not rich, Egypt's current labor costs are lower. If we make plans, we can just use British people, and Egyptians can be used as workers. If we use colonial workers, it will snatch Egyptian jobs, which may intensify the conflict. Is that so? Adli thought for a while and said, of course I don't know the inside story, but I think the loan of £80 million may be a little too much. In fact, we can ask Washington for help. For an important country like Egypt, it has just experienced a military coup. The United States is also worried. Alan Wilson suggested, I believe that even for this reason, the United States will not refuse the loan. Egypt's land is really barren, and Egypt's geographical location is really important. In the original history, Egypt under Nasser's rule was more inclined to the Soviet Union, and when he was alive, it almost scared Europe to death. This can be seen from the rapid extinguishing of Britain's influence in Asia after the Suez Canal War. Even Britain can't stand a hostile Egypt, let alone other European countries. In order to bring Egypt back, the United States waited until Nasser died, and in the following decades, it continued to supply Egypt with food at low prices. Regardless of whether Egypt was obedient or not, it continued to provide military aid to Egypt. Let's sign the agreement first, make it a fait accompli, and then talk to the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Norman Brooke suggested at the right time, when Egypt makes a request, we will help speak up, and it will be difficult for the United States to disagree with providing a loan. At the critical moment, the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary quickly came up with a consensus to drag the United States into the water. Alan Wilson sighed secretly. In fact, this was also what the United States considered in history. Because of Egypt's geographical location, it was finally willing to provide Egypt with funds to build the Aswan Dam. The United States considered that, although Egypt was a country that still had influence with Britain and France, it was better than leaning on the side of the Soviet Union. According to current considerations, as long as Egypt took the initiative to ask the International Monetary Fund, and Britain stood by to support it, it would be difficult for the United States to disagree. To put it another way, if the United States finally rejected Egypt's loan request, it would also be possible for Britain to consider taking over at that time. It would also allow the United States to offend the Egyptians for no reason. With the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary so actively implementing the special relationship between Britain and the United States, Alan Wilson even felt that he could go a step further and add a clause at the end of the letter of understanding during Faroukai's visit to Britain. This clause would be, if the United States gives up control of the Panama Canal, Britain and France will return control of the canal to Egypt regardless of whether Egypt's electrification is completed. Britain did not actually need to come up with a way to come up with such a clause. It would only be necessary for Faroukai to state it in the Arabic text that he used to explain to his country. Britain could then pretend to be unaware of it afterwards. Chapter 720 Electrification of Egypt. In the short term, Americans will not know, and there is no need to know. This actually cannot change the overall situation. The international situation is ultimately based on national strength. The United States is strong, and no one can take the Panama Canal away from the Americans. But it is different for Britain and France. The Soviet Union is in the east and the United States is in the west. They are both great enemies to Britain and France. One requires both countries to stand firmly together, let alone two. In the first 10 years after the war, Britain can be regarded as supporting France to maintain its status as a great power within its capacity, but in the end it could not avoid the gap in national strength. Today, I give Faroukai a thought. Just like when Alan Wilson was in Kuala Lumpur, he told many Malayan sultans that once the US military left Japan, the British army would leave Malaya immediately. It was a truth, mainly to comfort him. The reality is that no one knows better than him that the United States will never withdraw its troops from Japan. The probability of withdrawing troops is smaller than that of withdrawing troops from Europe, because Japan alone cannot resist as much as so many European countries. In the future, when Britain stands beside the United States, it must be careful of the resistance from the European Union from time to time. If Britain stands on the side of Europe, it will be more difficult for the United States to control Europe. In the final analysis, it is necessary to have autonomy. Britain must maintain relative strength in order to fight for its own interests. Alan Wilson finally got what he wanted and squeezed into the team that had talks with Farouk. His joining nominally improved the professionalism of British diplomats, but in fact it was more beneficial to Egypt, who made Farouk think that the people on the other side are our people through and through. With this idea, Alan Wilson jumped up and down, threatening, pressuring, and intimidating for no reason. Naturally, Farouk would not be angry. 18 million Egyptians are waiting for my good news. Mr. Wilson should understand what public opinion is. You are a democratic country in Britain. We are a British democracy. To be precise, we are a constitutional monarchy. Alan Wilson said calmly, word by word, I heard that there is a free officer organization that is very dissatisfied with the monarchy in Egypt. Your Majesty, you should understand what Britain means to all monarchies at the most critical moment. When Alan Wilson said this, even his colleagues couldn't help but roll their eyes. It seemed that he was not talking about Britain. 100 years ago, the Russian Empire, which had the title of European Gendarmerie, was very consistent with Alan Wilson's description. But now the times are different. The Russian Empire was a shelter for monarchies. Now there are more republics than monarchies. Britain, a constitutional monarchy, should be the backer of all monarchies. Although these words may be ambiguous during the pressure process, everyone can only pinch their noses and agree. Mr. Wilson, it seems that Britain regards me as the weakness of the whole of Egypt. Farouk's face changed slightly, and he cursed the other party in his heart for having a bad conscience and not playing by the rules at all. What about the Egyptian extra-official minister and honorary pasha? Now they are targeting him, the king of Egypt. Dear king, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to explain the special relationship between Britain and Egypt. Alan Wilson corrected his mistakes and created a tense atmosphere for the talks. It was enough, but he couldn't go too far. Dear king, Alan is not blaming the Egyptian monarchy. We even think that the monarchy is conducive to maintaining stability in Egypt's modernization process. Prime Minister Adli was a little unnatural when he spoke. He didn't expect that there would be a day when he, a man who started from the workers' movement, would sing praises for the monarchy. But what can he do? Adli is no longer the same as before. He is now the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. The negotiations were difficult and stuck here for several days. Prime Minister Adli even wanted to give up continuing to maintain Britain's management rights over the canal, but when he thought of the bull terrier who was full of energy and fighting spirit in the House of Commons, he couldn't do it. Everyone knows that now. Congressman Churchill is dreaming of finding faults in the Labour Party and raising the Conservative Party's support rate. And no matter what, Churchill was the Prime Minister who led Britain to resist Germany during the war and was the incumbent Prime Minister who represented Britain in victory. Although the Labour Party has an advantage over the Conservative Party now, as long as Churchill is still active in the House of Commons, the Conservative Party's traditional supporters will easily gather. With the Conservative Party watching, the original intention of the UK and the Labour Party's position on the current talks is that everything can be discussed, except the ownership of the Suez Canal. The delicate situation in the British political arena, in the eyes of Alan Wilson, a civil servant who transcends party disputes, is actually very similar to the political arena of Scam Island. No matter what the Cannon Party does, it is selling out Taiwan. The Green Party does the same thing, but no one loves Scam Island more than them. After all, when it comes to the slogan of maintaining the British Empire, no matter whether the Conservative Party really has a way, the Conservative Party will always shout louder than the Labour Party in the field of shouting imperialist slogans. The Conservatives could not deceive Alan Wilson. This outsider who had witnessed the free fall of the country could easily deceive some traditional supporters. Negotiations were difficult, and the Egyptians, thousands of miles away, had to endure the attack of Britain's hegemony of public opinion, which had not been damaged by the war, and guide Egypt to pay attention to how difficult it was for Farouk and to argue with the powerful Britain. Egypt, which was still in a state of widespread illiteracy, would not understand the news they knew at all. In fact, it was Britain that let them know. Egypt itself could not do anything to Britain. The non-staff minister, honorary Pasha Alan Wilson, was still responsible for Farouk's reception work in his spare time. The focus of the matter had shifted from the Suez Canal to the construction of the Aswan Dam. The father-in-law, who had returned to the Mediterranean fleet, was organizing a military exercise to threaten Egypt with the canal in person. The play had to be done in full, and these were all necessary steps. At this point, Pharaoh Kai was a little worried, fearing that it would arouse the anti-British wave among the Egyptians, making it difficult for him, the king, to get off the tiger and end badly. Now I don't know how to explain it. When I returned to Cairo, Pharaoh Kai strolled on the golf course and expressed his worries. Your Majesty, how to explain it depends entirely on your position. Have you heard the story of the Dragon Slayer? The propaganda should focus on doing something knowing that it is impossible. If Alan Wilson were an Egyptian, he would definitely be a good minister. He said, sometimes the monarch should honestly point out the problems facing the country instead of pretending that there are no problems. How to fight for the ownership of the Suez Canal failed, and the second best option became to ask Britain to support Egypt's electrification process. What I mean is, focus on the fact that each generation can only do what a generation can do. Anyway, after you return to Egypt, it will show that Egypt is very different from a real powerful country. It is best to list some real data to illustrate the two. As for specific actions, you can write an inscription for Cairo University in Egypt. I have thought about it. It is good to study for the rise of Egypt. Focus on pragmatically acknowledging that some of the problems Egypt faces are the main reason for the failure to reclaim the Suez Canal this time. Transform Egypt's mentality into a driving force for promoting electrification construction. Should I also talk about the fleet review that I saw with my own eyes when I attended the Queen's coronation ceremony this time? Pharaoh Kai smiled and then said seriously, it is indeed shocking. As far as this matter is concerned, we can also make a fuss about it. The battleship formation with Malaya as its home port is still in the UK and can be used to escort you back to Egypt. Your Majesty can use it as a driving force for building the Egyptian navy after returning to Egypt. Alan Wilson turned into a salesman when he heard this and said implicitly that Egypt should develop its navy so that British battleships would have a market. Developing the navy is also good for Egypt. The navy is the most financially intensive military branch, and the characteristics of the military branch can eliminate most of the troops. If the arms race is concentrated in the naval field, Israel will definitely not be able to withstand it. For a coastal country like Israel, the threat of the main gun range of the battleship can be magnified to the extreme. If Pharaoh Kai issued a statement that he was shocked by the battleship formation and built Egypt with this as the goal, there may be unexpected effects. As Mountbatten led the Mediterranean fleet to conduct military exercises in the eastern Mediterranean, this round of Suez Canal dispute between Britain and Egypt finally attracted the attention of other countries. At this time, the United States and the Soviet Union had just had a chance to breathe. The United States finally ended the Korean War, which allowed it to sober up for a moment, and the Soviet Union was still trying to eliminate the Beria incident. Both countries wanted to seize the opportunity to cover up what had happened before, but Britain would not give the United States and the Soviet Union a chance. Alan Wilson had been keeping an eye on these two bastards. On the first day, when Washington and Moscow began to express their concerns, the Mediterranean fleet's military exercise plan was stopped by London. The negotiations between Britain and Egypt also entered a new stage. Pharaoh Kai also made his first public appearance, indicating that he was not under house arrest, but had been trying to find an acceptable solution with the British government. Immediately afterwards, Pharaoh Kai and the Attlee cabinet signed a memorandum on the conditions for the transfer of management rights of the Suez Canal, as well as Britain's assistance to Egypt in building a new dam and helping Egypt promote electrification. Reporters from major newspapers took up their cameras to record this moment, marking the successful conclusion of this meeting. How do you explain that the Suez Canal has become an electrification process? Pharaoh Kai was far from being as calm as he seemed. Modernization means monarchy plus electrification. As for the ownership of the Suez Canal, as the core driving force for Egypt's electrification development, after Egypt's electrification is successful, we can take back the control of the Suez Canal with dignity. Alan Wilson performed his duties as a supernumerary minister with great pride. He had reason to do so, because the next thing was the project bidding. He felt that the Mountbatten family should have a place in this project, at least part of it. Chapter 721 French ally Wilson. As the King of Egypt, Pharaoh Kai was no stranger to collusion between officials and businessmen. He immediately said, once this national project starts, out of friendship with Britain, this project will inevitably require the assistance of Britain. Of course, I can't do such a thing as private transfer. That kind of thing will never happen. Alan Wilson said righteously, Pamela's company will definitely get the share it deserves through strong technology and experienced teams. Egypt certainly cannot rule out the participation of some professional groups. After all, science cannot be faked. Pharaoh Kai gave an official statement, but in fact it was a verbal agreement. With the guarantee of the King of Egypt, the non-staff ministers were almost overjoyed, thinking of finding a golden waterfall for the king. But in fact, Pharaoh Kai has a professional team, and does not need a person who is paid by Whitehall to worry about this kind of thing. From the news in later generations, it is clear that the Peace Church has such strict management of the people, but it did not prevent the Arab princess from attending the party. Alan Wilson suggested that Pharaoh Kai could choose to take the battleship formation returning to Asia back to Egypt. But Pharaoh Kai obviously had his own ideas, saying that good things take time. He was obviously curious about the rare overseas visits, and he was not in a hurry to return to Cairo. I wonder what the Egyptians, who have always shown unprecedented concern for Pharaoh Kai's visit to the UK, would think if they knew that their king was acting like this. But if you think about it carefully, there is no need for the Egyptians to know. Alan Wilson can find a reason at random. His Majesty Pharaoh is sad. He feels ashamed to face the Egyptian elders for not having done his best this time, and taking back the control of the canal. As for using the king's hammer to hit the loopholes of imperialist women, it is enough to hide the merits and fame. In principle, Alan Wilson is not going to make a profit from the dam project. Such a project involves the Suez Canal, so sincerity should be shown instead of caring about those petty profits. It should be considered like Jack Ma. I'm not interested in money, and my goal is never limited to money. Focusing on the dam alone, Alan Wilson feels that another country is needed to help Egypt divert the contradiction. British Sudan is currently under self-government, with local elites and commissioners co-managing. The Sudanese commissioner is an old friend of Alan Wilson, John, the former commissioner of the Junagadh state. With this old friend around, this matter is not difficult. Sudan is also discussing building a dam upstream to help Britain divert conflicts. He thinks it is not too much to let a colony that is not independent, but only autonomous do this. And Ethiopia. Patting his head, Alan Wilson felt ashamed of his rigid thinking. Since there is already a Sudan, what's the big deal about adding Ethiopia? Did Haile Selassie I forget that when the whole of Ethiopia fell, he lived in exile in London? Well, we are home now, and you are still thinking about work. Go home like you are going home. Pamela Mountbatten came out of the kitchen with food, with a face full of blame. I'm also doing this to see if your wealth can grow. Alan Wilson took a bite of bread and said vaguely, who am I doing this for? It's to prevent my woman from worrying about those trivial money issues. There is a saying in the East that poor couples are sad about everything. Money is not everything, but it is almost everything. Her husband was so righteous that Pamela Mountbatten had no reason and didn't want to refute him at all. She agreed that her man was right and asked with an attitude of admitting her mistake. This project? With the guarantee of the King of Egypt, there should be no problem, right? He is a king first, and the King of Egypt second. Just like the descendants of Kampridas, they are probably also Kampridas. Alan Wilson said a roundabout way that sounded reasonable. This is a fact. Pharaoh Kai is a king. The first thing to consider in this era is not how good it is for Egypt. Now fighting for Egypt's rights is essentially to maintain the stability of the monarchy. So Pharaoh Kai's promise is guaranteed. It was already the mid-20th century. As a king, he could not alienate Britain. This was determined by his identity. He was a king first, and an Egyptian second. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and rat sons dig holes in the ground. This is the reason. The Kamprida class that Alan Wilson of Malaya supported with British resources is inherently impossible to fight to the death with Britain. This will not change, because Shayan Kai and Q and Su Yang's generation is gone. Even if the next generation of Kamprida sons grow up, they will choose to stand with Britain at a critical moment. Capitalists have no motherland. If they do, it is definitely not a socialist country. Faralkai's choice will not change because he is Egyptian. On the contrary, if he is a Coptic, he may still have concerns. As a king of the main ethnic group in Egypt, Arabs, he has fewer concerns. This is just like the king court knew that it was going to carry out the westernization movement. If it messed up, the Han people would rebel. The Cannon Party is like a zombie. It is a truth that it is not as good as buying to focus on making. The Cannon Party is nothing to be afraid of. Nationalism will be against the king court, but it is useless to the Cannon Party. But how many useless people are there like the Cannon Party? He felt that Faralkai had a great chance to consolidate his position according to his design. This is not the time to compare abilities. The Cannon Party is a crooked party at its root. Minister of the Extra Staff, I'll pour you a glass. Pamela Mountbatten obediently poured a glass of whiskey for her husband and flattered him with admiration. You are the savior of the British Empire. In a sense, this can't be said to be wrong. Alan Wilson was very pleased with his wife's flattery, and his appetite suddenly opened up. The key is to cultivate from a young age. This may be the sense of accomplishment of the training system. After completing this matter, he will return to Asia to provide some help to France's large-scale offensive and implement the Anglo-French alliance to the end. This idea was not concealed from Pamela Mountbatten. The two were husband and wife, and there was nothing to hide. Are the French serious this time? Seeing her husband's serious look, Pamela Mountbatten chose to believe this judgment unconditionally. You have to be restrained. Indonesia has always had ideas about Malaya. It's different. France faces infiltration on the ground, while British Malaya and Indonesia are separated by a strait. Alan Wilson shook his head and said, after all, people live on land. The strait separates us, so the troubles we face are completely different from those faced by the French. In addition, there are Australian and New Zealand troops stationed in Malaya. Pulling Australia and New Zealand will also reduce a lot of pressure on us. Of course, you have also contributed to this. If it weren't for Pamela Mountbatten, who brought the British aristocracy to hold the iron ore resources that are extremely important to Australia, Britain's influence on Australia might not be as stable as it is now. Of course, the trend of continuous immigration from the British mainland to Australia is also one of the reasons. Once the French large-scale offensive begins, the surge in military spending will inevitably lead to an expansion of demand. This may be the last war bonus. Alan Wilson did not hide his original intention to reap a wave of war dividends, but he changed his tone and said, but when it comes to helping, I will do my best to rescue my allies. That being said, if the battle started in Dien Bien Phu, even if Alan Wilson could persuade the British commander in Malaya to rescue, it would be impossible. Dien Bien Phu is in the interior of Vietnam, almost the farthest place from the coastline. When the Dien Bien Phu battle broke out, it rained for a long time around Dien Bien Phu, which greatly reduced the French Air Force. If you give an example, it is simply a replica of the decisive battle of Sanfeng Mountain between the Mongols and the Jin dynasty. The Jin dynasty was dying and counterattacked, and the whole process was planned, and then a snowfall caused the Jin army to collapse. France relied on the Air Force to maintain the supply line, and the continuous rain in Dien Bien Phu directly caused the French Air Force to withdraw from the battlefield. I wonder how the French army's combat effectiveness compares to the Zhangxiu army and Zhuge army. Alan Wilson suddenly had a brainwave. In fact, they were very similar. Since France was defeated by Germany in World War II, the reason why they fought over the colonial issue was also related to the idea of proving combat effectiveness through war within the French army. London's affairs have been completed, and Alan Wilson is about to return to Kuala Lumpur. How much the French need his help at this time. Alan Wilson's spirit of imperialism rises in his heart. It's a pity that there are no nuclear bombs. Before the end of my term as commissioner, I must strive for the deployment of nuclear bombs for Malaya. Pamela Mountbatten, who was cleaning up the tableau, heard her husband complain. Before embarking on the journey home, Alan Wilson sent a circle of telegrams as usual, and then he took the special plane prepared by his wife to go back. Brother-in-law, you are leaving again. Princess Margaret hooked her arm around the man's neck, and only then did she come back to her senses from the dizziness of the long kiss, with a face full of tenderness and sweetness. Your Highness, I'm the Commissioner of Malaya. Alan Wilson wiped his mouth and said with a clear conscience, "Managing Malaya is my job, and the French army is preparing a large-scale offensive. I want to see if there is anything I can do to help." He wants to eat the blood of the Vietnamese people and be a firm ally. Alan Wilson is the man who wants everything. For the development of Malaya, he must eat the blood of the Vietnamese people who resisted the French. As a colonial empire, he must also help France. There is nothing to say. It's like he just kissed the princess to the point of suffocation, but he is still righteous and has a clear conscience. "I will visit you, even if I'm not in London," Princess Margaret promised her brother-in-law. Pa. Alan Wilson took back his palm leisurely. "I don't need you to teach me how to do things. The 6-month term has expired, and the commissioner has returned." Before getting on the plane, Alan Wilson's mouth curled up, and he experienced the feeling of a crook-mouthed god of war. In this European Cup, a loss to Germany, which is not considered a loss for now, but it is hard to say whether Italy and England will stop the loss or just kneel down. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722, Domino Theory. A few hours later, Alan Wilson was on the top floor of Woodpecker Pictures headquarters, drinking coffee and reading the newspaper. Alan Wilson, who was thinking about the next stage of his work, did not notice Ingrid Bergman coming out of the bathroom. Ingrid Bergman had long hair draped over her shoulders and was wearing a white men's shirt. Apart from that, she was naked. She looked at the man sitting there and said, "The water is ready. The water temperature is just right. It's just right for you to relieve your fatigue. You won't help me relieve my fatigue like this." Alan Wilson's eyes scanned around. He swallowed and stood up and said, "I think I have to work overtime again." "Oh, really?" Ingrid Bergman, with a moving smile, also began to persuade her in a flowery way. "That's really not good news. After all, it's physical labor, the working environment is humid, and visibility is low. What can I do?" Alan Wilson had already walked forward and put one hand on Ingrid Bergman's fragrant shoulder. "People are like this. At first I just wanted to know what your name was, and slowly I would wonder how you called it. You little rascal." Ingrid Bergman turned her head away and followed the man's hand into the bathroom. The weather was hot, so what's wrong with taking a bubble bath? It was reasonable. Hedy Lamarr has gone to the United States. Now Woodpecker Pictures is managed by only 2 Swedish actresses. Greta Garbo is more like a hermit in Paris than a manager. Just like in New York, she stays at home every day and does not go out. The biggest activity is to take her son for a walk. This is not possible. Alan Wilson thinks that Greta Garbo's retirement can be postponed again. Isn't there a script for 007? While her appearance is still there, she has left a classic image. For this kind of series of movies, you want to use my influence to expand the influence of the first movie and lay a good foundation for the future. Greta Garbo tilted her head and said expressionlessly, "My dear, what I admire most about you is that no matter what time you are, you always look calm and indifferent." Alan Wilson reached out and rubbed the other's face, as if Greta Garbo was not a party to the Anglo-Swedish war just now. Greta Garbo ignored the man's actions and didn't even think of stopping him. She got up from the bed and said, "It's time. I need to change the baby's diaper." It was very normal for a Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee to inspect Britain's overseas assets in Paris, so it was also very normal to walk around in Rome. He had made an appointment with a lady of equal status who was temporarily living in Paris to keep up with the frequency of going to Kuala Lumpur. Lord Zantang served the country, and the logistics work must keep up. He also bought an Italian fairy tale in Rome, which made an outstanding contribution to Italy's economic development. The folktales passed down orally in Italy were recorded in literary form long before any other country. Britain also has stories about Italy, such as Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice. After leaving Italy, there were no overseas assets that needed to be checked in person. Hepburn could see that Alan Wilson was reluctant to leave. "Your sadness is visible to the naked eye. Alan Wilson pretended to be affectionate and said, "Really, I don't know why I'm so unhappy. You said that you felt annoyed seeing me like this, but in fact I feel annoyed too. But how could I let sadness get to me? What kind of thing is this sadness? Where does it come from? I don't know at all. Sadness has turned me into a fool. I almost don't understand myself. You are not serious, even though you are about to go on a long journey." Hepburn rolled her eyes at the man, and then said seriously, "No matter how big the difficulties are, they are not a problem for you. The hardships that fate has given you will eventually become your motivation to move forward." Alan Wilson involuntarily straightened his back, reached out and touched Hepburn's cheek, and said confidently, "As long as I think about what kind of disaster a storm on the sea will cause. If I go to the church and see the sacred temple built of stones, how can I not immediately think of those dangerous reefs, which only need to touch the side of my good ship slightly, and will pour the spices in the ship into the water. Let the surging waves wear my silken satin. What was priceless just now, in a moment, it will be gone. Your destiny does not depend on momentary considerations, and your wealth does not depend on a round trip. These things should not make you feel sad." Hepburn looked at Alan Wilson with deep affection, and said something in the same irrelevant way. "The key is love." Alan Wilson no longer spoke in Shakespearean language, but expressed his true feelings directly, especially love. Hepburn answered in the same way, indicating that she understood the man's words from beginning to end and gave a positive answer. "So I feel relieved." Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. If he continued to go around like this, he would have nothing to say. After all, his knowledge reserve in this area was far less than his attainments in the field of politics. Alan Wilson hoped that there was no such person as Shakespeare in British history, but there was no way this person existed. And as a civil servant, he had to know something about this. Sometimes when he read Shakespeare's works, he felt that the content in it was a living clown, and he would rather die in laughter than a passionate person, but still had to sit upright. The two kissed goodbye, and after passing the Dubai Airport project that had already started, Alan Wilson returned to Kuala Lumpur, which he had been away from for more than half a year. He was still full of enthusiasm for his work in Malaya. In his home country, he had to be careful to deal with the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary, but here he could find the feeling of having his words count. If a man does not eat from 5 tripods when he is alive, he will be famous in the 5 tripods when he dies. Without this understanding, what kind of colonial commissioner is he? Give me all the information about the French army on the peninsula now. The moment he entered the Kuala Lumpur administrative office, Alan Wilson had regained the feeling of a colonial commissioner. General Nava had arrived in Vietnam in May and took over as the commander-in-chief. The total strength of the French army was now 180,000, including 54,000 French troops, 20,000 foreign legions, 30,000 North African troops, mainly Moroccans and Algerians, 10,000 Air Force, 5,000 Navy and 70,000 Vietnamese. Among these 180,000 people, the 70,000 Vietnamese soldiers who were similar to the puppet army must be excluded first. The North African army was also composed of colonial soldiers and had combat effectiveness. The only ones who could be relied on were the French army and the foreign legions, with a force size of about 70,000 to 80,000. With an army of this size, it is understandable why the French army was annihilated in the Dien Bien Phu campaign with less than 20,000 people, which made the situation unmanageable, and the mobile forces had been annihilated. General Nava, who arrived in Vietnam, soon discovered that the situation was not favorable to the French army, but he immediately realized his command weaknesses and formulated a long-term plan. The plan was based on enhancing the mobility of the troops, increasing the number of troops, and obtaining assistance from the United States. Nava sent the plan back to Paris, but it was not approved. Alan Wilson quickly learned about the situation of the French troops in Vietnam, thought for a while and said, when propaganda is directed to Australia and European countries that have colonies around Southeast Asia, we must emphasize the domino theory. We must give Washington the impression that after the Korean War, Moscow has launched another offensive. If all of Vietnam falls, it is only a matter of time before all of Asia is controlled by the Soviet Union. General Nava actually discussed with General Bilton about the British Army providing assistance, but General Bilton refused on the grounds of dealing with Indonesian infiltration operations. That's the right thing to do, and we have no choice. Alan Wilson agreed. As for the Vietnam pit, a country as small as Britain should not get involved. Only the United States has the ability to do so. Chapter 723 Humanistic Care. Wilson. As the biggest beneficiary of the colonial era, Britain should think about protecting its vested interests. Alan Wilson thinks that the saying "I will not offend others if they do not offend me" is very suitable for Britain now. Moreover, Britain is in a situation where one foot is in the Victorian era and the other foot is in the current environment. If it does not handle domestic affairs well, it will inevitably be out of touch with policy implementation, just like the two parties in the United States in the 21st century. The Democratic Party and the Republican Party may not fight so obviously, but Britain's national strength cannot be compared with that of the United States. A prudent and conservative attitude is what Britain should do most. Therefore, it is not impossible to transfer the garrison in British Malaya to Vietnam to help the French army, but it must not be put into action. Alan Wilson also does not know which part of the British Empire Army the British Army in British Malaya belongs to. It is well known that the British Army is an army with a very large upper and lower limits. The upper limit is the main force of Normandy, which has exchanges with the German heavy troops, and the lower limit is to surrender to the second-rate Japanese army. If the British Army in British Malaya happens to be the latter, it will only be a shame for the old imperialism on the battlefield in Vietnam. Now that he had returned to Kuala Lumpur, according to the agreement to meet in Paris, Alan Wilson sent a telegram to General Nava, the commander-in-chief of the French army in Vietnam, saying that he had returned and was supervising the production of military supplies for the French army. The French will definitely fight this year, and expenses in all aspects will surge. Alan Wilson said to Richard, the head of the Malayan administration, "This order, due to our support for the French army's actions in Vietnam, has fallen into our hands without any accident. This is the last big tonic pill for the French army. We must seize this opportunity. Commissioner, before you came back, I had arranged it, and production in all aspects is proceeding in an orderly manner." Richard immediately reported on this issue. Ms. Elisa, the West Malaysia Commissioner, is currently on vacation, mainly because she is reportedly pregnant with her husband's baby. In terms of age, this is also very normal. Before Alan Wilson came back, Elisa had been approved for leave, but she did not return to the UK. Like Alan Wilson's wife who lives in Australia, she chose to wait for the angel to come with her husband in Australia. After all, he was a reliable subordinate for a long time. Alan Wilson certainly had to create a comfortable environment for Elisa and her husband. Everyone was so familiar with each other. The French are going to fight hard this year, which is good news for us. With the advantageous industries of sugar, rubber and tin mining, our fiscal revenue this year will reach £100 million. Whether we can completely replace British India depends on this year's demand. Alan Wilson stood up and lit a cigar for himself, and also gave one to Richard. These were all bought by Pamela Mountbatten from Latin America to satisfy her husband's personal hobbies. In normal times, the fiscal share of British India was only £100 million. After the war, British India was about to become independent, and there were problems in the British mainland. The governor's office started to tap the potential desperately. British Malaya, which can earn £100 million, has replaced the original British India, at least in terms of finance. And this is just the beginning. Alan Wilson believes that with this strategic location, more wealth can be created. Except that the population is still not comparable to British India. There are no problems in other aspects. The French have high hopes for the Air Force, and are very generous in their orders for napalm bombs. Richard mentioned the French military's request. He didn't know that this kind of help was offered by his immediate superior. This is normal, but in the final analysis, it still depends on the ground forces. I don't know how much role the German armored forces in the hands of the French will play in Vietnam. Alan Wilson seemed worried. He still hoped that France could help. The current French armored forces mainly come from the military equipment left after Germany's defeat and the aid from the United States in the war bill. As one of the main battlefields of the European War and an important force participating in the war, France seized a large number of German surplus arms after the war, including nearly 100 usable Leopard tanks and a large Junkers transport aircraft unit. The large number of German armored vehicles obtained after the war also made the French overjoyed. First, the newly born French army must quickly expand its armored forces in order to face the Soviet steel torrent that is already within reach. Second, because French military-industrial enterprises lack mature and reliable tank design solutions in a short period of time, the Leopard tanks that have been tested can provide inspiration for the new generation of designers. After the war, France actively sought to return to its colonies and hoped to use its vast colonies to revive its position on the international stage. As an important transportation force of the former Third Reich, Junker transport aircraft also became an important support for the global projection of French strategic forces after the war. Coincidentally, the remains of the armaments of the destroyed Third Reich are also an important source of support for the Soviet Union's support for evolutionary armed forces in various places. The Soviet Union can't use its own armaments, so there is a very interesting situation on the current battlefield in Vietnam. The French, who use German armaments, are facing the Vietnamese, who also use a large number of German equipment. The two countries are competing to see who is more German. Alan Wilson still believes that the French are more German, because for a period of time after the war, the main source of troops for France's famous Foreign Legion was Germans, and 20,000 French Foreign Legion soldiers were in Vietnam. If nothing unexpected happens, the German veterans in the French Foreign Legion will be the main force of this large-scale French offensive. After returning to Kuala Lumpur for one day, Alan Wilson has adapted to the work atmosphere again, and worked until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the rest is his own private time. Thanks to his common interest in micromanagement with Chan Gong Wan Lee, he knew everything about London, even if he returned to it, and didn't he support many big compradors like Mr. Su and Mr. Shan? The distribution of industries in British Malaya, in simple terms, is like this. Natural resources are in the hands of the Malays, and processing industries are in the hands of the Chinese. Of course, there is no such clear distinction, because similar to the more powerful industries, such as tin ore and rubber, they have a huge impact on the British economy, and it is not time to let go to others. Similarly, steel is an important industry that makes a country strong, and it is more reassuring for Britain to control it. Whether it is given to the Malays or the Chinese, there is a risk of not being able to control it. These important industries are all placed in the territory of the Kingdom of Sarawak, and of course Alan Wilson will be indifferent to his neighbors. For example, the Dutch part of Kalimantan, compared with the huge area, even if the land is a little barren, can be used as a key business place for the small number of Dutch. The most important thing is that Kalimantan is divided between Britain and the Netherlands, so they can take care of each other. As for the largest city on Kalimantan Island, it is still Kuching, the capital of the Kingdom of Sarawak. Not counting the French fighting in Vietnam, there are still 200,000 European colonial armed forces in Southeast Asia, belonging to Britain, the Netherlands and Portugal, and the garrisons in Australia and New Zealand. Because the Netherlands retains the largest territory, the sea coachman hundreds of years ago, second only to France's Southeast Asian colonial army. But how could Alan Wilson, who is full of kindness and humanism, care about the evil colonial issue? He is discussing the humanitarian assistance of Korean war orphans with Marina, the right-hand man of his wife Pamela Mountbatten from Northern Rhodesia. This is a world full of chaos and tragedy. After all, the children are innocent. This is a good occasion for mercy. It must be admitted that Alan Wilson happens to be a kind person. He even has a gun of kindness, but he threw it away after using it. That idiot Lee Seung-man doesn't have the ability to lead South Korea to take off. Although the war is over now, it is highly likely that South Korea will be in long-term poverty. Alan Wilson ordered Marina, your biggest enemy in Northern Rhodesia is the huge black population around you. You don't have a large population, and I'm really embarrassed to ask you to leave Northern Rhodesia and help Pamela's industry live in various places. But some things have to be done by someone. Gathering war orphans in the name of charity and educating them is a feasible option. Now that South Korea's economy has been destroyed, and Britain didn't help much in the war, let's do something that makes us feel at ease. Alan Wilson was simply enveloped by humanism, but he just remembered something, it seems. Probably, he once said in front of his wife and sister-in-law that he must make sure that the whole family of Lee Seung-man, who criticized London, must be killed. A real man must keep his word. If he said that Lee Seung-man's whole family must be killed, then his whole family must be killed. It is quite logical that the shameless and incompetent first president of South Korea died at the hands of South Korean orphans. Commissioner, how many people will be rescued? Marina nodded. She had understood what her boss husband meant and asked how many war orphans would be rescued for this humanitarian care. 10,000 people should be enough. There may be other opportunities in the future. Alan Wilson fiddled with his fingers, calculated the birth rates of the two major ethnic groups in British Malaya, and thought about the implementation time of the next rebalancing strategy. The so-called other opportunities are naturally the refugees after the United States knelt in Vietnam. British Malaya will definitely accept them. On the surface, it can help the United States in such a harmless matter. The greater benefit is to continue to maintain the relative population advantage over the Malays. Because compared with the indigenous people of Southeast Asia, the Chinese are a group that is willing to do business. After the occupation of South Vietnam, a large number of refugees are Chinese, which can continue to buy some time for British rule. Thanks to 00JH00 for becoming the leader. Chapter 724, The Roots of US Military Intervention. In fact, given the current situation, the French should not hesitate to use chemical weapons. When meeting with General Bilton, the commander of the British Army in British Malaya, Alan Wilson used this paragraph as an opening statement. The British commander almost dropped his jaw in shock. Alan, are you serious? Dear General, I can tell when to joke. Alan Wilson's face was calm, and he had no intention of joking. In fact, Germany has a large amount of chemical weapons reserves and production experience. If the French don't mind, I can help play a certain role in it. Fortunately, you were born a few decades later, otherwise I really can't imagine it. General Bilton smiled bitterly and sighed. If you were the commander of a colonial army, I can't imagine what would happen. It's nothing more than learning from the advanced experience of the East. It's no big deal. Alan Wilson shook the wine glass in his hand slowly. He didn't believe that, if half of the 30 million Vietnamese were killed, the remaining people would dare to resist. After returning to Kuala Lumpur, after a few days of thinking, that was not at all morally burdensome. Alan Wilson now felt that a small scene like napalm was not enough. But France does not have nuclear bombs, so it can only think of chemical weapons as the second best option. Germany is a chemical weapons powerhouse. The chemical weapons produced during World War II were calculated in tons, but they were never used. After the war, they stockpiled a large number of chemical weapons. He believed that the French must have them. The fundamental reason why Germany did not use chemical weapons was not because the Germans were so civilized. Otherwise, why would they stockpile so many? The fundamental reason was that the industries of European countries were not weak. The Soviet Union, Britain, France and even Czechoslovakia that Germany faced on the battlefield all had the ability to produce chemical weapons. If Germany dared to use it once, all countries would retaliate. Italy and Japan in World War II had used it. Italy mainly used it in Africa, while Japan used poison gas on a large scale on the battlefield. The fundamental reason was that the opponents that two countries faced would not be retaliated against if they used it. Agent Orange, which the United States later used in Vietnam, is of course also a type of chemical weapon. Americans can use it, and the French can of course. While the two were chatting, General Nava had already arrived at the British Army headquarters in Malaya. This time, he came to British Malaya as the commander-in-chief of the French army in Vietnam, and was invited by General Bilton. The fundamental reason was to seek help from the nearby British in logistics, and at the same time, to visit the napalm production line. With the help of his wife Pamela Mountbatten, this production line for supplying weapons to the French army had already been put into production. General Nava had met Alan Wilson, and knew that General Bilton was the British commander in Malaya. As both were soldiers, they were not unfamiliar with each other, and quickly got to the point. confirming that the French army was preparing for a large-scale offensive. The current problem in Vietnam is huge. Those armed forces that resist are constantly being cleared out. Through a certain degree of attack, we can gain an advantage. In a good negotiation environment, my idea is to establish an independent country where France enjoys special interests. General Nava expounded his true thoughts. He felt that it was probably impossible to retain the colony by force. The core idea of formulating this combat plan was to establish a protectorate. Actually, it's not bad. Alan Wilson heard this, and it sounded familiar. Britain still has many protectorates in the Middle East. Iraq and Egypt are no longer counted, but there are still many British protectorates in places like Yemen and Oman. After expressing his agreement, Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, "I have never doubted the combat effectiveness of the French army in the battle, but the long-term consumption is huge for countries like us thousands of miles away. If there is a real decisive battle, we should be careful. If Vietnam is like the US military facing the Japanese army in the Pacific battlefield, you will suffer in the end." Alan Wilson used the second-rate Japanese army as a comparison. In the Pacific War of World War II, the Japanese army lost 1.1 million soldiers, while the US military lost less than 110,000. It is about a ratio of 1 to 10. The US military lost 400,000 soldiers in World War II, and less than 1/3 died in the Pacific battlefield, which is reasonable. Vietnam has a population of nearly 30 million, and it is not difficult to pull out an armed force of 1 million. And the French army lost one less soldier. The total number of French soldiers was 180,000, of which only 50,000 were real Frenchmen, and the number of German soldiers used in the Foreign Legion was only 20,000. The manpower was stretched to the limit, and even Alan Wilson could see it. If it weren't for the fact that Britain and France joined forces after the war to force Thailand to cede the Isthmus of Kra in the name of punishing Japan's accomplices, he might have suggested that France should persuade the Thais to be cannon fodder. But with the Isthmus of Kra, France can only rely on itself. Soon General Bilton said that the British troops stationed in Malaya could not really help in resisting Indonesian infiltration. This was a polite refusal of the French army's request for help from the British army. Alan Wilson added, "The British army is not good at the army. Our allied troops are all in Europe. The Royal Navy is on the way back from the fleet review. If the French army needs help, we are willing to mobilize our maritime forces to provide help, but it may be limited to help coastal cities." At this point, Alan Wilson, who has been taught by many actresses, looked embarrassed and seemed very embarrassed. He really wanted to help his close ally France, but General Nava should have seen that a colony can only do so much. General Nava nodded and sighed that this might be the limit of what the British could do in Asia. The limit is not necessarily the limit, but it is a pity that the French cannot transfer the Korean army to help like the United States. After all, France's colonies in Asia are relatively isolated, at least compared with another large piece of French Africa. It is indeed unable to borrow strength. France was able to maintain its status as a great power after the war. Whether the French admit it or not, it is inseparable from the full support of Britain. In the last glorious years of the British Empire, Britain did its best to help this rival for hundreds of years. Even the colony of Vietnam was accepted by the British army and then transferred to the French army. Britain also ensured that France took over the colony again at the United Nations. From any angle, the French have nothing to say. Finally, after visiting the napalm production line, when conducting an airdrop test at the shooting range, Alan Wilson couldn't help but say, "General Nava, if Vietnam doesn't have a counter-industry, then chemical weapons are also a viable option." General Nava and General Bilton had the same reaction, looking at Alan Wilson in surprise. "Commissioner Wilson, your suggestion is very constructive. It's also very destructive. In fact, on a moral level, I shouldn't have made this suggestion." Alan Will sighed, "But war is like this. It doesn't matter whether it's moral or not. In fact, I once suggested that the government ask the United States for help and strive for American assistance in the Vietnam battlefield." General Nava shook his head slightly. "Unfortunately, the Paris government did not respond to this." Alan Wilson was no longer sleepy. It turned out that the first time the US military intervened in the Vietnam War was when the French took the initiative. This is a good thing. Alan Wilson is still thinking about how to get the Americans involved. After all, he doesn't know the source of history, and he can't just wait for the Americans to figure it out. Hearing what General Nava said, it turned out that the root cause of the US military's involvement in the Vietnam War was here. Then he had to say a few words to express his agreement with General Nava. General Nava, we are in a neutral position. As a British, we are very surprised by the political chaos in France over the years. The chaos in the government has affected the actions of the French army to a certain extent. They agreed openly and secretly. General Nava's idea of asking the United States for help was absolutely correct, and he compared the significance of France's military operations in Vietnam with the Korean War that had just ended. When General Nava heard this, even the British thought so. The idea of returning to Paris to make a statement to the government appeared again. He had previously made suggestions through telegrams and did not receive a response from the Paris government. This time he wanted to return to the country specifically to win the support of the government. If someone asked Alan Wilson if he supported it, of course he supported it. How could he oppose such a benefit that was conducive to the balance of the international situation? He even expressed his willingness to provide his own private plane to save General Nava's round-trip time. General Nava, who had already had an idea, rejected this request, but he had made up his mind to return to the country. The government and the military had different opinions, which would definitely affect the attack. Both sides must maintain a consistent opinion. A day later, General Nava left Kuala Lumpur and returned to Saigon. He boarded the Comet airliner of Air France in Saigon and embarked on his journey back home. His main purpose was to ensure the consistency of the government and the military. The second point was to seek assistance from the United States and then launch a large-scale offensive. If these 2 points can be achieved, General Nava will have the confidence to formulate a strategic offensive plan. General Nava's idea is to fight a tough battle with the Viet Minh and use the French army's experience in tough battles to kill the Viet Minh's living forces to the greatest extent. Alan Wilson didn't know whether Paris would agree to all of General Nava's requirements, but he hoped that the French army's offensive would go more smoothly this time. In any case, let the US military send some military advisors to Vietnam first. Don't think that military advisors seem to be useless. Once this kind of thing starts, there will be a continuous stream of follow-ups, and a large number of US troops will naturally come at that time. The US military is so skilled in raising enemies for self-respect. Once they find that there is a war that can legally ask Congress for money, can they still hold back? Do you think it's Italy or England? Chapter 725, Troubled Japanese. Alan Wilson felt that it was only a matter of time before the United States took over the role of France. Others did not know, but British Malaya was not far from Vietnam, so how could he not know that the French army had been able to fight until now, and it was inseparable from the military aid from the United States. The United States undertook 3/4 of the French army's war expenses. Large-scale military aid to the French army in Vietnam began in 1950, almost at the same time as the outbreak of the Korean War. It can be said that the United States has already intervened in the Vietnam War, but now it is limited to the stage of paying money. The French are the ones who contribute. Once the French can no longer contribute, the Americans will most likely end up on their own. The Vietnam War evolved from the United States paying money and France contributing to the effort at the beginning, to the United States reorganizing the South Vietnamese army with its experience in Korea. In the end, the South Vietnamese army was still unable to fight, and the United States personally intervened, which was a gradual process. General Nava knew the important role of the United States in maintaining the French offensive, so he fought with the Paris government to expand the troops for the attack. Although he didn't know that the $2 billion in aid to the French army in the past few years was just a drop in the bucket compared to the cost of the Vietnam War, he still wanted to wait until the reinforcement was completed before attacking. Alan Wilson felt that the early US intervention in Vietnam was not evil. The United States had helped South Korea before, which was nothing more than part of the confrontation between the two camps. At the beginning, the United States probably wouldn't have imagined that even Agent Orange would be used later. Just like Alan Wilson suggested that General never use chemical weapons, the French were unwilling to use them. But once the war starts, as time goes on, it will become more and more bottom line breaking. Even if the first batch of US troops landing in Vietnam adhered to the principles of war, as casualties gradually increased, the bottom line was repeatedly broken, and the action became cold-blooded. From now on, the French army has not yet completed the offensive plan, and before the US military officially enters, the situation in South Vietnam is relatively stable. This stability means that the war exists, but the scale is not large. Sooner or later, the Vietnamese will miss this period of time, because compared with the situation in which the US military was really angry later, this period of time was not cruel. At present Alan Wilson naturally has to help the French and organize a large-scale attack to maintain the unity of the colonial countries. Although Indonesia has become independent, Britain, the Netherlands, and Portugal have more or less retained their colonies in Asia, although they are completely incomparable to before. If France throws away all the French colonies in Asia, where will the face of the French military, which is determined to avenge its shame after the war, be placed? In view of this, Alan Wilson is very concerned about the French orders. From weapons and ammunition to military uniforms and sheets, he personally inspects them. Business must be honest, and must not fool allies with inferior products. Su Yang, who already has a bit of the posture of a textile king, followed Alan Wilson and strolled in the textile factory he operated. The machines may be a little old, but the hard-working textile women will overcome this. Master Zantang, you can rest assured, if you leave this matter to me. Su Yang followed behind Alan Wilson, hinting at his reliability. You are Newfoundland's son-in-law after all, I have nothing to worry about. The workshop was noisy, and it was a very unfriendly working environment. Alan Wilson's voice could only be amplified. Su Yang's marriage was an important factor in Newfoundland capital and Alan Wilson's willingness to support him. I believe Su Yang himself would not deny this. Although blood is thicker than water only holds true under certain circumstances, in a peaceful era, this relationship is still very deceptive. It does not involve national confrontation, but just supporting a trustworthy agent. Su Yang naturally came into view. Su Yang also knew that the orders from the French were very important, so he didn't dare to be careless. He took Alan Wilson to the rest area in the distance, made a cup of tea as a host, and then said, Master Zantang, it seems that the French are going to do something big this time. If you don't ask too much, I can answer you. Yes. Alan Wilson picked up the teacup and said with a smile, oh, by the way, I remember you once fought a war with the French. Alan Wilson was referring to the Sino-French War, the second hegemon among the imperialist powers, against the Qing dynasty, the goalkeeper of the powers. It's a pity that the late Qing dynasty was corrupt and incompetent. Ah, Master Zantang, I just said that this war with the French did not involve other countries. Su Yang suddenly woke up and expressed a strong desire to survive. His current industries were all supported by the British and were hard won. If they continue to fight, the Qing dynasty will still not win. It was right to stop while they were ahead. Alan Wilson did not grasp this point, and added, I have never seen a dynasty that has been established for more than 200 years. How strong can it be in its last gasp? If it continues to be strong, it will not perish in the end, right? This is absolutely the truth, without any position. No lord of the revival can pull a dynasty to its previous peak. There is no exception in Chinese history. It has not even been able to restore the dynasty to its peak, and it is naturally impossible to involve changes in the industrial field. Not to mention others, the first industrial revolution was in Britain, the second was in Germany and the United States, and even the French did not seize the opportunity. Historical topics, especially modern history, are very unfriendly to Su Yang, a Chinese. Alan Wilson is not interested in continuing, and talks about Su Yang's wife Mary. I heard that you have two beautiful mixed-race babies, a son and a daughter, which is considered a son and a daughter. In fact, a man has reached this point today, and for ordinary men, there is nothing else to ask for. Mr. Zantang, I want to work hard on the development of Malaya. Su Yang took the opportunity to express his desire to make progress. Haha. The two smiled knowingly, and Alan Wilson gave the other party a reassurance. The development of Malaya needs entrepreneurs like Mr. Su, so that we British can rest assured. Now he wants to support a colony that can help Britain share its obligations. The final result is still hard to say, but Alan Wilson will definitely do his best. In fact, the Viet Minh has already controlled most of North Vietnam, including the coastal areas. The current situation made Alan Wilson couldn't help but make a comparison. It can be said that the situation faced by the French army now is not as good as the artillery party before Laotian. The artillery party still has some coastal strongholds. During the Dien Bien Phu campaign, the French army could only maintain its supplies through air transport. Once the weather entered the rainy season, the French army was directly finished. If General Nava came back from Paris and really asked the Royal Navy to assist, it would be difficult for Britain to refuse. After all, in this time and space, European colonial countries have cooperated much more deeply than in the original history. The reason why the French took the risk in Dien Phu was entirely because they won the Nation campaign in the same way at the end of last year. The process of the Battle of Nation was no different from the Battle of Dien Bien Phu. The French army relied entirely on airdrops and paratrooper supplies to defeat the Viet Minh's attack head-on. Dien Bien Phu was just trying to replicate it again. Sometimes you will find that you don't know how to help your allies. Alan Wilson sighed with regret. As a commissioner of an ally, no matter how reasonable his words were, they were not as convincing as the experience accumulated by the French. The previous Battle of Nation dealt a heavy blow to the Viet Minh. With such experience, how could the French listen to the nonsense of a British man? It's like the United States thinks that the effect of training the South Korean army is good, so it naturally thinks that the South Vietnamese army can do the same. It's not that he is unwilling to make more contributions to the free world, but that the French and Americans do not need British guidance. So Alan Wilson put aside his attention to Vietnam and concentrated on governing the colonies under his jurisdiction. A group of battleship formations older than Alan Wilson are still sailing slowly, passing the Gibraltar Fortress in the Atlantic and Mediterranean, and slowly heading towards Asia. At this stage, the major event of the United Nations has become the claims of Southeast Asian countries against Japan. After all, the Korean War is over, and the existence of the United Nations needs an agenda. Japan still successfully obtained the understanding of Indonesia and Thailand, and this understanding is to pay less compensation. However, the Philippines' attitude is tough. After some protests and petitions by the families of prisoners of war, the governments of Australia and New Zealand, which are under pressure, also joined the ranks of claims. The Tokyo government, which has just recovered from the Korean War, is very depressed facing the Philippines, which is charging ahead, and Australia and New Zealand, which are supporting it from behind. Although there is support from the Korean War, Japan at this time, like the textile factory that Alan Wilson just visited, has the textile industry as its biggest punch product. It's just that Japan's textile market is the United States, while British Malaya's textile exports are aimed at Europe. The foundation of Japan's takeoff has just been accumulated, and the Philippines can't wait to rush up and make trouble at the United Nations. If it was just the Philippines, it wouldn't matter. After all, among the independent countries in Southeast Asia, Thailand and Indonesia have been dealt with by Japan. The problem is not in Southeast Asia, but in Australia and New Zealand, two countries that are well established and valued by Britain and the United States. Australian and New Zealand soldiers were slaughtered by the Japanese during the war. After Pamela Mountbatten's instigation and Britain's hint of helping the United Nations, the two governments, under pressure from public opinion, took the matter to the United Nations. Alexander Cadogan has resigned, and Lord Parkinson is the current British ambassador to the United Nations. He is now more than halfway through his term, and is seeking justice for Australia and New Zealand at the United Nations. In fact, the current United States does not have much affection for Japan. After all, the Philippines is a former colony, and is a son in the eyes of Americans, not to mention Australia and New Zealand. Emotionally, the claimant is so strong that the United States will naturally not express support for Japan. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.